A cacophony of horns blares through the city streets, as an aerial view reveals the bustling intersection below. Traffic lights cycle rapidly, a sudden, almost glitch-like flash of red, yellow, and green. Amidst the noise, a young woman walks along the sidewalk, oblivious to the strange shift in the city's rhythm. Then, a sudden, disorienting sensation. A pair of feet appear on a tiled floor, as if materializing from thin air. Hands, gloved in black, rise instinctively, as if checking for their own existence. The city's traffic lights continue their erratic flashing. And a single thought echoes in the mind of the newly arrived. Where am I? UR's sky-blue eyes glow with an intense, confused energy, his gaze sharp as he takes in the unfamiliar surroundings. His sky-blue eyes, once filled with a fierce determination, now held only a profound sense of bewilderment. The city's cacophony, a distant rumble of traffic, echoed his internal chaos, as he caught a glimpse of his own reflection in a passing window. A frown creased his brow, his gaze fixed on the unfamiliar face staring back. A single, desperate question formed in his mind. And who am I? He walked through the bustling streets, a solitary figure amidst the indifferent crowd, the towering buildings dwarfing him as he tried to piece together his fragmented memories. His gaze drifted to the emblem on his shoulder, a distinctive patch sewn onto the sleeve of his black uniform. He lifted his gloved hands, turning them over, as if expecting them to reveal some hidden truth about his past. His expression remained troubled, the emblem offering no answers to his silent pleas. He pondered the implications of his attire, wondering if it was a military uniform. The thought was quickly overshadowed by the stark, terrifying reality. I can't remember my name. A profound sense of confusion washes over him, each step echoing the uncertainty of his situation. He glances upward, his gaze distant, as if searching for answers in the empty sky. Suddenly, a surge of energy courses through him, his eyes flaring with an intense blue light as his hand instinctively clenches into a tight fist. The air around him crackling with an unseen force. He unleashes a devastating punch, a burst of azure energy erupting from his strike, shattering whatever stood in his path and sending debris flying. Above, birds soar peacefully through the clear sky, oblivious to the sudden chaos below. UR clenches his fist once more, a determined glint in his glowing eyes, the sound of cracking energy accompanying his resolve. Behind him, a man and a woman are violently thrown back by an explosion of dark particles, the force of his power undeniable. He instinctively adopts a defensive stance, a faint blue energy still crackling around his fists. His body reacting before his mind could process, he moves with an unfamiliar speed. His gloved hand opens, ready for anything. This sudden surge of power, this new strength, feels both alien and exhilarating. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoes in his mind, greeting him with an unexpected formality, causing him to flinch. He quickly turns his head, scanning the unfamiliar cityscape around him. His body still carries the momentum of his sudden arrival. The voice clarifies its identity, stating it is a body-embedded combat support AI, leaving him utterly bewildered. Standing alone on a bustling street, he grapples with the overwhelming questions of his location and the current era. The combat support AI continues its explanation, stating that based on the banners in his vision, he is in Seoul, and the current year is 2024. UR, still reeling from the sudden shift, questions how such a thing is possible. As if in response to the temporal anomaly, a nearby traffic light crackles with blue energy. His feet still glowing faintly as he processes the AI's words, he asks if this means he has traveled through time. The AI responds, stating that its temporary reboot prevents it from accessing any of his past data, while the traffic light malfunctions completely, fizzling and popping. A passing driver, witnessing the strange events, calls out to UR, wondering if he too has lost his memories. The driver, a man in a delivery uniform, continues his route. But his expression shifts to alarm, as he realizes the traffic light has completely failed. A heavy, unseen force stomps down, violently denting the roof of a red car and sending it screeching across the asphalt. Simultaneously, a massive, sharp metallic object plummets from the sky. As UR's eyes widen in alarm, witnessing the unfolding chaos. The combat AI's warning echoes in his mind. A traffic accident is imminent. Looking up at the rapidly falling debris, he instinctively shouts a desperate warning. His arm tensing, revealing the Public Alliance patch on his sleeve. The red car crashes violently into a barrier, scattering fragments of metal and glass with a deafening impact. Meanwhile, the AI confirms the immediate threat. A dangerous object is incoming. With a terrifying whoosh, the sharp projectile hurtles directly towards his eye. He fires a crimson laser from his device. A surprised gasp escaping him as an unseen entity is impaled by a metal rod. But the danger isn't over. Something else plummets from the sky, sending him tumbling through the air as onlookers scream for help. He crashes to the ground, a blue holographic warning flashing nearby, as someone urgently cries out to keep their eyes open. Then, a sharp metallic object whizzes past his face, leaving him rubbing his eye, a faint red light lingering in his vision. He realizes it was a visual hallucination, a mental substance the Public Alliance calls the red light. He acknowledges that he managed to dodge the projectile, but notes that a new incident has already occurred, barely 5 minutes later. UR observes the unfolding chaos, a voice in his mind stating that they can't possibly transport the patient to a hospital in time. The urgency of the situation is palpable, as a suggestion for an emergency field operation is made, immediately followed by the question of who would perform such a delicate task. His eyes widen slightly in surprise, as the implication dawns on him. You? How? A firm voice cuts through the panic, insisting that the patient must be checked on first, before anything else. With a sense of grim determination, UR kneels beside the fallen figure, preparing to check on the patient as instructed. He surveys the injured person, surrounded by other concerned individuals. His brow furrows with a mix of concern and frustration as he thinks of the myriad questions swirling in his mind. Despite his lack of formal training, the sheer emergency of the situation compels him to act, knowing he must save them. With a renewed sense of purpose, UR leans over the injured individual, blood staining the ground around them, ready to begin the emergency procedure. UR kneels over the gravely wounded patient, a knife clutched in his hand, the severity of the injury evident. As he assesses the deep wound, a voice in his mind confirms the challenge ahead, questioning his readiness. Despite the doubt, his thoughts quickly shift to the necessary tools, identifying precisely what is required. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, confirming his internal diagnosis. The procedure could be performed with minimal supplies. A young man nearby, overhearing the unusual list of items, murmurs in disbelief. "Are you an EMT or something?" he asks, his voice laced with apprehension. Seeing UR's focused determination, the young man offers his assistance. UR glances away, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind about trusting this stranger, yet the urgent need for a needle, thread, a box cutter, and disinfectant remains paramount. A voice calls out, offering assistance. With a triumphant flourish, the young man presents a small collection of medical supplies, including a spray bottle, thread, needle, and scalpel. Yinseo, observing the scene, voices her concern, wondering aloud what UR is doing, and identifying the injured man as her sister's boyfriend. A deep worry crosses UR's mind, questioning if operating on the man out in the open would only lead to infection and death. Nevertheless, he kneels beside the gravely injured patient, his gaze intense as he prepares for the makeshift procedure. His eyes glow with an ethereal blue light, a clear sign of his unwavering resolve. He declares firmly that he cannot allow Yunseo's sister's boyfriend to die on his watch, taking full responsibility for the outcome. This temporary control authority he speaks of implies a deeper power at play, as a faint cough echoes. He knows the man will surely die if he wastes any more precious time asking questions. He activates a temporary control authority, a surge of power swirling around him. As the energy intensifies, preparing him for the delicate task ahead. He watches his own hands, a faint whirring sound accompanying their movements. Realizing they are no longer entirely under his conscious command, but guided by an innate precision. With a soft clang, the scalpel presses down, making a clean, swift incision. A squelching sound accompanies the flow of blood from the wound. And though the operation appears to be a success, an internal warning flashes. The patient is losing more blood than anticipated. His sky-blue eyes glow with renewed intensity, the grim reality settling in. The likelihood of survival is rapidly decreasing. As UR meticulously works, a voice from off-panel breaks the silence, asking if he's truly confident he can save the patient. He offers no reply, prompting the voice to press further, wondering why he isn't answering. His hands, guided by the temporary control authority, move with supernatural precision, the needle and thread glowing faintly as he sutures. Sweat beads on his brow, his sky-blue eyes burning with an intense, focused light, reflecting the immense pressure of the moment. Suddenly, a violent spurt of blood erupts, splattering across him as the patient's condition takes a sudden, alarming turn, a heavy drop hitting the ground. The sounds of a desperate cough and a gurgling gasp fill the air, signaling the patient's struggle. With blood on his cheek and a look of grave concern, UR's internal assessment is stark. He realizes he's in serious trouble. An emergency unfolds at the hospital, with a patient being rushed into the operating room. The green sign above the door confirms the critical area, operating. A doctor in a white coat approaches a colleague in scrubs, inquiring about the patient's condition. Hyunwoo confirms the patient is alive, earning praise from the senior doctor. The doctor, however, notes that the survival was an extraordinary feat, emphasizing the perfection required in the surgery. He explains that the hemorrhage must have been stopped instantly, then questions what could possibly be the problem. Hyunwoo reveals the stitches are just regular threads, leaving the doctor bewildered by the impossible precision. Meanwhile, the patient, his eyes sharp and determined, clenches a fist, a silent testament to his will. The doctor concludes his thought, marveling at the stitches that look as if they were done by a sewing machine, a feat he finds almost unbelievable. Still reeling from the impossible surgical outcome, the doctors in the hospital found themselves in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality of the patient's survival. As the day progressed, a new face arrived, a detective, to investigate the baffling case. Introducing himself as Gyuang Park, the detective in charge, he immediately inquired about the patient's condition. Hyunwoo, one of the attending physicians, thanked him for coming and assured him that the patient was stable. However, the conversation quickly turned to the more bizarre details, as an investigator questioned the rumor of someone operating on the patient with a mere box cutter, calling it a scalpel, a revelation that shocked everyone present. At the scene of the incident, the investigator recounted the unbelievable witness statements, confirming the use of a box cutter. The sheer absurdity of the situation left him bewildered, as he considered the patient's critical state and the crude instrument used for surgery, all performed on the street. He pondered the impossible precision, questioning how such a blunt tool could cut through a human body so cleanly, wondering if the surgeon was some kind of master swordsman. Back in the hospital room, observing the investigator could only reiterate the witness accounts, leaving the mystery of the impossible surgery hanging in the air. Still reeling from the impossible tale, the investigator presses for more details, learning that the surgeon had apparently used nothing more than a sewing needle. A stark image of a hand, presumably yours, deftly manipulating the crude tool, flashes through their minds. The investigator, utterly bewildered, then asks the crucial question. As the answer reveals, the figure simply walked away, disappearing before the ambulance even arrived. Back in the present, Detective Park, Hyun-woo, and the investigator stand together in a hospital corridor, the mystery deepening around them. Meanwhile, now holding the very box cutter used in his impossible surgery, faces a new individual who questions his sudden pause. He considers the best course of action to be the surgery. And when asked if he remembers anything, replies that his memory has been reset. The device he holds, a simple box cutter, displays a message. It is not configured. He then offers a name to the artificial intelligence, which identifies itself as an autonomous combat entity. Ponders this, then declares, "From now on, your name is Ace." Ace, however, questions why isn't moving the same as before. The AI offers to reconfigure immediately if wishes to make any changes. Declines, finding his current state perfectly fine, and a soft creak sounds as he notes how quickly things have progressed. As he examines the glowing insignia on his arm, which clearly displays the name Ace, he begins to explain his current state, acknowledging the uniform he now wears. He continues, stating that he is a special forces operative who has lost his memory. The AI, Ace, responds, questioning his statement and asking, "And let's say why are we not back with the team looking at the holographic display, clarifies, "You are my Ace. I don't have a separate Ace to ask for information." Ace processes this, its interface displaying data reading and data save, before responding, "Only through your 5 senses." The AI continues, explaining its function. For example, if you have a delicious meal, I can taste it as well. Ace then states its primary limitation. However, I must receive control authority from you. It further clarifies its operational parameters, and I will only assist you after deciding whether the action is warranted on the battlefield. Ace concludes, demonstrating its inability to act independently. "I cannot make attacks on my own." Processing the revelation, he understands Ace is a living combat assistant, and this is their first mission together. If they are to uncover the truth of their situation and why they are here, they will have to gather it themselves, using his own body as the conduit. A determined expression settles on his face. Soon, a PC cafe comes into view. He eyes the establishment with purpose. Ace confirms they could collect a significant amount of information there. The AI then questions if he has recovered his memory, to which he replies it is merely intuition guiding him. As he continues walking, the problem becomes clear. They need money to enter. He checks his pockets, confirming his empty state, while Ace laments its own hunger. Considers his options, wondering if he should sing or if Ace could simply use his vocal cords. As he walks, Ace interjects, assuring him that its assistance is vital for the battlefield. Hearing the term battlefield, reluctantly agrees to allow Ace to control him for the time being. Moments later, his gloved hand finds itself holding a simple spoon. With a soft flip, he moves his leg. He stands, the spoon still clutched in his hand, a faint blue glow emanating from his feet. Looking down at the utensil, he questions Ace, asking if holding a spoon is truly necessary on a battlefield. Ace's response is immediate, explaining it's a feature implemented to boost morale. He glances around, a question forming in his mind as he wonders why they are even here. Suddenly, a vivid, almost blinding vision of a fantastical world flashes before his eyes, a vibrant landscape filled with heroes and monsters, emblazoned with the words, "Light a fire in my heart." A frustrated groan escapes him as he questions, how are they possibly supposed to defeat such formidable foes? The vision fades, leaving him standing in a serene park, observing a group of performers on a stage, their movements fluid and graceful before a small audience. His expression remains impassive as he internally remarks that the performance is incredibly dull, only for Ace's voice to interject, reminding him that people will assume his boredom is his own fault. He finds himself holding a spoon, a strange object in his hand, and responds with a simple yes, though he quickly adds that while Ace is an amazing AI, this is going too far and will only embarrass him. As the performance on stage concludes, Ace's voice asks if he is ignoring him. A sudden thud echoes through the air as a cardboard box drops to the ground nearby. He looks towards the fallen box, a moment of silence passing, his thoughts unreadable as he observes the new object. After the mysterious appearance of the cardboard box, UR finds himself in a new scenario, adjusting a black mask over his face with a slight clearing of his throat. He stands with his back to the viewer, observing two distant figures in a park, the air around him filled with the faint, ethereal glow of musical notes. As he begins to walk, the musical aura continues to emanate around his steps. Nearby, a schoolboy and girl react with surprise, a sudden "oh," escaping the boy as the unseen performance unfolds. Two women nearby are equally captivated, one exclaiming, "That's my favorite song," as the musical notes glow vibrantly. UR, now facing forward, gives a confident thumbs up, a subtle bling effect highlighting his gesture. A voice questions, "Are you sure this is the right pose?" To which another responds, "It is necessary to capture the audience." UR and his companion stand among a murmuring crowd, observing a stage, the companion asking, "Really? Should we check it out?" Without hesitation, UR dashes forward, closing the distance to the stage. As he performs, a system message confirms his efforts are yielding results, his LP increasing by 1,000 points. He understands the core of his appeal, recognizing that his voice and song are what truly captivate the audience. The crowd is captivated, their murmurs filled with awe and questions about the mysterious performer, praising his incredible vocal range. They marvel at his unique voice, noting its surprising feminine quality despite his masculine appearance. His tone is universally praised as otherworldly, yet a lingering question hangs in the air. Why does he consistently stick to only the middle parts of his songs? Standing before the gathered crowd, he reflects that the data collected from earlier street performances remains incomplete, hinting at a deeper, analytical purpose behind his act. Soon, coins and bills begin to fall. The performance successfully secures the minimum funding required for his ongoing activities. As the performance concludes, a subordinate reports, "Team leader, sir. Now let's beat it." Even as he makes his exit, the crowd's clamor for an encore echoes, pleading for just one more song. Outside, Yunseo turns, her expression a mix of curiosity and mild annoyance at the lingering commotion. Later, within the quiet of a cafe, a display case showcases an array of tempting pastries. Yunseo leans against the counter, lost in thought. Elsewhere, the subordinate confirms the next step, suggesting a change of venues, which is promptly confirmed. Back at the cafe, Yunseo sighs, muttering, "What a shame." She then picks up a mop, resuming her work. Her sandals shuffle across the floor, a rhythmic step accompanying her tasks. A hand pulls something from a box. As UR stands before a PC cafe, contemplating the information he might gather there, and whether it will reveal his target's true purpose. He reminds himself that infiltrating and adapting to this new environment must be his top priority. Finding a way to communicate with the command center is secondary to this immediate task of infiltration. As he walks, a sudden thought sparks. A notice on a nearby board catches his eye, advertising for part-time workers at the very PC cafe he's been observing. A subtle smile touches his lips. He has found his means of infiltration. The opportunity is clear. If he secures the job, gathering information and even sustenance will be taken care of. Without hesitation, he resolves to apply immediately. Stepping onto a new, tiled floor, UR considers his next move. He muses about asking if there's a room available, hoping to secure a place to stay if he gets the job, knowing that finding a residence would mean all his basic needs, clothing, food, and water, would be taken care of. He desperately needs a place to sleep for the night. However, a problem arises as he realizes he has no personal belongings yet, but then a solution dawns on him. His military uniform, he recalls, can be adapted for various camouflage purposes. The suit glows with an ethereal light as he activates its unique property. Its photonic shape memory ability allows it to change form. This advanced modular uniform can disassemble into countless glowing pieces, allowing him to rearrange or reassemble them into an entirely new shape. With this ability, his military gear could easily transform into something as inconspicuous as a simple hoodie. He watches, surprised, as his uniform begins to shift and morph. With a series of soft pops and stretches, the fabric reconfigures itself. Finally settling into its new form, he acknowledges the completed change. The military-grade material now presents a striking red and black combat uniform, a stark contrast to his previous attire. The new design features reinforced boots and leg guards, ready for action. He observes his reflection, musing that he knew the uniform had special properties, but never imagined it could transform so completely, wondering why he hadn't been informed earlier. He questions the uniform's choice, asking if they're truly going to use this particular outfit, then retorts that the unseen entity has no room to talk. Meanwhile, in a bustling public space, two men stand, their attention fixed on something just out of sight. He stands on the steps, his new combat suit gleaming under the ambient light, as two men below him pause, their gazes fixed on his transformed appearance. Their eyes widen in a mixture of awe and surprise. While he remains impassive, his attention already drawn upwards. As the two men begin to ascend the stairs, casting curious glances back, UR shifts slightly, a faint sound accompanying his movement. They continue their climb, their footsteps echoing softly. As he watches them near the top, a subtle smirk plays on his lips, a quiet sound escaping him. As he considers their reaction, "They were shocked by my appearance. weren't they? He muses, receiving a detached reply. That is a possibility. He then questions the unseen entity. I'm guessing you don't like it either, to which the entity responds, fine, I'll reassemble it. A bustling PC cafe stands, its entrance marked by the sounds of activity within. Having just transformed his attire, he considers his new, casual appearance, asking, how about now? As he ascends the steps, a faint blue glow emanates from his feet, and an internal voice confirms this new form is an excellent choice for a special forces operative. With a soft creak, the door opens as he decides, well, let's go then. Stepping inside, the sounds of his entry echo through the cafe. Suddenly, with a soft whip, his right eye begins to glow with an intense blue light. The glowing orb of his eye focuses, automatically analyzing the entire interior of the PC cafe. A software accompanies the rapid data processing. As he turns to a computer, digital streams flowing around him, and asks, how many customers are playing video games? He pauses, a question forming in his mind as he observes the digital interface. The cafe's amenities, from its food to its water supply, meet his stringent requirements. The manager regards him with a skeptical expression. Having just applied for a position, UR finds himself in a familiar predicament, as the cafe employee explains that he cannot simply be hired without a resume or any form of identification. The employee, a man with a neat, short haircut, continues to clarify the cafe's policy, stating that while he runs the place, he's busy filling the part-time position and needs proper documentation. With a sigh, the employee reiterates, confirming that without an ID, the application simply isn't viable. UR, however, has no intention of merely collecting a paycheck. He is driven by a deeper purpose, a need to understand this new world and his place within it. His gaze is resolute, his posture unwavering, for he possesses skills far beyond what any resume could convey, skills that could easily handle the demands of a simple cafe. The employee, perhaps sensing UR's determination, shifts his line of questioning, asking if he can cook. UR's thoughts drift to the kitchen, a place where he feels a strange familiarity, a field of battle where cooking is designed to maintain human health. With a confident shrug, UR replies, assuring the employee that he knows his way around a kitchen and can even whip up some fried rice. After a moment of consideration, the employee, now joined by another colleague, finally concedes, agreeing to UR's unconventional application. Stepping into his new workplace, UR takes his first stride as an employee of the PC cafe. His internal system immediately begins processing the environment, while a voice from nearby asks if he can prepare fried rice that truly tastes good. The system, in turn, displays the suitable ingredients for the dish, prompting UR's own internal command to commence tactical cooking and request temporary control authority over his hands. A soft glow emanates from his palm as the skill activates. The kitchen utensils, once ordinary objects, now seem to await his command. With a flurry of precise, almost inhuman movements, he begins to cook, the sounds of clanging and whooshing filling the air. In mere moments, a perfectly prepared dish is presented, as if by magic. A look of quiet satisfaction crosses his face as he reflects on his unexpected talent. With a blur of motion, UR's knife became a silver streak, chopping ingredients with impossible speed. The air itself seemed to hum with the rapid, rhythmic sound of his work. As a nearby cafe worker watched, utterly bewildered by the sheer speed and precision of each chop and slice. The clatter of the pan joined the symphony of his cooking, each movement fluid and instantaneous. A faint glow emanated from him as he realized, with a jolt of surprise, that he hadn't even needed to preheat the pan for the fried rice. In mere moments, 2 perfectly prepared plates of fried rice, steaming and fragrant, were ready. A golden, fiery aura swirled around the finished dish, a testament to the skill that had just been unleashed. The fried rice, topped with a perfectly cooked egg, shimmered with an inviting glow, a culinary masterpiece. Presenting the dish to Yuncio, who looked on in disbelief, UR offered it with a simple, yes, please enjoy. Yuncio, surprised by the speed of the dish's completion, remarks on how quickly UR finished, who simply offers the fried rice for her to try. Though a little wary of the rapid preparation, the enticing aroma convinces her to proceed. Taking a moment to compose herself, she decides to take the first bite. A thoughtful hum escapes her lips as the flavors register. Without another word, she continues to eat, spoonful after spoonful. Observing her intense focus, UR tentatively asks if the dish is bad, admitting he hadn't tasted it himself. A deep frown creases her brow, her expression unreadable. Then, with a decisive gulp, she finishes the last mouthful. Her spoon clacks against the empty bowl, and she declares with absolute certainty, that's it. Her face glowing with unexpected delight, she excitedly demands a bottle of soju. She walks away from the counter, realizing the establishment doesn't serve alcohol. Reflecting on the moment, she thinks it felt like a drinking pub, while he questions her, asking if she's unsure about drinking in public. Suddenly, her uncle approaches, introducing her to UR. He explains that Yuncio works there too, suggesting they get to know each other. A wave of surprise washes over her, as she recognizes the man before her. She exclaims, it's you. UR, equally taken aback, identifies her as the singer he heard outside. He silently wonders how she knew. while she openly questions why he's working at a PC cafe with such an incredible voice. He responds casually, explaining that singing is merely one of his many talents. She simply tells him to shut it. Still exasperated by the situation, she couldn't help but think how happy she was to not be working today, despite having the easiest part-time job and still complaining. Meanwhile, her uncle, ever the businessman, pressed UR about his availability, asking if he wanted to work during lunchtime, or perhaps in the evening. UR, however, simply wished to go home, his thoughts focused on earning just enough for food and rent, noting that the uncle seemed to be doing quite well for himself. As they walked together, Yunseo mentioned seeing a strange man earlier, internally wishing she could stay temporarily at the PC cafe while he worked. Turning to her, UR asked, "What? You don't have a home?" The uncle, deep in thought, acknowledged UR drove a hard bargain, but conceded he was simply too good to pass up. Yunseo, meanwhile, felt a pang of jealousy, recalling how the neighboring PC cafe was always swarming with customers because of its food. A pleased smile spread across the uncle's face, realizing this was the perfect opportunity for his own cafe to improve its reputation. With a decisive tone, he declared he would let UR sleep in the storage room, offering free lunch and dinner, and even doubling his pay for a week. UR stands, a hand gesturing towards him, perhaps an instruction. He seems annoyed, a thought crossing his mind that he's in no condition to earn more money, a notion he dismisses with a frustrated, "No, come on." Nearby, Yunseo, eager to play, suggests they get something to eat first. Her uncle, trying to be accommodating, points out they have food right there, but Yunseo quickly dismisses the idea, declaring PC cafe food to be terrible. UR, overhearing her, addresses her directly. His eyes glow with an intense, almost digital blue light as he challenges her, asking why she doesn't just say what she really means. Before he presents her with a plate of food, he holds it out, waiting for her reaction. As she walks away, he finishes his thought, suggesting she taste it for herself before judging. The cooking begins with an explosive burst of flame and steam. UR works with incredible speed, his movements a blur as Yunseo and another customer watch in awe. He swiftly finishes, then asks for a plate, which Yunseo quickly provides. The speed of his cooking is astonishing, leaving her to wonder if he's truly finished already. In mere moments, a perfectly plated dish of fried rice, glistening under the lights, is ready. UR instructs Yunseo to deliver the meal to the customer. Her uncle, witnessing the efficiency, salutes as she rushes off with the dish. Later, as UR sits at a computer, he remarks on the amusingly short cooking timer. He then muses to Yunseo about the quality of food one might expect from a PC cafe. Running a PC cafe all day is tough work, Yunseo's uncle muses, thinking he'll have to eat something else since they only ordered fried rice. When suddenly, UR appears, presenting the fried rice they ordered, much to the surprise of both Yunseo and her uncle, who exclaim at the impossible speed. The dish itself glows with an inviting aura, a perfect fried egg crowning the golden grains. All three gaze at the steaming plate, Yunseo and her uncle swallowing nervously at the sight of the unexpectedly quick meal. Yunseo questions how he could have prepared it so fast, to which UR calmly replies that he is simply a fast cook. Still skeptical, her uncle decides they should try it. Yunseo hesitantly agrees, while UR is already happily digging into his own portion, savoring each bite. The moment the food touches her tongue, Yunseo's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock, a brilliant light flaring around her. Both Yunseo and her uncle are left utterly astonished by the incredible flavor, while UR continues to eat, completely unfazed by their reactions. The taste of the fried rice hits Yunseo with an unexpected intensity, overwhelming both her and her uncle to the point of tears, as they realize it tastes exactly like the most delicious chicken they've ever had. Even later, driving away, Yunseo's uncle can't shake the memory, still marveling at how incredibly good the fried rice was. Still savoring the taste, Yunseo's uncle insists they order at least 2 portions, with Yunseo, equally impressed, agreeing that it must be good. He then raises 2 fingers, confirming their order, as Yunseo echoes his sentiment. Suddenly, UR finds himself overwhelmed by a rush of 12 customers, all ordering fried rice at once, prompting Yunseo to exclaim in surprise. He glances towards Yunseo's uncle, who observes him with keen interest. As UR swiftly prepares the orders, his movements are so fast they create a distinct, thwip sound, leaving Yunseo's uncle marveling at how only Ace could handle such a large order with such speed. His eyes glow with a faint blue light as he reflects that his cooking skills are inherently designed for large groups. He muses that the most crucial aspect is providing delicious food, a task his skill accomplishes by default, understanding that poorly prepared meals would only demoralize soldiers. He concludes that this particular skill is quite useful, deciding to rename it 12 portions fried rice. He continues to work diligently, responding to another order with a polite, "Yes, sir." The restaurant is a blur of activity, with customers lining up to pay. 3 hours later, the rush shows no signs of slowing. Yunseo's uncle, impressed by the sheer volume of orders UR has handled, leans in to ask him a question. He expresses his amazement at UR's speed and skill, while Yunseo playfully reminds him of their agreement. "I wish I could have tasted this food in only 1 bite," he muses, before adding, "I'm getting paid for people like you, right?" Of course, I always keep my word. Just keep this up. Then, with a direct gaze, he finally asks the question that has been on his mind. So what's your name? UR pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face, unable to provide an answer. Yinseo's uncle, still marveling at the delicious food, acknowledges UR's predicament, but urges him to continue cooking, promising to keep the ingredients stocked. He asks again, have you remembered your name? UR looks down, a hint of sadness in his eyes, and can only respond with a quiet, no, it just. Amidst the bustling sounds of a PC cafe, a voice acknowledges, yes, sir, while another remarks on the overwhelming number of customers, wondering how anyone could manage. Meanwhile, a storage room door creaks open, revealing someone who has already secured both food and a place to rest. Settling into a gaming chair, UR dismisses the need for formalities, his thoughts turning to a challenge. Could he hack into the Korean network? His eyes glowing with an inner light, he acknowledges the immense difficulty, but the voice of his own capabilities pushes back, reminding him of his designation as ace. With a knowing smirk, he accepts the unspoken dare. Looking up, a deeper purpose forms in his mind. This hack into the Korean network, this secret mission, might just be the key to unlocking his lost identity. His fingers fly across the keyboard, a flurry of clicks echoing as he overrides security protocols, and permission is swiftly granted. Now deep within the Korean Federal Administration network, he begins his search for information that mirrors his own mysterious existence. He lets out a soft yawn, the system's voice echoing in his mind, reminding him that it cannot collect visual data if he continues to squint. With a sigh, he concedes, telling it to stop nagging. Suddenly, his attention is caught by something on the screen, a single word escaping his lips, wait. A new display has appeared, prompting him to question its nature. An error message briefly flashes, followed by an identification card for Dangin Na, with a prompt to rescan a fingerprint. As the scan completes, the system declares the fingerprints identical to his own. His hands hover over the glowing interface, as the screen confirms a 100% match. Utterly bewildered, he mutters that it makes no sense, recalling the system's previous statement about the uniqueness of fingerprints among billions of people. Determined to understand, he begins rapidly typing, verifying the information across global databases. He confirms that the Earth Alliance does not exist in 2024, a revelation that deepens the mystery surrounding his own past. He muses that a judgment cannot be made due to a lack of information, and decides to look into his personal information some more, hoping to find an important clue. The digital interface swirls around him. As a new identity materializes on screen, Dangin Na, age unknown. With no credit card history, no activity over the past 2 years, and no record of national pension contributions. The system's final assessment, presumed to be currently unemployed. He stares at the screen, the word unemployed echoing in his mind, a stark contrast to the impossible fingerprint match he'd found. His expression remains unreadable, the mystery of Dangin Na deepening with every blank detail. Suddenly, a voice breaks his concentration, exclaiming how fast he types. Yinseo leans over, peering at his monitor, her curiosity piqued by his unusual speed. Turning to face her, he asks if she knows how to code as well. She quickly retracts her hand from his screen, realizing her intrusion and apologizing for looking at his monitor. Later, holding her phone, Yinseo explains that her uncle gave her money for groceries, then asks if he wants to come along. Out in the fresh air, enjoying the break from work, she expresses her delight at being outside during work hours. As they walk, Yinseo, laden with shopping bags, playfully suggests that his fast typing must mean he's also good at knowing what to buy, to which he simply replies that he just grabbed whatever was on the list. He declares that he has already selected only the highest quality ingredients within 5 minutes. However, Yinseo counters, reminding him that while speed is important, it's pointless if the food tastes bad, speculating that his quick work might mean it's not fully cooked. As they continue their conversation, she remarks on how easily people in positions of power handle money, to which he simply retorts that she is like that too. She laughs, clarifying that she didn't mean him, but rather people made of money, and he quickly denies that he was even talking to her. Yinseo then suggests they go to a cafe, not wanting to go home yet, but he points out that they're using the boss's card, implying her uncle's generosity has limits. She snaps back, asserting that he is her uncle, as if that should grant them unlimited spending. Yinseo lets out a cry of determination, pulling him along and declaring that it won't matter where they're going. Suddenly, a new, menacing voice cuts in, uttering a chilling threat, or I'm going to kill you. The man's intense, furious gaze underscores his deadly intent. Following the ominous threat, UR's demeanor shifts dramatically, his eyes now glowing with an intense, electric blue light as he stands with a grim resolve, Yinseo close by his side. Yinseo walks past her uncle's cafe, reflecting on his words about speed being important, but pointless if the food tastes bad. Suddenly, she bumps into someone, a soft thud echoing, and she looks up in surprise. As she apologizes, a voice cuts in, demanding to know what UR is doing there, and then a chilling threat follows. Or I'm going to kill you. 2 grim-faced men emerge from the shadows, their expressions menacing. UR's eyes glow with an intense blue light, as he asks if they wish to engage in combat. A faint whirring sound accompanies his words, as he asks if they wish for combat mode. He maintains a focused, intense gaze. As Yunseo, flustered, quickly apologizes. The two men who had been threatening them now back away, one even chiding his companion for scaring her. Yunseo, still confused, can only manage a hesitant question, while the men offer a quick thank you before departing. With the immediate threat diffused, Yuar and Yunseo walk away from the coffee shop, the two figures heading in the opposite direction. Internally, Yuar confirms the target is secured, and he can maintain safe mode. A short while later, the chime of an elevator signals its arrival. Standing before it, Yuar calls out to Yunseo, who is engrossed in her phone. He demands to know why she hadn't answered his calls during what he perceived as an emergency. Still reeling from the previous incident, Yunseo's uncle expresses concern that the connection things are a mess, wondering aloud what the problem could be. Yunseo, meanwhile, frets that they're in trouble, while Yuar, ever pragmatic, acknowledges the situation is a mess and suggests calling the kidding guy to handle it. Soon after, Yuar is seen in a different location, his expression serious, focused on the task at hand. He considers the problem, noting that while speed is important, it's pointless if the solution is flawed, and questions if the security technology could be the issue, or if it's something else entirely. Despite his initial assessment, he still believes a thorough check is necessary, especially of the library base's server. He then asks about the server's location, before inquiring about the counter. A confident smile spreads across his face, indicating he has found a solution or is close to one. Indeed, he announces that he's found no hacker tracing or suspicious activity, but has detected a hacking attempt, which he swiftly deals with, the sound of a clack confirming his success. Yuar sits at a computer, the rhythmic clicking of the keyboard filling the quiet space, as he processes the strange situation. A privacy hacking program had been installed, and the internet connection was severed the moment the hacking tool activated the security program, revealing a sophisticated attack. He considers the possibility that someone might have used the PC Cafe's server as a test bed, a chilling thought. His gaze sharpens, a clear directive forming in his mind. He must find out who the hacker is. With renewed focus, he begins tracing the attack, his fingers flying across the keyboard with rapid clicks. The system reveals a complex network. A total of 0 servers were used as stepping stones to avoid backtracing, indicating a direct and sophisticated approach. 7 of the involved parties are overseas, but one is located somewhere nearby. They must have used this PC cafe to test their skills, leaving him to wonder why it happened so close. He considers the possibility that they needed to come in person to install the program, a theory confirmed by the system's data. This realization brings a new question to mind. Could it be related to the information leaked earlier? Having just experienced a sudden disruption, Yuar finds himself disconnected in the middle of his promotional game. A blonde-haired employee, Yunseo, approaches him, offering an apology and an extension on his hours, acknowledging that it's the least they can do to help him reach silver rank. Meanwhile, another employee, Yunseo's uncle, expresses his frustration, lamenting that all the customers are upset and questioning the severity of the issue, which he finds surprisingly impactful. Back at his station, Yuar navigates the cafe's ordering system, considering a snack with the lowest calories, finding number 3 appealing. He then challenges the system directly, asking if it's truly incapable of handling the situation. The system, however, responds with a cold, logical error, stating simply that the question does not compute. Frustrated by the unhelpful response, Yuar dismisses the interaction with a sigh, turning away from the counter. The chaos escalates as Yunseo, now visibly distressed, stands amidst shattered dishes and scattered items, apologizing profusely as the sounds of breaking objects echo around her. Yunseo's uncle, now at the counter, bows deeply to Yuar, offering a sincere apology for the inconvenience caused by the ongoing issues. A customer is assured that the server issues have been resolved, and as a token of apology, a complimentary item is offered. The customer, pleased, accepts a cup of food, a wide smile spreading across his face. But before he can enjoy it, Yuar snatches the cup from Yunseo's uncle's hand, who reacts with a startled expression, wondering if the speed of preparation compromised the taste. Yuar takes a quick bite, and his eyes widen in utter shock as a jolt of surprise visibly radiates from him, the flavor far exceeding any expectation. His expression remains frozen in disbelief, the unexpected deliciousness overwhelming his senses. Around him, Yunseo, her uncle, and another customer watch his intense reaction, as he can only manage a bewildered, "Huh?" The other customer, equally surprised by the quality, exclaims that it's incredibly good, eagerly asking for another cup. Another customer, having clearly sampled the delicious offering, dashes away from the counter, shouting a grateful thank you. As Yunseo reached for the complimentary snack, a thought crossed her mind, wondering if some magic powder had been added to the popcorn-like food. She recalled how quickly her uncle had calmed down after trying some. Offering some to Yuar, who readily accepted, she watched him take a bite. The taste hit her with an unexpected intensity, leaving her utterly flustered. It was a complex symphony of flavors, spicy, sour, sweet, and salty all at once, and she couldn't help but exclaim how amazing it was. Yuar, however, simply stated he'd made it with some random ingredients. Determined, Yunseo declared her intention to tell her uncle about both the internet issue and this incredible food, asking Yuar if she could have more when she returned, certain it would draw in customers. Her thoughts turned to a grander purpose, imagining herself as a food-related hero who must eliminate any threats to their base. A soft blush touched her cheeks as she considered if this heroic role would be something like you are. With a burst of energy, Yunseo sprinted away from the PC cafe, eager to share her discovery. Meanwhile, Deng In-na, observing her departure, decided to follow, acknowledging her enthusiasm. As the system whirs to life, a digital interface confirms the activation of navigation mode. A soft beep signals a surge detection, and the display quickly reports no surveillance cameras, GPS signals, or tactical detection equipment nearby, indicating a clear path. From a discreet position on the street, Deng In-na observes the building, his target likely inside. He pauses at the foot of a staircase, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind as he considers his next move. Inside, a faint sound catches his attention, and his system begins amplifying the distant voice. Blue energy pulses around his ear as the device works, extracting the voice, removing noise, and improving its quality for clearer reception. His expression hardens, a frustrated thought escaping him. "You punk. I'll kill you if this doesn't work." He slams his hand against the wall in exasperation, muttering about the system's instability in its beta phase, wishing he could just fix the bugs. As he slumps against the wall, defeated, the voices of his superiors echo in his mind, reminding him of the consequences of failure, while he silently pleads for mercy. A sudden, urgent realization strikes Ur as he surveys the desolate industrial space. He chastises himself for a moment of hesitation, questioning his own judgment. The mission's directive echoes in his mind. The civilian must be rescued and evacuated immediately. Finding a distressed young woman amidst several hostile figures, he commands her to stop crying and rise, receiving a hesitant agreement. Without another word, Ur launches himself into action, a powerful kick blurring with a vibrant blue aura. The force of his strike resonates through the space, a clear declaration of his intent. Before his opponents can react, he seizes one of the men by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as the young woman gasps in shock. His glowing blue eyes pierce through the mask, a silent, chilling promise of swift retribution. In moments, the two aggressors lie incapacitated on the ground, leaving the rescued civilian to stare at her savior, a silent witness to his overwhelming power. A young man, his face contorted in terror, clutches his phone, realizing his desperate situation. His scream of despair echoes as he realizes the gravity of his predicament. He lies helpless on the ground as three menacing figures loom over him, one demanding to know why the door wasn't locked, while he weakly insists he did. The bald leader grins, his eyes glowing with malevolent red light, wondering aloud about the civilian's presence. But before he can act, a voice cuts through the tension, declaring, "I'll take care of him." A blur of motion and a devastating punch connects with the bald aggressor's face. The force sends him reeling back, blood erupting from his face. Simultaneously, a shadowy hand clamps around the neck of another assailant, his veins bulging under the sudden, crushing grip. His eyes widen in shock as a dark, suffocating aura envelopes him. He stands poised, a faint blue aura swirling around him, the ground beneath his feet already cracked from the force of his intervention. One of the aggressors crashes to the ground, utterly defeated. The very air seems to splinter, fragments of energy scattering in the aftermath. Through his mask, Ur's eye glows with an intense electric blue, his fist clenching in readiness. Blue energy crackles violently around his hand, emitting a low hiss as it gathers. A young man named Songwon and introduces himself, a freshman at Hanguk University. Having been interested in computers since he was young, he now spends his time clicking and clacking away at his keyboard. He's become a self-taught white-hat hacker, so skilled that even search engines come to a rookie like him for help. But despite his talents, he was looking for a part-time job to pay for his tuition loans when a message popped up on his screen. A part-time job, he thought, he should probably apply. He declared he would only need a few days to find someone to pay him a whole lot of money, his face set with determination. He couldn't have been more excited to find a part-time job in an area he was actually skilled in, exclaiming, "All right, let's do it." However, his excitement was short-lived, as it ended up being a scam, revealing three menacing figures looking down with sinister intent. He stares at the screen, the truth dawning on him with sickening clarity. This was a scam company. Held down and struck, he can only think, "There's so much I haven't done yet. I can't believe this is how I die." He had all but given up hope. Another brutal impact sends his head snapping back, a dull boom echoing in the confined space. But just as despair threatened to consume him, a sudden, brilliant light pierces the darkness. As a figure descends from above, a vibrant blue aura flaring around their landing. One of the thugs is instantly slammed into the ground with a deafening crash, the impact sending shockwaves through the concrete. The newcomer stands tall, hooded and masked, their eyes glowing with an intense electric blue, a silent promise of retribution. With a swift, decisive motion, a fist crackles with blue energy, striking out with blinding speed. When a hero appeared, he stands amidst the chaos of a ransacked room, two figures already incapacitated at his feet, as two more armed men turn to face him. A calm, synthesized voice echoes in his mind, informing him that they are on an infiltration mission and must eliminate any enemies in their path. The voice continues, almost casually, reminding him of his own formidable strength and muscular physique, before prompting him to shake his hand. As he faces the remaining two adversaries, the system highlights their weapons, offering options to estimate their threat or target. Weapon 2. One of the thugs, marked as Target 1, shouts in disbelief, demanding to know his identity and where he came from. His piercing blue eyes remain calm behind the mask as the AI, Ace, asks if he should be worried about the situation. The system continues its assessment, reassuring him that as a special agent, his physical fitness is beyond question. Finally, the AI concludes, guaranteeing a 100% chance of victory with its assistance. With a decisive gesture, he points a finger, a silent challenge hanging in the air. His voice cuts through the tension, declaring he heard someone talking trash and has now arrived. He continues to provoke, asking if ganging up on one person isn't a bit much for Mr. Octopus and Kangaroo, drawing an angry retort from one of the men. The bald man, now identified as Mr. Octopus, reacts with disbelief and anger at the nickname. Unfazed, he dismisses their anger, suggesting they watch too many movies and have lost touch with reality, further enraging the bald man, who curses him. As the tension peaks, he swiftly clicks something in his hand, followed by a sudden, blurring movement. He mutters to himself, a quiet, almost humble explanation. His strategy becomes clear, to get into their heads, making victory easier, while one of the thugs remains utterly confused by his actions. Ace's foot connects with brutal force, sending a shockwave through his target as the impact shatters the air. Mr. Octopus's face distorts into a mask of pain. And as Ace lands lightly, the other thugs, including Kangaroo, recoil in shock. Their confusion quickly turning to rage as Kangaroo bellows, "You bastard!" But Ace is already a blur, his form shifting with impossible speed. His footwork a silent whisper across the ground, until he reappears, cloaked in a dark, hooded outfit, having vanished and reappeared in the blink of an eye. The powerful kick from Ace connects with a resounding impact, sending a shockwave through Mr. Octopus. His face contorts in agony as a sickening crunch echoes, the force of the blow overwhelming him. Then, with a final flop, he collapses to the ground, utterly defeated, as Ace stands over him. The hooded figure, Ace, muses aloud, wondering if his kick was truly that strong, or if his opponent was simply weak. He observes his own body, noting how he moves like a robot, a stark contrast to the normal human power he just displayed. It felt like a light tap to him, yet it had the power of a normal human. He flexes, feeling the enhanced physical strength coursing through him, a power that makes him question if he's been using steroids. He quickly dismisses the thought, knowing no such inefficient drugs were used to enhance his muscles. Meanwhile, Songwon watches from a distance, his eyes wide with surprise, muttering to himself about the incredible power of that guy. Songwon stares at the screen, a wave of panic washing over him as he questions if his actions constitute a crime. He tries to reassure himself of his innocence, yet the evidence of his work looms large. The screen details his past exploits, successfully breaching a neighbor's home network, even changing their Instagram password, all under the guise of ethical hacking. Overwhelmed by the revelations, he cries out in disbelief at his past self. Meanwhile, Ace, concealed in a hoodie and mask, vehemently denies any wrongdoing. Songwon confronts him, asserting his right to pursue the matter, while Ace pleads for release, claiming he merely left to secure his accounts. Ace insists he's telling the truth, dismissing Songwon's concerns as an overreaction. Back at his screen, Songwon applies his analytical skills, noting that increased pressure on a subject yields more accurate truth analysis. Songwon continues his meticulous analysis, noting that while the characteristics of UR's thought patterns are interesting, there's a 90% chance his analysis is telling the truth. He then muses that there's a 10% chance of it being a lie. UR flinches, his expression tightening as Songwon asks if he's here again. Songwon continues, explaining that they lied and assumed he would just be doing nothing, but he got caught up in their schemes, whipping his head up to look at UR. He elaborates that they were planning to make a quick buck and do shady stuff even after everything was over. Songwon then directly questions UR, asking what he did and if he manipulated stock prices. UR remains silent, his face obscured by his hoodie as Songwon continues, asking about those guys and if they were the ones who installed it at a nearby cafe. Songwon's expression is serious as he confirms that they were indeed the ones who installed it at a nearby cafe. Meanwhile, outside the Donite coffee shop, Yinseo sniffs, visibly upset, while her uncle and Dang Na look on with concern, the weight of recent events clearly affecting them. Reflecting on the situation, Songwon considers the implications of the stock manipulation, wondering if the perpetrators are part of a larger organization, and suggests calling the police. Meanwhile, UR, hidden behind a mask, dismisses the idea, believing there must be a higher-up giving instructions, and that these goons are merely small fries. He acknowledges that he's safe for now, as they weren't directly attacking him, but quickly adds that he shouldn't just stand around waiting for them to deal with the small fries. Songwon, taken aback by UR's casual demeanor, exclaims in surprise, then quickly suggests a cover story, to claim he was kidnapped and will simply tell them what happened. He then asks if UR himself wouldn't also be in trouble, addressing him as Sir, To which Yuar quickly corrects him, stating he's not old enough to be called sir. Yuar then rhetorically asks what he looks like, before Songwon points out the obvious: he's wearing a mask. Songwon clarifies his presence, explaining he's just a passing friend who happened to rescue him, having come because he heard someone was getting beaten up and found Yuar there. He concludes his explanation, simply stating that he saved him. With the conversation seemingly concluded, Yuar turns and walks away, announcing his departure. As he casually walks away, Songwon calls out, questioning if he truly intends to leave. Yuar, however, asks if Songwon expects him to wait for the authorities. Songwon hesitates, unsure how to respond. Looking at the unconscious figures, he then asks if he can also strike them. Yuar, without turning back, simply tells him to go ahead, adding that he should wake them up if he wants them to feel his punches. Songwon smiles, confident that they won't react, no matter how hard he hits them. With a swift motion, he winds up for a strike. His hand descends, lightly tapping one of the prone figures. Another figure stirs, beginning to awaken. He taps yet another, eliciting a pained gasp. The quiet street, home to Tricorn Distribution and Hanbo Electric, was now a chaotic scene of flashing police lights and hushed urgency. Amidst the commotion, one officer turned to his colleague, wondering aloud, how did this get so beaten up? The grim reality of multiple unconscious figures scattered across the pavement prompted another officer to observe that at least they were still alive, before demanding to know what exactly had happened here. Stepping forward, Songwon explained that those bastards had been loitering there for 3 days, looking for him, he suspected, ever since he made them disappear from the stock-related forums. He continued, recalling how they had threatened to kill him if he failed, though he mused they didn't have to go this far. The officer with glasses quickly interjected, denying any involvement and insisting that a passerby had come to help, before trailing off. Songwon, observing the scene, concluded that someone was likely protecting all this, a thought he believed to be true. He then instructed the officer to question the victims the moment they woke up at the hospital, his tone firm. As a victim was loaded onto a stretcher, the officer expressed concern that they might get nothing out of them if they were still affected by medication, highlighting the challenge ahead. The detectives surveyed the scene, one wondering aloud how the victims could have been ambushed so quickly, as his colleague confirmed the victim's account of a swift attack, describing the perpetrators as nameless, muscled street fighters. A lead detective, his brow furrowed in thought, pondered their next move, before decisively instructing his team to first secure surveillance camera footage to identify the culprits. Though no arrests were immediately possible, the gravity of the situation demanded a thorough investigation. Stepping through the building, the detective began his search. Guided by information that a surveillance camera was located just ahead, requiring a turn. He paused, looking up, double-checking if there were any cameras hidden inside the building itself. Meanwhile, a memory surfaced of a powerful figure, Yuar, whose sudden reappearance was met with disbelief, described as a reckless monster rather than a mere individual. He stares at his phone, a deep frown on his face, contemplating the impossibility of making calls. Walking through the city, he considers getting a smartphone, even if it means paying in installments. 3 days pass, and he finds himself on a bus, watching the world outside. The day after rescuing the civilian hacker, he travels by bus along the highway towards Gangwon, heading to the address on his ID to gather more information. The address, however, leads him to the middle of nowhere in the Gangwon province, a vast, empty landscape stretching before him. He stands there, gazing up at the sky, lost in thought. A surge of energy pulses around him, as he questions his own identity and who could have been communicating with the future. Having arrived at the remote address, Yuar ponders his existence, wondering if he truly came from the future and into the past, without any more information than when he started this journey. His journey continues, leading him away from the desolate spot, until he finds himself back in a familiar urban landscape, standing before a bustling PC cafe. Inside, the PC cafe was peaceful once more, and business was booming, with every station occupied. According to the part-timer Yuncio, the cafe now offered a special menu, available only when Yuar was present. He expertly wields a frying pan and spatula, a faint blue aura emanating from him, preparing the special menu items. He muses that when he's out collecting intelligence, the customers stick to the regular menu, a random sales method that seems to work. This unique system operates whether he's at the PC cafe or not, with him serving a customer at the counter. Even after finishing their meals, some customers lingered, drawn by the atmosphere, often staying an extra hour or two since they were already there. Judging by the boss's beaming face, he must have hired more part-timers to handle the influx of customers, and now he calls for everyone's attention. Announcing, "I'd like to introduce a new part-time employee." As the new hire steps forward, Yuar asks for his name again, who then offers a polite, "Nice to meet you." The new employee, Songwon, declares his name with a surprised expression, revealing himself to be the protagonist from 20 chapters ago. Yuar acknowledges him, then glances at a document, noting, "Let's see here. Oh, you're majoring in computer science." Songwon confirms his expertise, assuring them, "Yes, I've always been good with computers. If there are any computer issues, I can fix them." As the new hire, Songwon, formally accepted his position, Yuar observed the scene, while the cafe owner expressed his gratitude, stating he was counting on him. However, Songwon-en's true motivation ran deeper than just a job, as he silently acknowledged the presence of the other man, still here. He reflected on the damage he had caused to this very place, feeling compelled to work here as a form of atonement. With a determined expression, he resolved to do his best to make amends for his past actions. The cafe owner then turned to Ur and Songwon-en, introducing them to each other, explaining that their chef, Dang In Na, had transformed the PC cafe into a popular eatery. He continued, detailing that while the chef was skilled in the kitchen, he was also proficient with computers, hoping the two new colleagues would get along and assist each other. Standing side by side, the two men listened. Before Songwon-en offered a hesitant, At the sound of his voice, Ur's eyes widened in sudden recognition, a clear flinch betraying his surprise as he uttered, Ur. As Ur's gaze lingered, a thought crossed Songwon-en's mind, wondering if this individual was indeed older than him. He voiced his confusion, a simple huh, escaping his lips. Meanwhile, Yunseo's uncle walked away, reflecting on Songwon-en's talents, admitting that while the young man had once left him speechless, he now found himself praising his genius, especially when it came to cooking. Later, Songwon-en found himself shaking hands with a new acquaintance, who introduced himself as Dang In Na, adding a cryptic warning that his identity might be compromised if he wasn't rescued. Songwon-en pondered the situation, feeling a pang of guilt about the friendly man, even as an internal recommendation suggested he be fired. Unaware of Songwon-en's internal conflict, Dang In Na expressed his eagerness to begin their collaboration. The scene shifted abruptly, revealing the exterior of a large hospital building, its modern facade gleaming under the light. He walks along a bustling street, passing a restaurant with its menu displayed, seemingly lost in thought. As if monitoring his every move, Ace's voice echoes, a system log confirming, recorded for security purposes. Good job. Then, the AI adds, you seem interested in money and foods. Financial management is crucial. Continuing his explanation, Ace elaborates that financial management is vital for a good life and the mission, emphasizing that sharing the sense of taste is critical for detecting food risks. He then questions, but haven't you been living a life where you are not eating those foods? Suddenly, a Stark system message flashes. Warning, a fire hazard has been detected. Immediately followed by a sharp command, freeze. He stands motionless on the sidewalk, the urban landscape stretching out around him. Before he finally looks back at the screen, a hint of suspicion in his eyes as he asks, did you pretend to have an error just to change the subject? Despite the warning, Songwon-en's mind still wrestled with doubt, thinking, liar, nothing's going on. But then, a deafening sound ripped through the air, as a massive explosion erupted from a distant building. Fiery debris rained down, painting the urban landscape in shades of orange and red, leaving Songwon-en to stare in wide-eyed disbelief. A single, bewildered question escaping his lips. Huh. Around him, the street erupted in screams as others witnessed the unfolding disaster, the building now clearly engulfed in flames. Another wave of fire surged outward, a roaring inferno consuming everything in its path. The grim reality settled in. There really was a fire. As he watched the destruction, a chilling thought began to form, connecting him directly to the chaos. My body is embedded with. His vision, now perceiving the world with startling clarity, is enhanced by something embedded within him, like an advanced AR device. Even his hearing is augmented, glowing faintly within his ears. As the distant inferno rages, he realizes his physical capabilities have also been dramatically boosted. Even his leg muscles are enhanced, making him confident he could extinguish a fire of that magnitude in one go. This thought solidifies into a firm resolve as he drops his bag, preparing to act. His gaze sharpens, reflecting a newfound purpose. With a swift motion, he reaches for something concealed, ready to confront the disaster head-on. Songwon-en extends his arm, a focused intensity in his gaze, as he commands a fire extinguisher beam to release. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprints down the street, blurring past a nearby school, his mission clear. But a voice cuts through the urgency, questioning his resolve. Are you in your right mind, agent? Ur stands on a city street, a thought crossing his mind, considering the possibility of extinguishing a fire with his own abilities. His gaze sharpens, a faint blue glow emanating from his eyes, as a similar azure energy begins to coalesce around his outstretched hand. With a sudden surge, he unleashes the power, a wave of force pushing outward, as if repelling an unseen threat. Later, a voice questions his identity, asking if he truly possesses his own mind, to which he muses that he supposes he doesn't have a superpower, while walking through a crowd, contemplating the very essence of humanity. He stares at the raging inferno, a desperate question echoing in his mind. The logical answer is clear. Call for help, yet the thought persists, wondering what else he could possibly do. A frantic cry for help cuts through the smoke, a victim trapped high above the street. As below, a young woman points frantically upwards, her voice filled with alarm. A voice crackles in his ear, reminding Ace that firefighters are on their way, but the traffic makes their arrival a distant hope. A grim reality confirmed by the woman on the street. Rescue will likely not come in time. Ur pulls a dark hood over his head, his expression hardening, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue as he resolves to find a way inside. as the system rapidly calculates an optimal route, minimizing risks and hazardous areas. He begins his ascent, scaling the building's exterior with impossible speed and agility. Bystanders below murmur in disbelief, wondering at the sight of him. He acknowledges the system's efficiency, knowing he can reach his destination quickly by utilizing the building's other floors, all while understanding that no ordinary human could be allowed to enter the burning structure. It appears most have already evacuated after the explosion, leaving the path clear for his urgent mission. With a sudden burst of energy, a glowing blue line extends from his hand, grappling onto the building and pulling him further up. More onlookers below stare in awe, some children mistaking him for a spider guy as he continues his impossible climb. His masked face remains resolute, his glowing blue eyes fixed on the task, a silent warning emanating from his very presence. Despite the building's ominous rumbling, UR continues his relentless ascent, the threat of an imminent explosion echoing in his mind. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierces the air, a warning of the impending catastrophe. And with a deafening boom, he is violently thrown from the wall, debris scattering around him. The explosion rips through the structure, engulfing the area in a blinding inferno. Yet, even as he plummets, UR instinctively snatches a new hold, his enhanced grip saving him from a fatal fall. With a renewed sense of urgency, he continues his climb, the explosion barely a setback. Finally reaching the top floor, he spots the trapped girl, huddled amidst the smoke and debris. Her eyes wide with terror, she stares out at the inferno, tears streaming down her face. Without a moment's hesitation, UR extends a reassuring hand towards her, offering a path to safety. Having scaled the burning structure with impossible speed, he finally reached the top floor. There, amidst the smoke and debris, lay the woman he had come to save, who could only manage a weak cry for help. But before he could fully reach her, a sudden, violent explosion ripped through the floor below, forcing him to instinctively shield her from the blast, the odds of their survival decreasing with every passing second. Holding her close, he reassured her that he would get them out, even as she weakly questioned his ability to carry her. He knew he could carry her, but the real challenge lay in the escape itself, muttering to himself about his enhanced body and the need for discretion. Contemplating the next building, he realized the risk of being seen, as there were too many witnesses below. The street below was filled with onlookers, and revealing his superhuman strength would only lead to suspicion. He glanced at the mask he carried, a silent reminder of the identity he needed to maintain. He knew speed was important, but it was pointless if the outcome was flawed. If he acted too quickly, the plan might not be fully formed. As Yinxio asked if they could simply descend, he held her tightly, knowing that a direct path down was impossible, a fact she seemed to grasp as well. The building continued to burn around them, flames roaring as the lower floors became inaccessible. He considered his options, his mind racing through possibilities, even as a gentle breeze flapped around them. But each idea was quickly dismissed, deemed too risky or simply wrong for their predicament. Yinxio, feeling the tension, questioned his focus, reminding him she wasn't a tightrope. He reassured her, promising to do his best, mentally commanding his ACE system to assist him in finding a safe destination. His gaze fell upon a distant power line, a potential path. He began to formulate a plan, envisioning how he could help her maintain balance once they were on the line, making minor adjustments to his strategy. With a soft click, he manipulated a device in his hand, a conflicting thought surfacing. Wouldn't it be simpler to just use his full power? But he quickly dismissed the idea, knowing that throwing her to safety was too similar to attacking, an action that would reveal his true nature and was outside the parameters of his controlled public persona. Still focused on his escape, UR meticulously adjusts the device in his hand. A retort forming on his lips as he asks, "You can cook, but you can't attack people on your own?" His masked face betrays little emotion as he adds, "Correct. Do it yourself." He mutters about the pickiness of the situation. The device already whirring to life with a soft whoosh. The mechanism spins faster, extending its reach over the burning building below, UR's gaze fixed on its trajectory. "Give me trouble, minor adjustments you've got," he challenges. As the device continues its rapid extension. Another whoosh echoing through the air. With a solid clunk, the grappling hook finds its mark. Sparks flying as it secures itself to a power line. "Got it," he exclaims, the line yanking taut under the sudden tension. He launches himself onto the wire, a dramatic cry escaping him. "Aya? I'm not going," as he begins his precarious descent across the city. A piercing scream echoes across the city. As he swiftly traverses a power line, carrying Yinxio who flails, demanding to be let go, only for him to sternly tell her to be quiet. Her panicked cries continue, questioning his dangerous method of escape, fearing they will both fall from the dizzying height. The grappling device propels them forward with a metallic clang, eliciting another terrified shriek from her. His feet wobble precariously on the thin wire, prompting him to instruct her to stay still. Despite the peril, he calmly asks if this pace is acceptable. Suddenly, an unforeseen obstacle causes the wire to break faster than anticipated. But his masked gaze remains resolute, focused on their escape. The power line, already stressed, began to crack ominously, threatening to give way completely before they could reach their destination. With a violent rip, the line tore apart, plunging them into immediate peril. His eyes narrowed in a flash of desperate resolve. UR reacted instantly to the catastrophic failure. But the sudden jolt was too much, and with a swift wish, Yunseo was torn from his grasp, plummeting downwards. He lunged, arm outstretched, desperately trying to recapture her. A terrified scream escaped her lips as she continued to fall, the wind rushing past her with a mournful whoosh. Finally, with a resounding crash, the power line completely severed, leaving UR stranded. Below, Yunseo landed hard on a lower platform, the impact forcing an oof from her lungs. The remnants of the line continued to rip and fray, a stark reminder of their shattered escape. The already strained power line, unable to bear the weight any longer, finally gives way, snapping with a violent crack. With nothing left to hold onto, Yunseo's foot loses its purchase, and she begins to plummet. Her body tumbles uncontrollably, headfirst into the dark void below. A desperate scream tears from her throat, echoing as crackling electrical energy surrounds her descent. A blur of motion streaks across the visual field, as the world itself seems to stretch and distort around him. UR plunges downward, a pained grunt escaping him as his blue eyes snap open, assessing the plummeting situation. Debris explodes around him, but his mind races, a single thought cutting through the chaos. He needs to figure out what to do, and fast. With a surge of power, a crimson aura ignites around his fist, transforming his descent into a weapon. The air itself screams as he carves a path, a whirlwind of destructive force. The world blurs into streaks of light and shadow, as he executes a precise stretch and dash, reorienting himself midair. Finally, with a controlled impact, he lands, dust kicking up around his foot. He plunged through the air, a dark silhouette against the urban sprawl, as a distant voice cried out in disbelief, "What the heck? He's alive." But instead of falling, he shifted, his body defying physics as he began running along the sheer face of a skyscraper, another voice exclaiming, "He's running along the wall." A blur of motion against the glass and steel, until he finally landed with practiced ease on a nearby rooftop, his form settling into a low crouch. A moment of quiet reflection passed over him, as he admitted to himself, "Man, I thought I was dead for sure." Below, Yunseo looked up, startled by the sudden whoosh of air, her voice filled with concern as she called out, "Are you okay?" Having descended to her level, he reassured her, "I'm still alive," before adding a warning, "Come down. It's dangerous." Songwon then appeared, pointing towards the pair, his disbelief evident as he questioned, "How did you survive? Didn't you fall from that super high spot?" UR simply replied, "It's complicated." He simply looks at her, prompting Yunseo to question why he would ask if she knew him, or if they had met before. He dismisses her query, stating that she just looks like someone else, while Yunseo, now exasperated, reminds Ace that he was supposed to be performing calculations. He calmly explains that he thought she would be bored, as she was now part of the story, then adds that he was displeased with the flammable materials used in the building's construction. Yunseo, taken aback by his justification, can only stammer a confused response. She ponders his strange words, her expression a mix of bewilderment and concern. Meanwhile, UR, now wearing a black mask, looks on with a serious, unreadable gaze. The city street below is a scene of chaos, with a building engulfed in flames and emergency vehicles rushing to the site. Songwon watches a video of the destruction on his phone, uttering a single word of awe at the sight. Following the chaotic incident, two investigators review the scene, one questioning how anyone could have appeared on a clothesline to cross between buildings, all while running. His colleague, holding a phone, wonders aloud, how is that even possible for a person? Is he some kind of expert climber or tightrope walker? The first investigator shakes his head, confirming that no one has any idea who the individual is. Their attention then shifts to a peculiar detail, a black plastic bag found at the scene. The image of the agile figure, bag in hand, flashes through their minds, prompting the thought, if you're going to do something like that, you should at least do it when you're free, right? The first investigator confirms, "You're saying the tightrope expert was carrying a plastic bag behind?" A glowing silhouette of the figure, bag still clutched, reinforces the idea that it's just possible. They found a receipt, but it was too folded to decipher, though it did have a store name, leading them to consider, should we check the security cameras? Ultimately, they dismissed the idea, reasoning, what's the point? It's not like he's a suspect, and we have no idea whether the fire was from a gas leak or an explosion. The captain answers his phone, the screen displaying the caller's title. He reacts with surprise, immediately informing his subordinate that the call is from their superior. As they walk, the captain chastises the other man for drawing too much attention, reminding him that the event is known as the incident for a reason, not a simple accident. Looking down at the lingering blue energy, he dismisses the idea of a gas leak, stating that the immediate problem lies elsewhere. The gravity of the situation deepens with the grim discovery of a body on the third floor of the building. Both men are visibly stunned by the news, the captain muttering in disbelief that he thought no one had died. He then adds, with a somber tone, that they had also confirmed the incident was not merely a fire. Meanwhile, an unseen voice expresses profound relief, declaring how much better they feel after a bath. A young woman confronts a man outside an apartment building, her voice laced with exasperation as she demands to know how he could expect her to pay for his academy tuition after she had sacrificed so much. He simply asks why she's there, prompting her to reiterate her question with growing impatience. Her thoughts drift to her own financial struggles, lamenting her need for a part-time job to earn money. Returning to the present, she cries out, wondering what she's supposed to do now, while he calmly reminds her that she's already received a part-time position, so she can simply work. She looks away, a hint of desperation in her eyes, muttering about how she can possibly work right now. He questions if his academy isn't for part-timers, then dismisses her with a curt goodbye. Undeterred, she pleads with him, grabbing his arm, insisting that he can't just leave her like this when she's only asking for a part-time job. Now wearing a black mask, Taehyun sighs, expressing his uncertainty about her request. Despite his disguise, she smiles knowingly, asking how he recognized her. Yinseo explains that she actually frequents the PC cafe all the time because of her job, prompting a masked Taehyun to question her about it. She clarifies, she's quite a good gamer and streams her sessions. Yinseo admits that streaming from the PC cafe isn't exactly a real job, but Taehyun, seemingly distracted, blurts out that she's pretty. He quickly retracts his comment, then asks if she's actually good at games. Again, he dismisses his previous thought, instead inquiring about her subscriber count. Yinseo suggests they go hand in her resume, and Taehyun, feeling a pang of pity for her situation, watches as she readily agrees to the plan. As they step out, the towering facade of the PC cafe looms behind them. Suddenly, Yinseo's expression shifts, her eyes widening in surprise. A thought flashes through her mind. Who is this? Just as she was about to speak, a new voice cut through the air, introducing Aryam Yoon, who declared herself the new part-timer. Taehyun, however, seemed less than impressed, cautioning her not to get ahead of herself. Confused by her sudden appearance, Yinseo questioned why Aryam was there, given she hadn't attended the interview. Aryam calmly explained she heard they were shorthanded, while Taehyun pointed out her previous intention to work as a barmaid elsewhere. With a cheerful shrug, Aryam simply offered to have any discrepancies docked from her pay. His expression remained unreadable as Taehyun processed the new arrival. Meanwhile, an urgent report came in. Visual data analysis indicated a high probability that a recent fire incident was caused by Manhwa. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yinseo immediately took charge, instructing Taehyun that they needed to search internet articles and gather all available information. Their search quickly yielded results, with news headlines reporting a fire at something ST and a tightrope hero who rescued a person. The article confirmed footage of the incident, detailing an anonymous hero being recognized for breaking someone out of a burning building, hailed as a true hero. The news of the Manhwa-induced fire is spreading rapidly online, with countless comments and shares indicating its viral nature. Someone off-screen asks if he can delete the content from the internet. UR, seated at his computer, clarifies his nature, stating he is a combat support AI. An identification card flashes on his screen, revealing his name as Gang Na, as he explains his hacking capabilities are limited to forging identities. The unseen questioner expresses frustration at his perceived uselessness, prompting UR to reveal his possession of a military anti-hacking chip. The conversation continues, pointing out the lack of a current hacker attack and pressing UR on whether he truly cannot remove the spreading news. UR sighs, acknowledging the difficult situation. The scene shifts to a bright, open sky. UR walks away from a cafe, his steps echoing the unresolved tension. He walks through the city, his thoughts heavy with the recent revelation and the unresolved problem of the viral news. As he continues, a new thought surfaces, wondering aloud. So the tightrope expert is at this grade, huh? The city hummed with its usual rhythm, a familiar PC cafe sign glowing brightly against the urban backdrop. Inside, a quiet storage room, marked for staff only, held a lone computer setup, a stark contrast to the bustling energy outside. Meanwhile, a man in military attire declared himself a special forces agent from the future, lamenting that he couldn't find anyone to help him, while others around him dismissed his claims as mere jokes. Reflecting on these widespread phenomena, Songwon considered the possibility, having encountered several individuals who also claimed to be from the future. His phone displayed a flurry of similar online posts, each user claiming to be from 2074, with varied stories of rebirth, hunting, or even being a demon king. Yet, he knew from experience that none of them had proven to be genuine prophets, a fact he had already conveyed to someone else, dismissing the claims as lies. He mused on the impossibility of his own existence by current technological standards, acknowledging that a body-embodied AI was indeed beyond the realm of present-day science. Despite the logical inconsistencies, he felt trapped in the present, unable to change the reality of being stuck in 2024. Meanwhile, a news headline flashed across the screen, reporting a fire on something ST and one fatality during a tightrope incident. A message on a phone screen updates, confirming a body has been found at the scene of a fire reported hours earlier. Songwon stares at the grim news, his expression tightening with concern. Now inside a dark, cluttered room, he questions aloud. The deceased, you found them while I was still in the building, didn't you? You weren't able to find anything? Don't you have something to inform me of? His AR lens, equipped with augmented reality and X-ray vision, scans the area as he presses. You know what I mean, right? The system reports no anomalies. I didn't notice anything in this room. No signs of living people, monsters, or any activity along your routes yesterday. A flicker of suspicion crosses his face. Lying? Hold on. He considers the implications, a quiet shing sound accompanying his thought. If this was a planned murder instead of a simple fire, that is a likely possibility. His eyes widen in sudden alarm. What? The police? He looks at a wall, confirming a detail. Yes, the card I used to buy these things was from this place. Walking through the bustling street, Gang In is approached by a police officer who asks if he purchased a particular item. Just then, a familiar voice calls out his name, and Yunseo, wearing an apron, stands nearby, having apparently found the item. Meanwhile, a police officer on the ground groans, while another reports that a colleague is looking for officers who were lost while watching the fire. Back with Yunseo, she expresses surprise, impressed that the police would go to such lengths to find an item's owner. Gang In offers a hesitant, well. In response, before Yunseo simply thanks him and bids him farewell. As she leaves, he holds up a business card, a detective's contact information, urging anyone with information about an incident to call. Yunseo waves goodbye with a cheerful sure. Bye, while a phone rings in the background. Gang In murmurs to himself, realizing he needs the detective's help to catch the murderer, and considers whether it's safe to meet him now that he has a confirmed identity. As he prepares to leave, Yunseo calls out, asking if he's heading out again, hoping they could work together to get to know each other better. She reminds him that remembering a local police officer could aid his missions, to which he reluctantly agrees to proceed. But he quickly changes his mind, stating he has other things to take care of, leaving her frustrated. Later, her phone rings, and she ponders his mysterious nature. Meanwhile, he arrives at the police station, where a detective recognizes him, asking if he's the restaurant owner from earlier. The detective then introduces himself as In Songwon, stating he's in charge of the incident from before, while Gang In expresses surprise at the sudden change in plans. He finds the situation somewhat awkward, yet Detective In Songwon, facing him, simply asks what brings him there. He explains his presence is due to yesterday's incident, which has become a considerable nuisance. And Songwon acknowledges his point, understanding why one might perceive it as a mere casualty, but insists there's a deeper reason he labeled it a nuisance. Looking visibly annoyed, the detective then challenges him, asking if he possesses any evidence. Gang In calmly explains that the incident escalated into a formal investigation due to someone's baseless assumptions, and since no one else was stepping up, he decided to walk on the tightrope himself. And Songwon's eyes widen in surprise, a sudden realization dawning on him. He begins to stammer, piecing together the implications of Gang In's words. As In Songwon struggles to articulate his thought, Gang In gives a confident thumbs up, confirming he is indeed the tightrope expert. Frustrated by the sudden revelation, In Songwon demands to know why he wasn't informed earlier, to which Gang In simply replies that he never asked. He stands before the detective, a slight smirk playing on his lips, urging him to simply accept the situation. Songwon, however, recalls the grim details of the incident, a body discovered in a room where no one should have been. He struggles to comprehend the implications, questioning the true nature of the victim's death. Gang In, meanwhile, meticulously records notes, asserting that the victim was already deceased before the fire. The Violent Crimes Team office looms in the background, as he explains that despite the blaze, no one was moving in the room. He considers the possibilities, wondering if the victim was drugged or already dead. Later, at a cafe, he reveals that someone had attempted to cover up the incident with the fire. Songwon, seated across from him and another man, asks if the National Forensics had been consulted. Gang In confirms that he was checking for evidence of a short circuit, suggesting the fire was deliberately set. Songwon's frustration is palpable, realizing that with the guards present, they've likely lost potential suspects. But Yuar, deep in thought, suddenly recalls a specific individual, asking if Songwon remembers the person he saw yesterday. He confirms his recollection, clarifying that it's visual data collected before the fire incident. Songwon urges him to continue, as a digital projection of a building materializes before them. A soft exclamation escapes Songwon, intrigued by the sudden visual. Yuar then clarifies that he saw Songwon's own memory of the individual from yesterday, prompting a surprised "Oh, really?" from the detective. He begins to describe the first person in vivid detail, noting he emerged from an apartment in the building, holding a cigarette in his right hand, and appeared to be on a call. Yuar continues, detailing a bracelet on the man's left wrist and a red, checkered shirt with 2 missing buttons. He even recalls the color of his hair, brown with a slightly white underside, leaving Songwon utterly astonished by the vividness of the recollection, as if the scene were unfolding right before his eyes. He explains, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, that the memories are, in a sense, real. As Yuar continues to sketch, Songwon watches him work, the details of the second and third individuals from the memory beginning to take shape. A confident smile spreads across Songwon's face as he suggests they get a composite drawing made from the information Yuar remembers. Songwon mentions their sketch artist isn't currently available, but then Yuar calmly interjects, offering to draw it himself. Holding up a surprisingly detailed drawing, Yuar receives a surprise compliment from Songwon, to which he simply replies that he's not bad. His pen moves with incredible speed and precision, the sound of it gliding across the paper filling the quiet office. With his sky-blue eyes glowing intensely, UR listens as Songwon asks if he can project images of the three suspects directly into his vision. UR readily agrees, and three holographic faces shimmer into existence before him, prompting him to ask if they can zoom in further. Songwon confirms the image, asking for it to be upscaled and then overlaid onto the paper. Songwon observes UR, who is mumbling to himself, and wonders if he is all right, while UR reassures him that he is. With a pen in hand, UR declares his intention to draw the figures one by one. The pen moves swiftly, gliding across the paper with a soft, quick sound. Engrossed in his task, UR continues to sketch, the sound of scribbling filling the quiet room. With a quick motion, he flips the page, revealing a new blank canvas. Moments later, UR holds up his completed drawing, presenting it to Songwon and Taehyun, who lean in to examine the details. The sketch reveals two distinct faces, rendered with astonishing precision and detail. One of the faces, a man with a worried expression, is highlighted, prompting Songwon to exclaim in disbelief. A blank sheet of paper is held up, then quickly flipped over. UR crouches, presenting a new drawing to Songwon and Taehyun, who lean in to examine his work. His hands hold the paper steady, revealing three distinct, if somewhat rough, sketches of faces. But with a sudden motion, the paper is crumpled into a tight ball. Turning his back to his companions, UR casually remarks, "I was just warming up, haha." Songwon and Taehyun stand before him, listening to his light-hearted explanation. As Songwon questions him, wondering why he was merely drawing, UR casually replies that he was just about to call it a drawing, implying it was nothing serious. Meanwhile, an internal system message flashes, indicating that temporary control must be authorized for him to act freely, even as blue energy crackles around his pen. Observing the strange process, Songwon remarks on the peculiar way he draws, while Taehyun, still processing, admits he thought UR was skilled at it. With a sudden flash of light, UR simply states that he was just warming up. His companions stare back, utterly bewildered by his nonchalance. Their expressions shifting to outright shock as they notice a small cut on Songwon's cheek, a silent testament to the unexpected power of UR's warm-up drawing. Undeterred, UR continues to draw with intense focus, his pen scratching across the paper, bringing a powerful, beast-like creature to life with glowing blue lines. As he continues to sketch, glowing lines of energy trace his movements, a surprised exclamation escaping him as the drawing takes on a life of its own. From a distance, his companions watch, one muttering that he's like a machine. They question if he's a prodigy, or perhaps even a professional artist. Unaware of their thoughts, he focuses on the small figure he's creating, declaring it a special agent of the Earth Alliance, though knowing they cannot hear him. He then holds up a completed portrait of an elderly man. His companions react with an astonished wow. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes. In a different location, an authoritative voice demands immediate identification of the suspects, urging his subordinates to get on it. The next day, the sounds of sizzling and chopping fill the air as a bustling eatery comes to life. Soon, a steaming bowl of Sichuan cuisine, rich with aroma, is ready to be served. Songwon and Yunseo eagerly dig in, praising Gangin's cooking as fantastic and so delicious it could bring tears to their eyes, while UR, behind the counter, generously offers them more. The meal continues, a moment of simple enjoyment. But the lighthearted atmosphere shifts as Songwon asks if UR was at his place yesterday, a question Yunseo quickly denies, before Songwon reveals that everyone was arrested, just as the news reported. UR's eyes widen in surprise at the news, especially when Songwon adds that drugs were apparently found on the arrested individuals. Troubled, UR ponders the rapid developments, wondering how so many could have been arrested for drugs so soon after his own visit to the police. Still reeling from recent events, UR's phone rings, and he answers to hear a voice on the other end say, "But thanks to you, Ace." He greets the caller, "Hello, Detective Park." The detective, Mr. Na, expresses his gratitude. "Oh, Mr. Na, I just wanted to thank you for helping us arrest the culprit." He continues, explaining that two suspects from their sketches had given names, though the information came from a different organization. The situation grew more complicated, as they even found drugs in one of the suspects' houses. The detective speculates, "I think he came over to borrow some money for drugs." He concludes, but the victim didn't give him anything, so he killed him. The investigation spiraled, leading them to the people who sold the drugs, and they caught them all. Even more shockingly, they found Jungjin Na, the actor, among them, causing quite an uproar in the entertainment industry. Still on the phone, UR considers the detective's words, acknowledging that speed is important, but quality is paramount. He muses that if something was done too quickly, it might not be fully cooked. And being exposed to the public could interfere with his secret mission, but he quickly dismisses the idea of living and hiding forever. As he continues his call, UR states that as long as he was the one who drew them, it was fine. He then humbly accepts the detective's recognition, claiming he was just doing his civic duty. With a final "sure," the call ends. Yunseo, looking at the drawing, wonders what it is, while Songwon asks what UR drew that Detective Park was talking about. The drawing itself is just a few simple doodles. Yinseo, still confused, asks if Detective Park was seriously talking about these doodles, to which Songwon adds that he believes UR knows exactly what they want. A sudden, clumsy stumble sends a young part-timer crashing to the floor, drawing the bewildered attention of his coworkers, one of whom exclaims, "Huh." As he goes down, a container of instant noodles flies from his grasp, splattering across the floor, prompting a frustrated cry. "Ah, this moron spilled the instant noodles." The clumsy part-timer attempts to defend himself, retorting, "Hey, it's only because you were messing with my keyboard." Another voice sighs, "Geez, they spilled more instant noodles." A blonde coworker, seemingly a manager, points emphatically, barking orders, "Rookie part-timer, go." The mop-wielding coworker offers a bright, if slightly exasperated, smile, ready to tackle the mess. Suddenly, a powerful impact sends the part-timer reeling, slamming him to the ground with a loud thud, eliciting a pained cry. His coworker watches, mop in hand, as he lies sprawled on the floor, groaning in discomfort. An older man, holding a plate, glares down, admonishing him, "Watch where you're going, chew my wrist." But then, with a sharp thwack, he quickly apologizes, I'm sorry. He clutches his hand, a grimace on his face, muttering about having broken something, while his coworker, Yunseo, immediately panics, frantically asking if she should call an ambulance, the police, or even the fire department. Before he looks up, his expression unreadable. He dismisses her concern for his hand, more worried that she's stepping on his bones, but she insists they must touch to check for damage. Yunseo then points towards the chef, telling him to go do it. He approaches the chef, asking if he can see his hand, while Yunseo tries to interject. The chef presses down on his hand, causing him to wince in pain. He confirms his bone is fine, just a sprained wrist, and Yunseo echoes his relief that his hand isn't broken. Then, with a determined look, he offers to help the chef, pressing his hand in return. A surprised expression crosses his face as he exclaims that the pain really does hurt less now, leaving the chef equally astonished. Yunseo, observing his discomfort, muses that he must be skilled at giving massages, too. Meanwhile, a thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he should get injured more often. He knows his recovery will take a full 24 hours, and it will only worsen if he doesn't relax. He is advised to try not to use his hand too much until tomorrow, as it would only get worse. But the protagonist is troubled, wondering what he's supposed to do, with a part-time job scheduled for noon tomorrow. A chef, Songwon, overhears him, asking if he's a chef himself, and then adds that he does catering. Relieved, he exclaims that he's so glad to have found someone, as they need him on short notice, while a female chef in the kitchen declares she'll be on her way. He then asks the female chef if she knows how to cook, to which she confidently replies that she can make instant noodles, though she secretly believes she can make any meal at the same time. Songwon, clearly taken aback, retorts that even if that's the case, one can't just make instant noodles, expressing doubt about trusting her with the job. He stands before Songwon, who looks at him with a mix of concern and expectation. Songwon is looking at him, but there is already an answer he expects to hear. Though he had just asked for help, UR hesitates, thinking to himself that he also had his own work to attend to. Songwon, however, cuts through his thoughts with a direct offer, promising 300,000 won if UR would just help him out this one time. The unexpected sum gives UR pause, his expression unreadable as he considers the proposal. Then, with a sudden, decisive motion, he reaches out and firmly slaps Songwon's outstretched hand, a clear, if unconventional, acceptance of the terms. Taehyun approaches the chef, who is busy with his work, and apologizes, explaining that he has other commitments. Undeterred, Taehyun offers a substantial sum, 300,000 won, for the chef's help just this once. He punctuates his offer with a friendly slap on the chef's shoulder, causing the man to recoil slightly and question if he's meant to endure such public shaming. The chef's expression shifts to one of surprise and honor, as he realizes Taehyun is genuinely asking for his assistance, calling it a great honor. A golden aura briefly flares around him as he admits he initially expected Taehyun to flee, given the complaints about the food's arrival. Overwhelmed, the chef accidentally drops the plate he was holding, then looks up, reflecting on how amazing Taehyun's food was, leading him to visit the place daily ever since. He wonders if he could learn something new by coming every day, but then pauses, considering Taehyun's current request. Taehyun, now alone, contemplates their next move, suggesting that since they're throwing a party with the food, they should also investigate other areas. UR considers his current objective, a preliminary investigation of the area, coupled with earning some money on the side for the mission. He knows this is his chosen course of action, yet a part of him acknowledges that he cares more about the money than the mission itself. The next morning arrives, and with a low rumble, a van speeds down the road. Inside, Songwon praises his passenger, remarking on his skill behind the wheel and how smooth the ride has been. UR, however, humbly dismisses the compliment, claiming he's just decent. He then adds that he prefers the older style of driving, before revealing his plan to pick up Yunseo and the chef with the van, noting that he's the only one with access to it. Songwon responds with a dry "you're welcome," reminding him that he's the one actually doing the work. Changing the subject, Songwon asks if UR heard the news about the famous actor boy, Gang In, making a comeback. UR confirms he did, and Songwon explains they're actually heading to an event featuring that very actor. UR mentions he heard the release is in about a week, prompting Songwon to ask if that timing is acceptable. He couldn't fathom why anyone would want to watch a movie featuring such a person, especially when the film was already considered a financial write-off by those who barely knew him. That's precisely why Songwon explained they were scrambling to do some last-minute reshooting. He expressed gratitude for the actor's return, but acknowledged the immense difficulty ahead, noting that even a single panel at this stage would be a huge risk for the actor. All of this, just for the reshooting. Though the full details remained unknown, it was clear the situation must be incredibly rough for the director. Meanwhile, the actor Gang In, still one of the top 3 box office draws in the country, was confident the timing would work out well. Yet, a moment later, a cigarette dangling from his lips, he muttered that they were screwed. Back in the van, UR voiced his dislike for the situation, to which Songwon suggested it was a bit of everything. Gang In, seen from behind, then questioned if they should simply redo the scene. A man in a baseball cap expresses his frustration, lamenting that they have no time and must simply pray for even a glimpse of a shot. His anger boiling over, he blames the entire predicament on that druggie. Meanwhile, in a separate, violent confrontation, a man is brutally attacked by unseen assailants, one of whom threatens to kill him if they don't get the charger, while another laments its loss. Back with his associate, Songwon offers food, suggesting they eat and calm down, noting that the producers are all exhausted. Elsewhere, the actor Gang In looks utterly shocked, muttering a confused before declaring he can't possibly eat right now. A woman with a stern expression makes it clear that they will all be in the red if the movie fails, insisting that Gang In be told to get lost, as they cannot afford to waste any more money on them right now. Gang In remains visibly stunned, as a piece of glowing food is picked up with chopsticks, prompting him to question its nature. Later, as he and the woman eat, Gang In admits he was sure he had no appetite, only to exclaim how amazing the food is. From an unseen location, a voice sharply commands, demanding that the topic of drugs be dropped immediately. Meanwhile, in a bustling kitchen, a new chef has stepped in to cover for the usual cook, who reportedly injured his wrist, and an observer marvels at the young man's exceptional skill, impressed by how quickly he works. In another room, a tense meeting unfolds as one figure suggests they start over, director, while another complains of boredom and a looming headache, prompting a third to offer a gentle baby, cheer up. Outside, a sudden alarm ripples through a crowd gathered before a building, as a voice urgently declares, "Sir, we've got trouble." 2 men react with visible shock and fear, a shiver running down their spines. Amidst the growing panic, Yunha Shin dashes away, her expression a mix of fear and urgency. A loud clang echoes, as wooden planks splinter and break apart. Unaware or unconcerned by the unfolding events, Gang In strolls away from the building, his back to the 2 figures who watch him depart. A young man sits on the ground, clutching his ankle in agony, a quiet apology escaping his lips. His ankle, visibly swollen and discolored, betrays the severity of the injury, a silent testament to his regret for not being more careful. Bystanders quickly gather, their voices rising in alarm, desperate for someone to call for help, yet realizing the futility of an ambulance in their remote location. Amidst the growing concern, a plea goes out for anyone with first aid knowledge. Meanwhile, a figure in a beanie and glasses observes the unfolding events with a detached air, a quiet declaration that it is all overhanging in the silent air. Back in the kitchen, the chef, chef man, gasps in disbelief, wondering if he's dreaming at the sight before him. With a bandage covering his mouth, Gang In is asked if he can truly treat such an injury. As his hand rests on the now glowing, visibly healed ankle, the injured man confirms that Gang In treated his twisted ankle, the field emergency first aid having relieved the pain and aided in its rapid healing. Yet, a flicker of doubt crosses Gang In's eyes as he recalls someone having stated earlier that the injury was a broken ankle, not merely twisted. As the injured man sat on the ground, his twisted ankle clearly visible, the situation called for immediate action. He offered to take a look, but Yinxio quickly interjected, reminding him that a doctor's orders meant a trip to the hospital was still necessary. Despite his offer of first aid, Yinxio reiterated the need for professional medical attention, though the injured man, desperate, simply pleaded for any help he could get. Turning to her, he politely addressed her as Miss Staff Lady. Her eyes widened in disbelief, utterly taken aback by the unexpected title. Snapping back to reality, she quickly ordered someone to bring bandages and a first aid kit immediately. She then called out to Yunha, urgently requesting the bandages. Meanwhile, he pondered the strange interaction, wondering if he had truly been called Miss Staff Lady. The sudden call startled Yunha Shin, who reacted with wide-eyed surprise. As Yunha Shin, the actress, steps forward, she drops a small bottle, offering it with a slight huff. The injured man gratefully accepts the aid, as UR continues to tend to his ankle with Yinxio looking on. Meanwhile, Yunha Shin's knuckles crack audibly, a subtle sign of her impatience or perhaps a nervous habit. She then drops a small, cylindrical bottle, adding it to the growing collection of first aid supplies. UR expertly yanks a bandage into place, securing the injured ankle, concluding the first aid. He notes that while the injury was severe, it wasn't a full break. Yunseo, looking concerned, asks if he is truly all right, while the chef man watches from behind. The injured man, now able to move, confidently states that he thinks he will be able to walk around soon. Yuar then turns his attention to Yunha Shin, reminding her that she still has a schedule to participate in. Having received emergency treatment, the injured man confirms he's been given medication, but still needs time to fully recover. A director-like figure, however, insists that speed is important, though not at the expense of quality. He then suggests they could call in another stunt double, as the injured man acknowledges that if it was done too quickly, it might not be fully cooked. But the injured man wonders aloud how they are supposed to find someone good enough to double for Yuchan Kim. The director-like figure, seemingly exasperated, demands they bring the injured man back to set, even if it means carrying him. He dismisses the idea of finding a replacement, stating there's no time for such things. The injured man reacts with alarm, realizing it's game over for everyone if they don't make the scheduled release date. Suddenly, Yuchan Kim appears, offering to act out the stunt himself, asking if they are ready. The male lead, Yuchan Kim, then voices a concern, wondering what would happen if he were to get hurt next. The director-like figure turns to the injured man, confirming that his left foot is indeed a sprained ankle, not a break, and that he's just being dramatic. This will be the end of the movie, if they have to pull someone from the production staff to fill in as a stunt double. The director, still searching for a solution, suggests a simple disguise, but his plea for a volunteer is met with absolute silence. He throws his head back in despair, questioning the trials he faces, while the injured man remains slumped on the ground. The injured man's distress manifests as a dark aura, as the director, desperate, offers to double the pay for a stunt double. His voice rising in desperation, he offers to quadruple the pay, begging for someone to fill the role. Suddenly, Yuar appears, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, a resolute expression on his face. A powerful red aura flares around him, signaling the arrival of a chosen one. A small group of people gathers, discussing the importance of speed, but Yunseo quickly interjects, reminding them that speed is pointless if the quality is bad. She continues, suggesting that if something is cooked too quickly, it's probably not fully done. Meanwhile, a new presence makes itself known, as Yuar, with his piercing blue eyes, is identified as the chosen one. Back with the group, Yunseo playfully dismisses her earlier seriousness, claiming she was just kidding and that she thinks she can still manage. She then turns to Songwanan, asking him if he's listening, and expresses her frustration that he never seems to pay attention to her. A closer look reveals Yuchan Kim, standing beside Songwanan, and it's noted that Songwanan's physique is surprisingly similar to Yuchan's. He finds himself confronted by a man who eagerly asks if he is athletic. The man, identified as the director, then exclaims in distress, calling out for help. His face etched with worry. He explains they need to get Songwan into makeup to avoid awkwardness, promising to make it work with CG, before asking if they have a deal, to which Songwan agrees, but only for quadruple pay. The director enthusiastically declares they should start filming immediately, while a smaller figure, presumably Songwanan, laments that the movie is doomed as the scene shifts to an empty film set, awaiting the actors. On set, the director points out that Yuchan Kim is the male protagonist, while Songwanan is cast as the villain, a revelation that causes the supporting actress, Yunha Shin, to express her frustration, feeling it was unnecessary to explicitly state her role. The director then reveals that the villain in this scene is supposed to be played by a top-tier actor, a statement that leaves Songwanan looking surprised, foreshadowing the scene's intensity. He explains that he will be outside the camera's view until everyone's cue, and Yunseo confirms her understanding. The script details a scene where the villain is to be hit in the jaw and then the knee, a sequence the director notes is the easiest to capture. Songwanan then asks if it would be awkward if they all decided to proceed as planned, to which Yunseo replies that they can change the entire choreography since they've only just begun. He considers that this isn't the proper way to film action, having knowledge of filming from his training manuals, and questions if they're truly filming. He believes the scene requires more realistic movements. Turning to the others, he suggests they just attack him for real instead, prompting Yunseo to exclaim in surprise. He clarifies that they should attack him as if trying to hurt him, promising to play along and assuring them it will make things look better on camera, but Yunseo hesitates. Yunha Shin, looking worried, asks if someone might get hurt, reminding them that the success of the film depends on them. As the implications of Songwan's proposal settled, Yunseo couldn't help but voice her skepticism, wondering aloud what he truly understood about filming methods. Dismissing him as just some guy, she still sulked at the fact that he hadn't recognized her earlier. Unfazed by their apprehension, Songwan declared it was time to skip practice and simply do it, assuring them that no one would get hurt. He then directly challenged Yunseo, Yuchan Kim, and Yunha Shin, telling them to attack him for real, as he would handle everything else. A faint, ethereal blue glow emanated from his eye, a subtle hint of the power he possessed. As the three actors processed his audacious demand, Yunseo noticed another figure standing nearby, questioning why he was just listening in. The man, Gang Na, responded with a playful smirk, declaring that he was also an actress. Later, Gang Na and Yuchan Kim posed together, both now sporting vibrant Hawaiian shirts. Standing side by side, he and Yuchan draw admiring comments from onlookers, who marvel at how alike they appear, noting that one possesses an even more perfected physique than the other. With a confident glint in his eye, which briefly glows blue, Ace declares his intention to finish the task in a single take. The director confirms the camera position, choreography, script, and film set size are all in order, ready for the shoot. Ace then asks the director if he can manage a single take, to which the director responds with a simple yes. He explains that filming right away, without practice, would save them time, and that a single, perfect take is better than multiple attempts. The director, impressed, asks if he can truly do it, and Ace confidently affirms that he can. He then clarifies his identity, stating his name is Ace, not Quadruple Pay. The director, seemingly amused, agrees to the no cuts in between, just one shot approach, and Ace steps onto the set, ready to begin. Observing the scene with a keen eye, the director's expression remains thoughtful. His instincts, honed over years in the industry, whisper to him that something significant is about to unfold. He watches Ace, who stands ready on the set, a figure of absolute reliability. The crew prepares, awaiting the signal to begin. Then, with a burst of vibrant purple and pink light, Ace begins his performance, a glowing plate held firmly in his hands. A woman in a floral dress lets out a startled cry, her eyes wide with shock at the sudden display. She stands alongside Yuchan Kim and another woman, all three observing the unfolding scene with varying degrees of amusement and surprise. The trio seems to be anticipating a challenge, ready to devour everything Ace has to offer. One of them calls out, demanding he cough it up. Ace launches himself into the air with explosive force, executing a rapid flip to evade an incoming strike, his movements a blur of speed and precision. The sheer athleticism draws gasps from observers, one remarking on the incredible jump, while another notes the instructor's command to truly challenge him. Two of the participants, an attacker in a purple shirt and another in a brown hoodie, exchange determined glances, one urging the other to get him, though acknowledging the difficulty of cornering him. Ace acknowledges a command with a sharp, "Yes, sir," and continues his swift, evasive run. From the sidelines, a masked instructor with a straw hat issues precise instructions, guiding Ace on the exact movements needed to avoid their attacks. As an attacker lunges with a punch, Ace deftly shifts, the blow whistling harmlessly past him. The attacker cries out in frustration as his momentum carries him past the target, while the instructor calmly calls out "left," directing Ace's next move. Ace executes the command flawlessly, continuing his fluid, evasive dance. He continues his flawless evasion, a blur of motion as he twists away from an incoming strike. His body reacting instinctively even before the system's voice can issue its next command to jump, urging him to concentrate on the precise position displayed. A sharp beep from the system confirms the camera has achieved its optimal angle. But then, lying in a bed, he jolts awake, a sudden realization dawning on him. This isn't in the script. The system, however, continues its detached analysis, noting that camera 3's angle would have been perfect for the shot. Back in the simulation, he weaves through a flurry of attacks, a whirlwind of evasive maneuvers. As multiple blows land, jarring him violently, yet he pushes through the pain, his legs still pumping, refusing to yield. A collective gasp of horror escapes the onlookers, their faces contorted in disbelief as one of them cries out, demanding to know if the attacker has lost their mind, insisting that the blows are far too real. A powerful force sends him reeling, a sharp whoosh cutting through the air as he's thrown backward from another unseen strike. He crumples, hunched over, a desperate plea escaping his lips, begging for it to stop. Among the horrified observers, Yunseo cries out, her voice strained, reminding everyone to stick to the script, her own pain evident. Another concussive boom echoes through the space, signaling yet another brutal impact. A searing blue light erupts from his back as the force of the blow sends ripples through his body. With a soft flop, he collapses to the ground, his hat flying off, a dawning realization hitting him. None of this was ever part of the script. From his vantage point, the director watches, his face contorted in frustration, wondering why no one is calling cut, and cursing the fact that UR is doing nothing to defend himself. Still on the ground, a pained arc escapes him, the lingering force of the impact still present as he struggles to move. He is dragged across the ground, the unseen force relentless in its assault. His body contorts with the momentum, a whooshing sound accompanying his unwilling slide. A dull thud echoes as he continues to be pulled, his face a mask of pain. The brutal treatment shows no sign of stopping. Then, with a violent wham, he is lifted and slammed back down onto the unforgiving surface, blue energy flaring at the impact point. A pained groan escapes him, the force of the blow leaving him gasping. Before he can recover, a fist connects with a sharp POW, snapping his head back. But in a flash of defiance, his hand shoots out to grab the wooden staff of his attacker. With a powerful whack, he uses the staff's momentum to swing himself into the air, turning the tables on his assailant. As the simulation reached its chaotic peak, a sudden, unseen force erupted, causing the observers to recoil in shock, their faces contorted in screams as blue energy pulsed around them. Yun Ha-shin cried out in alarm, her body giving way as Song-won watched on, a nervous smile plastered across his face, before she finally collapsed, joining the growing number of unconscious figures. The room was a scene of utter disarray, with several individuals strewn across the floor, unconscious. Only Yunseo and Yuchon Kim remained standing, surveying the unexpected devastation. Looking at the scene, Yuchon Kim could only exclaim, "You're all nuts." On a bustling film set, UR stands over a figure lying prone on the ground. Suddenly, a voice booms, "You're all nuts." UR and Yunseo walk away from the commotion, their footsteps echoing softly. They continue their path, leaving the set behind. Inside a nearby building, UR turns to Yunseo, declaring, "I came to save you." He hesitates, a thoughtful expression on his face. UR begins to speak, but his words catch in his throat. Yunseo looks up at him, her eyes wide with surprise and a hint of betrayal, reminding him, You said we. You promised." A disembodied thought cuts through the tension. That's not part of the script. The director, surveying the chaos on his film set, lets out a frustrated sigh, admonishing the unseen culprit. He reminds them that the instruction was to act like they hit the extras, not actually injure them, as murmurs rise from the fallen figures. And he laments his own passion, wondering what he has done. But then, with a sudden spring, one of the extras sits up, leaving the director utterly bewildered by the unexpected recovery. Other extras begin to rise as well, one asking how such a thing was possible, while another exclaims that it didn't hurt at all, admitting they were genuinely scared but felt no pain. The director, still reeling from the bizarre incident, could only stare as the actor, UR, stood before the group of extras, asking if they had truly pulled off the stunt without injury. An older female extra, adjusting her glasses, seemed to ponder the question, wondering aloud if he hadn't actually hit them, while a younger male extra chimed in, suggesting it was all just acting. The director, however, knew better, recognizing the impact was real. The older extra then clarified, stating that one couldn't simply act getting hit like that, especially when the force was enough to break bones. It was a genuine impact, yet they felt nothing. Another extra, a young woman, echoed the sentiment, asking what they were supposed to do when no one actually got hurt, before confirming that they were all perfectly fine. UR, with a slight smirk, gestured to the group, confirming their words. They were indeed fine. The director's face contorted in utter disbelief, his mind struggling to process the impossible reality. What was happening? The extras themselves, gathered in a circle, looked equally perplexed, wondering how they could have endured such a blow without pain. The older female extra, still trying to make sense of it, mused that it felt as if the impact had simply passed through her, without actually touching her. UR, observing their confusion, simply affirmed their assessment, acknowledging their strange experience. As UR attempts to clarify his strange ability, he explains that the impact passed through Songwon and as he slid down his body, but Songwon quickly corrects him, stating that wasn't quite right. Still grappling with the inexplicable experience, Songwon wonders aloud how such a thing could even make sense. UR then probes further, asking if he knew he wouldn't get hurt, to which Songwon responds with a surprised, almost dawning realization. Songwon clarifies his memory, explaining that UR didn't actually hit him with a fist, but merely pushed him away, again correcting the narrative. He vividly recalls UR holding onto his arm as he fell, the memory so fleeting he questions when that precise action even occurred. A sudden realization dawns on him, as he comprehends that UR must have seen him behind him and deliberately altered his movement, leaving him to wonder how such precise awareness was possible. The memory solidifies, a firm grip on his arm confirming the recollection. As UR stands with Yunseo and Yunha Shin, a voice from off-panel declares that enough has been said. The director, now with Yuchon Kim and Yunseo, exclaims his vindication, revealing he had sensed something extraordinary and kept the camera rolling the entire time. The urgency in the air was palpable, with one voice insisting that they simply erase the footage, while another worried about potential complications. But the decision had already been made, and the agreement to proceed echoed across the set. The director, observing the playback, noted with keen interest how clearly the camera had captured the moment he was grabbed by the collar. All the cameras were indeed recording, a fact that impressed one observer, who remarked on the incredible foresight, as this entire setup, it seemed, had been orchestrated to continue with the director of photography's vision. A dawning realization struck one of the crew. It appeared as though the subject had calculated the positions of all the cameras, moving accordingly. Another crew member, Yunseo, expressed her confusion, stating she had merely followed the director's instructions, unaware that other cameras were even off. The subject himself, watching the unfolding events, could only utter a disbelieving "no way." The question lingered. Had he truly calculated all his movements and choreography based on the camera positions? His masked face offered no immediate answers. He turns to the director, asking if his part is finished, to which the director enthusiastically confirms his amazing performance. The director then expresses gratitude for his genuine acting, and UR, pleased, acknowledges the compliment. With UR's scene concluded, the director calls out to Mr. Kim, asking if he's ready, and Yuchon confirms his readiness. UR, seemingly confused by the praise, questions what was so amazing, while the rest of the crew, including Yunseo, Yunha, and Songwon, react with a mix of cringing and laughter. Yunseo, visibly annoyed, wonders aloud how he could possibly believe any of that was actual acting. Yuchan suggests the crew is merely pretending they don't want to reshoot the entire scene, while Yunha speculates that Uar must have physically coerced them, and Songwon simply declares it a problem. Later, Uar stands, now wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a mask that obscures his face, as Yunseo muses that he would have likely called his manager over the incident. His eyes, however, pierce through the mask with an intense, glowing glare. Still reeling from the strange encounter, Yunseo wonders why he keeps staring at her. A sudden thought makes her gasp, questioning if he somehow read her mind, a small clatter echoing around her. The mysterious figure is known as Agent Na. Meanwhile, Agent Na's attention shifts, his internal systems detecting a new source, identifying it as a stray dog. He turns his head, his gaze sweeping upwards. The three of them stand together, observing the surroundings. Another detection registers, this time a more critical warning. A structure will soon fall from the ceiling. The realization hits with sudden force, the collapse happening all at once. His eyes glowing with intense blue light, Uar calculates the impact, just 5 seconds away. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunges forward, grabbing Yunseo by the arm with a firm grip. He pulls her along, a blur of motion as the structure groans around them, the internal countdown echoing. For seconds. Yunseo, caught completely off guard by the sudden, violent speed, can only manage a startled cry. Her eyes wide with terror, she lets out a piercing shriek as the countdown drops to 3 seconds. The sound of her fear fills the air, a desperate, drawn-out wail. Still moving at an impossible speed, he continues to drag her forward, the countdown now at 2 seconds. With a powerful, calculated move, he grabs a massive metal beam, the impact echoing with a sharp clack. Bracing himself against the beam, holding Yunseo close, he prepares for the inevitable as the countdown reaches 1 second, followed by a heavy clang. The sound of metal groaning under immense pressure continues, a final, resonant clang as the structure gives way. The structure gives way with a violent crash. As heavy debris thuds down from above, unseen voices cry out in panic, realizing the entire set is falling apart. Massive metal beams and pipes begin to tear loose, clanging loudly as they collide and tumble through the air. Caught in the torrent, Yunseo is thrown downwards. Her face contorted in terror as she screams for her mother. She continues to plummet amidst the deafening clang of collapsing metal, crying out for help. But he holds her securely, a faint sigh escaping him as he notes her persistent noise. Still amidst the collapsing structure, Uar is surrounded by the cacophony of tearing metal and splintering wood. More debris rains down, each impact resonating with a sharp clang. He looks upward, his face obscured by a mask, as the environment continues its violent descent around him. The sheer volume of falling material is overwhelming, a relentless cascade of destruction. A blinding flash and a deafening crash then signal a massive, final impact. A sudden, unseen event sends a wave of panic through a crowd, their screams echoing as they recoil in terror. Through the swirling dust and debris, a voice cuts through the commotion, urgently asking if Miss Shin is all right. As the dust begins to settle, Yunha Shin's long hair whips around her, confirming she is indeed fine. Without a moment's hesitation, Uar sweeps her into his arms, carrying her swiftly away from the danger. His sharp gaze sweeps the area, assessing the lingering threat with intense focus. Still held securely by Uar, Yunha Shin lets out a startled cry, the shock of the event finally catching up to her. Now wearing a mask, Uar turns to her, a hint of amusement in his voice as he asks if he scared her, to which she emphatically agrees. Yunha Shin stares, wide-eyed and disoriented, as the chaos subsides around them, a single question escaping her lips. Uar, still holding her close, offers a calm reassurance, though his follow-up question about her being from the set seems to miss the gravity of the situation. The city street stretches out before them, a massive, glowing rift tearing through the sky, a stark reminder of the sudden, terrifying event that had just unfolded. As the reality of the situation settles in, Yunha Shin can only utter a stunned, what happened? Still masked, Uar stands beside her, a hand casually on her shoulder, acknowledging the intensity of the moment with a simple, well, I guess it was really. Her eyes widen further, a dawning realization washing over her, as she gasps, oh my gosh. Now unmasked and relaxed, Uar sits on the ground, looking up at her, as she continues to process the implications of his actions. Standing over him, Yunha Shin recalls his earlier promises, reminding him of his vow to catch falling rebar and save her from any danger, anytime. The full weight of his words, and his subsequent actions, hits her with a sudden rush, leaving her utterly flustered. Still processing the suddenness of his actions, Uar questions her reaction, wondering if she had begun to hate him after he had so abruptly tossed her aside. He quickly reassures her that he holds no ill will, then asks if she is all right, realizing she might have been hurt. Yunha Shin, still flustered, admits her initial thought was that he had thrown her out of hatred, while the man in the blue shirt anxiously calls out to her, asking if she is all right. She then quickly shifts her concern back to him, pleading for him to confirm his own well-being, as the man in the blue shirt, kneeling, assures Uar he is fine, but questions if Uar is angry. Ignoring the man's question, Uar redirects his attention to Yunha Shin, asking about her condition, to which she can only offer a hesitant, incomplete response. His gaze remains steady, his eyes visible above the black mask and beneath the brim of his straw hat. Her expression is a mix of confusion and lingering shock, her brow furrowed as she processes the recent events. The man in the blue shirt, still concerned, mumbles a question about the situation, his eyes wide with worry. The memory of the danger flashes through their minds, a grim reminder that others could have been crushed to death in the chaos. A crew member reflects on a past incident, the grim thought of actors dying from a faulty set, declared finished construction, weighing heavily on him. Yet, amidst the potential tragedy, one truth stands out: he's a hero. You are, now seen in a vibrant Hawaiian shirt, embodies that sentiment, looking up with a relaxed smile. Back in the present, the older crew member questions a younger colleague about the extensive damage, asking if he intends to repair the entire set by himself after it broke during filming, then wondering about the fate of the other people involved. He then turns to another man, who excitedly declares they captured everything on camera. The older man, confused, asks what he's talking about, only to be told they had a camera rolling for behind-the-scenes footage and happened to catch the incident on film. A hand types on a keyboard, as the voice insists they got really lucky, urging him to come see for himself. The footage begins, showing UR moving with blinding speed, pulling a woman out of the path of an unseen, explosive force. Without hesitation, he wields a long pole, striking down the threat with powerful, resounding blows. With a sharp, metallic sound, UR deflects an unseen attack, his movements a blur of efficiency. He then seizes his opponent, sending them crashing into the surroundings, the impact echoing loudly. The defeated figure scrambles away, fleeing the scene with desperate speed. Meanwhile, in a control room, 3 crew members stare intently at a monitor, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. One of them exclaims, "No, I did," while another questions, "Didn't Mr. Na film this?" The footage, a top-down view of the chaotic scene, prompts one to declare, "This is practically a Hollywood movie." Another voice adds, "How do we get this shot? We didn't even know we were filming it." The director, his expression serious, interjects, "Excuse me, director. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but..." He continues, his gaze fixed on the screen. Although it would be a shame not to use a scene as amazing as this. The footage playing on the monitor clearly shows a chaotic event, yet the director's assistant insists, it is still an accident. It isn't staged. She continues, voicing her concern, "What if word gets out that the raw footage from the accident isn't staged? We'd never hear the end of it, would we?" She then suggests, couldn't the production team weave their magic, especially since no one even got hurt? The director, however, counters, "And if something happens, we can use our lawyer at that entertainment. They can afford that much." Still hesitant, she asks, "Are you really going to use it anyway?" He responds with unwavering conviction, "Of course. How could I not?" The director clutches his head, a groan escaping him. Ugh. As he walks away, the assistant calls out, trying to get his attention. Nah. Hustle." She continues, "Save me. You are laughed too. Rescuing civilians is a basic mandate of the Earth Alliance." The director looks down, deep in thought, acknowledging the weight of her words. The Earth Alliance is the core programming of the entire society of civilians above all else. I just don't know what to do. His assistant watches him, then turns away, a sly thought crossing her mind. I was wondering if he'd be good for our movie. Haha. Still considering the footage, the director offers a compromise, assuring UR his name would be added to the end credits, a proposition UR considers thoughtfully. The director continues, explaining that public recognition might complicate future missions, but quickly adds that additional compensation would be provided to mitigate any difficulties. Ultimately, the director dismisses the concern about UR's face causing major issues, and UR, with a simple sure, gives his consent for the footage to be used. Overjoyed by the agreement, the director expresses his gratitude, then turns his attention to Yunha, noticing her earlier distraction. Yunha, looking somewhat pensive, reassures him that she is fine. Her expression remains thoughtful, a hint of concern lingering in her eyes. Later, as UR and Yunha walk together, she observes him from behind. Her gaze falls upon a noticeable tear in the back of his shirt. Concerned, Yunha hesitantly asks if he was hurt, pointing out the damage to his clothing. As she considers the tear in his shirt, Yunha's mind drifts back to the incident, recalling her initial concern about his well-being. A sudden, terrifying memory of the collapsing structure makes her gasp, as the sheer scale of the danger they faced resurfaces. She remembers the massive steel bars that had been falling all around them, but he had moved with impossible speed, saving both her and Yuchan from certain harm. And yet, despite the immense danger, he had emerged with barely a scratch, leaving her in awe of his capabilities. Back in the present, Yunha's concern is met with a firm declaration from UR, who reminds her that protecting the production staff is essential. He reiterates that he told her he was a staff member, then, with a sigh of exasperation, decides he's done and will return to the truck. A chef, holding a steaming dish, considers his work, thinking that while speed is important, it's pointless if the food tastes bad. He worries that because he fried it so quickly, it might not be fully cooked, as a voice from off-panel exclaims about the amazing food from the food truck. The director, impressed, remarks on the chef's youth and talent, then asks Yunseo which restaurant he usually works at. Yunseo replies that she heard he works at a PC cafe, which prompts Yunha to question the unusual employment. The director finds it unbelievable that someone so talented would work at a PC cafe, and Yunseo confirms that he isn't coming back to the food truck. The director, undeterred, declares his intention to ask him to come back, even if it means doing so the day after tomorrow. Yunha, with a bright smile, claps her hands in delight, exclaiming that with the help of the chef, their action movie will be a success. The movie they are discussing is titled A Sunny Day, described as a romantic comedy directed by Kim Min-jun. Songwon wonders if the person they're waiting for won't be coming today, but Yunseo assures him she'll bring him back for filming tomorrow. Yunseo claps her hands, declaring that with Mr. Na's help, they'll create the best action movie ever. The director looks on in disbelief, reminding them that their film is supposed to be a romantic comedy. A hand holds the script, dismissing the importance of its genre. The director, now resolute, suggests that replacing all the romantic scenes with action will solve their current dilemma. Songwon questions the sudden shift to action, then, realizing their tight schedule, decides to immediately call a martial arts director. UR confidently asks why they would even bother hiring a stunt coordinator, reminding them that he has proven his ability to meticulously plan and execute action scenes himself. Songwon and Yunseo exchange a glance, offering a hesitant agreement. On the film set, a discussion unfolds about the production's pressing needs, with the chef suggesting that time is the most crucial element, but that speed is meaningless if the quality suffers. Songwon, considering the implications, wonders if they truly need more time, questioning if anyone could be better than UR, yet acknowledging that UR isn't even an actor and they can't demand too much from him. Meanwhile, the director, seemingly unconcerned by such details, dismisses the need for specific qualifications to become an actor, reminding everyone that UR's movements were said to be on par with a renowned martial artist. Songwon, on the phone, exasperatedly tells someone to give it a rest already. While the director, with a determined glint in his eye, insists they stop sweating the details, declaring he will personally take care of the problem and urging them to just get on with it. Despite the director's confidence, Songwon remains visibly worried about the movie, recalling UR's promise to handle everything. Later, UR walks away from the set, reflecting on how everything had been going well until the whole production suddenly fell apart. He finds it suspicious that the collapse occurred in the middle of the shoot, with all the actors present. After processing the visual data from the collapse set, the system indicates a high probability that the structural integrity was compromised by an external force, leading to the sudden collapse. Confirming his suspicions, UR asks if Yunha Shin agrees that someone deliberately sabotaged the set. The evidence points to a sinister truth. Multiple heavy stage lights fell directly towards Yunha Shin's position. She realizes the implication, understanding that anyone with access to the script could have predicted her exact location. The chilling conclusion is undeniable. Someone could be specifically targeting her. UR confirms the suspicion, suggesting it's possibly someone who wants to see the entire film fail. As he dashes towards her, Yunha Shin, still processing the danger, invites him to chat further. Their hands meet, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the chef man is overcome with despair, sobbing uncontrollably at the devastation. Still reeling from the recent sabotage, director Sun desperately pleads, imploring UR to save their movie. The director passionately conveys the dire straits the movie is in, while UR, listening intently, lets out a soft sigh. He dismisses the situation as having low value for his intelligence, stating he cannot bother himself with matters in Seoul. Director Sun, however, lights up at the mention of Seoul, explaining they'll be filming additional shots they're starting tomorrow. UR reacts with a surprised "oh," though he still claims to have other things to do, despite being able to stay all day. The director reassures him, insisting he can simply pop in for the shoot and leave whenever he wishes. He adds that as long as UR can do it all in one take, like today, it would be acceptable, but UR firmly states it's unacceptable, and he must finish his mission at the temple base first. Director Sun, however, quickly agrees, promising UR will definitely be there with him, muttering to himself that the production team is in no position to be picky. He then offers a new condition, believing it acceptable if UR can secure funding for his participation, remarking on how quickly Ace changed his mind. Director Sun, his face etched with relief, expresses his gratitude, promising to rewrite the script by tomorrow, even if it means pulling several all-nighters, the negotiation now complete. Overjoyed, he throws his arms wide, laughing triumphantly. Gangin's involvement had clearly reinvigorated him, allowing the director to finally showcase his full potential, all of the previous less-than-ideal scenes now replaced with even better ones. Both the actors and staff had been forced to rush filming in the morning, but now, two staff members exchange hopeful glances, one asking if things are looking good, the other cautiously agreeing that maybe they'll work out all right. Thanks to Gangin, the afternoon brought a more relaxed atmosphere to the set. Suddenly, the piercing screech of tires cuts through the air, as a car skids violently to a halt, revealing Mr. Kim, the office manager at THO Entertainment. Yunseo, visibly distressed, clutches her phone, calling out to director Sun, who appears equally stressed in the background. Inside the production office, the director and Yunseo stare at UR, who stands radiating a faint, ethereal glow, as the director, exasperated, asks if this is all they have, pleading for his help. He then launches into a tirade, warning that negative reviews will plague them if they release the film as is, and that a flop would spell their ruin. The director continues, reminding UR that they can't extend filming indefinitely, and that despite their best efforts, failure to deliver will cost them their investors. UR simply raises a finger to his lips, silencing them with a soft shoo. The director, utterly fed up, declares he's tired of hearing about their limited options, as UR calmly asserts that he will solve all their problems. With a confident gesture, a marker glides across a whiteboard. UR's hand writes, announcing his intention to change the genre. Both the director and Yunseo gasp in utter disbelief as UR, with a confident smile, reveals his plan to transform the movie into a romantic comedy. The director stares at the script, a mix of genres swirling before his eyes, as Yunseo questions the sudden, drastic change. He tries to interject, reminding UR of their tight deadline, but UR remains firm, insisting the genre must change, despite the director's protest that it will ruin them. With a dismissive wave, UR explains he has no time to elaborate, already busy with other tasks, leaving the director to collapse in despair, utterly defeated by the decision. Suddenly, a figure bursts through the set's entrance, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air and startling everyone present. The director and Yunseo recoil in surprise, wondering who could possibly barge onto a film set with such disregard. The intruder, Songwanin, continues his stride, oblivious to the commotion he's caused, as a crew member complains about the dust. The director's face is a mask of utter shock and disbelief. As Songwanin walks away from the set, a voice calls out to him, "Sir." Now in a different setting and dressed in a suit, Songwanin is greeted by Mr. Kim, who expresses surprise at his personable nature. A man with a discerning gaze considers the situation, a quiet hum escaping him. Meanwhile, Taeho Lee, the director of entertainment, acknowledges someone with a polite, "Ah, Mr. Lee." As they walk away from the wreckage of a film set, he explains that he didn't want to come down personally, fearing he might intimidate the film crew, while the other man simply sighs, "Osh." Footsteps echo as another figure departs the scene, leaving behind the stark reality of the collapsed set, a scene of utter devastation. Mr. Jang's expression darkens, having heard that the set collapsed due to someone's mistake during production. As they continue to walk, the conversation turns to the underlying reasons for such an incident. Mr. Jang asserts that such things don't happen without reason, noting the director's recent appointment, and then pointedly asks, "How much longer are you going to keep hiding the truth, Mr. Jang?" Still reeling from the previous confrontation, Taeho Lee offers a hushed apology. Suddenly, a small figure dashes into the scene, their tiny feet pounding the ground. It is Mina Lee, a child actress and Taeho Lee's daughter, her bright eyes scanning the area. She calls out to him, having overheard the commotion, concerned by the raised voices. Mina reassures him that he wasn't angry, just loud, blaming the noisy environment for the misunderstanding. As they stand together, the director approaches, greeting Mina warmly and complimenting her cuteness. He playfully questions Taeho Lee about his anger, echoing Mina's sentiment, to which Taeho Lee simply acknowledges the director's perception. The director then muses to himself, concluding that Taeho Lee must possess multiple personalities. Still engaged in the bustling environment, Mina Lee confidently declares that the new version will surpass the original, before excitedly greeting her friend, Minji, who playfully insists on being called by her proper name. Meanwhile, the director, intrigued by Taeho Lee's earlier comments, questions him further, mentioning Gang In-na as a truly great actor. He elaborates, revealing that Gang In-na is not only a skilled actor, but also a formidable martial artist. The director continues to praise him, describing him as capable of portraying a Hollywood-level villain while still being a good person, and even a talented cook. Impressed by the glowing recommendation, Taeho Lee acknowledges that Gang In-na must indeed be quite accomplished. The director then asks if he's part of their company, assuming Taeho Lee hired him at the last minute, prompting Taeho Lee to inquire about his current whereabouts. With a slight hesitation, the director begins to respond, as Taeho Lee points off into the distance. His gaze leads to a bustling street scene, filled with food trucks and outdoor seating. And there, amidst the crowd, stands Gang In-na, the subject of their conversation. Confirming the location, Taeho Lee adds, "In that food truck." His expression remains thoughtful, as if still processing the implications of Gang In-na's current occupation. The bustling street comes into view, with rows of picnic tables set up outside a vibrant food truck. Inside, a man with striking blue eyes works diligently, his face partially obscured by a clear mask. Gang In-na, the subject of their discussion, is expertly flipping food in a pan, a chef's apron tied around his waist. "So you're telling me that Gang In-na, the martial artist you were talking about, is also good at this?" Indeed, the renowned martial artist is seen expertly cooking at a food truck. His hands move with practiced ease over the grill, creating a sizzling sound. "Yes, that's him," Songwanin confirms, still bewildered. "But why is the martial arts director cooking food for the crew?" "Wait, are you saying?" The director, now sporting a hat and sunglasses, continues, "that the food truck that's been going around, and has been acting as the lead actor since then, especially the one who refused to become." "Are you kidding me right now?" Songwanin exclaims, completely shocked. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, questioning how they could even consider hiring someone under such circumstances, especially given the budget. The director, however, simply asked, "What? Embezzler? Why would you say that?" before clarifying that the movie would likely make a fortune, so what did it matter? He then urged them to trust him, assuring them they would see the final results, and to make sure they received all necessary payments, regardless of their legitimacy. Songwon An's expression remained one of utter disbelief, as the director continued, demanding a full breakdown of the film's finances, down to the last penny. Gang and Na, the director, and the other men watched something intently, as the director reiterated his demand for all necessary payments, regardless of their legitimacy. The title Hero of appeared, hinting at the project's name. Meanwhile, on a bustling street, a food truck stood ready for business, with a voice exclaiming how incredibly good the food was. A young girl, eyes wide with surprise, reacted to the scene, wondering aloud, "What is this?" The young girl, still captivated by the food truck's offerings, decided to call her treat Hodgepodge Snacks. The chef behind the counter found the name peculiar, yet assured her the taste was exceptional. Nearby, a man with a focused gaze observed the scene. As she savored the popcorn, Minji pondered her mother's warnings about gaining weight, wondering if heroes were exempt from such concerns. Turning to the man, she asked directly if he was the protagonist. He acknowledged his role, explaining that despite his age, they were both in the same narrative boat. Later, as they walked away from the food truck, Minji inquired about more snacks for the following day, but he regretfully informed her that he would be filming in Seoul, and the food truck would not be there. This news prompted her to consider stashing some treats in her father's car for later. He then offered to make her some if she visited the PC cafe where he worked, provided she came with her parents. His phone vibrates with an incoming call, the screen flashing with a notification. "Really?" he mutters, a sense of urgency in his voice. Then here. Minji, still holding her own phone, protests, "No, it's not like that." As he explains, "I'm going to Seoul to film." As he begins to walk away, the young girl calls out, "Wait, Mr. Lee, please wait for me a moment, and come see what I've made." Later, speaking with the chef man, he hears, "You know how the director does, right? He's such a perfectionist that he won't let it go if it's not done only one way." The chef adds with a confident smirk, "Even he can't say anything bad about my dish, though. Doesn't that tell you everything?" The director, his head subtly shifting, seems to consider the situation, eventually conceding, "Fine, I'll watch it. Let's see just what it is he filmed." UR's expression hardens, a focused intensity in his eyes. On a bustling film set, surrounded by cameras and monitors, he stands beside the director, a distinct clack echoing as filming commences. A camera flashes, capturing the intense action on set, as a crew member questions if the incredible feat they just witnessed was computer-generated. The director, his eyes wide with disbelief, stammers, trying to process what just happened. On a monitor, a hand points to the playback of the actor's dynamic movement. As Mr. Kim asks the director when he had time to calculate all the complex blockades for the shoot, leaving the director utterly bewildered. The director throws his hands up in exasperation, insisting there was no time for such calculations, given their tight schedule. Mr. Kim quickly interjects, explaining there's no time to elaborate further. He clarifies that the actor himself calculated all the blockades and moved accordingly, performing the complex sequence flawlessly. The director, still reeling, asks if he means the kidding guy, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he processes the information. His expression shifts to utter shock as he realizes an amateur actor managed to execute the first take without a single mistake, an unprecedented feat. The chef, however, remains unconvinced, believing that while speed is important, it's utterly pointless if the food tastes bad. He worries that since it was fried so quickly, it's probably not fully cooked, while elsewhere, Mr. Kim clutches his head, admitting he was mistaken in his earlier accusations against the director. Bowing deeply to a female staff member, he apologizes for his arrogant behavior, to which she simply expresses relief that they are now on the same page. Still reeling from the video, he declares that anyone who still didn't understand after witnessing UR's performance must be incredibly stubborn, and resolves to personally offer his thanks to the chef. With that decision made, he heads off. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the food sizzles enticingly in the pan. As the chef greets him with a surprised, "Hello," Mr. Kim bursts into the kitchen, exclaiming how incredibly good the food is. The chef offers him more, but Mr. Kim clarifies he didn't come for snacks. Taeho Lee, the director of 2 Entertainment, introduces himself as the man in charge of the current film, observing that someone seems eager to depart. He internally justifies his actions, believing he simply did what was necessary, even as an unseen voice suggests his expression betrays his true feelings, prompting him to wonder at their unexpected thoughtfulness. Holding a piece of food, he describes it as similar to hardtack, offering it for a taste. The small, crunchy pieces fill the bowl, glistening under the light. He admits his dislike for hardtack, as it evokes memories of his past, yet resolves to try it out of sincere gratitude. A distinct crunch echoes as he takes a bite. His eyes widen in unexpected surprise. A gasp escapes him, followed by an exclamation of disbelief at the complex flavor profile, salty, yet sweet and savory all at once. Standing outside, he muses that the taste reminds him of hardtack, but with less oil and an utterly amazing flavor. The chef, wiping down a counter, remarks that he's already had some of the snack if they're talking about the director. Tae-ho Lee, eyes closed in pure bliss, finds the snack so incredibly good that he's tearing up from the sheer delight. Meanwhile, a voice hopes she thanked him properly, as Mr. Kim calls out to Minji, inviting her to come eat some hot snacks. However, the outdoor seating area remains eerily quiet and empty, prompting Mr. Kim to ask the chef with growing concern where she could be. Elsewhere, Ace's eyes glow with an intense blue light as he whispers a name, while a masked man, equally concerned, also asks where Minji is. Later, Mr. Kim reports that he could not find Minji, addressing someone named Lee. Even as the search for her intensifies, Minji Lee has already departed the building, her small figure stirring the dust as she walks away. Yet, the system reports an inability to detect her anywhere in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim expresses his gratitude to Tae-ho Lee, who stands nearby, phone in hand. Tae-ho Lee recalls Minji's insistence on exchanging numbers, a playful request to ensure more snacks in the future. He answers his phone, a simple hello escaping his lips. Suddenly, a powerful impact strikes. His phone snaps in two, shattered by an unseen force. The silence that follows is heavy with unspoken questions. Mr. Kim turns to address the mysterious Mr. Na, his voice laced with concern. What's wrong? A voice asks as Ace stands, his back to the viewer, his expression shifting to one of surprise and concern while holding a phone to his ear. Songwon answers his phone with a casual, drawn-out greeting. Suddenly, a sharp impact echoes, followed by a distinct crack. The force of the blow leaves him stunned. As you are, noticing his distress, calls out to him with concern. Looking down at the shattered device, Songwon can only utter a bewildered question, his eyes now glowing with an intense blue light. Later, now wearing an apron, Songwon walks alongside UR outside, still grappling with the incident. On a new call, his eyes still faintly glowing, he ponders the possibility that Minji was behind the destruction of his phone, questioning the likelihood of such an event. Still reeling from the incident, he meticulously analyzes the audio from his broken phone, but the initial sounds detected do not match his expectations. Determined, he instructs the device to analyze the audio from earlier, playing a recorded call. As the analysis deepens, a faint whir emanates from him, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, a subtle aura surrounding his form. The analysis completes, confirming indications of breakage, with sounds composed of air escaping a soft object enclosed in a cover. Further details emerge, describing the cracking of steel-plated plastic and various sounds created by an object within a confined space. Standing amidst the kitchen, his blue aura pulses, the implications of the analysis settling in. His gaze sharpens, the blue glow intensifying, as the phrase steel-plated plastic echoes in his mind. A few days later, he walks casually down a street, accompanied by a young woman. Even in his everyday life, the apron he wears, emblazoned with the Steak Man logo, hints at his current occupation. A sudden, distant sound of a car echoes, followed by a sharp impact. A heavy, muffled thud reverberates, suggesting a struggle or a forceful restraint. A frustrated voice curses, the sound sharp and angry. Minji, gagged and bound, struggles against her restraints, her eyes wide with fear as she tries to make sense of her predicament. One of her captors, realizing her attempt to call for help, exclaims his surprise at her hidden phone, quickly reassuring himself that everything will be fine. Standing over the bound girl, the lead thug explains how he broke the device the moment she began dialing, then turns to his accomplice, demanding to know why he allowed the situation to escalate. He continues, worried about the consequences if her call isn't returned, while his subordinate meekly apologizes for the oversight. Grabbing Minji by her hair, the thug presses her for information, and she fearfully reveals the name of the person she tried to contact, Steak Man. From an unseen location, a voice expresses concern about drawing too much attention, while another insists they must eliminate any witnesses before their actions are discovered. Meanwhile, a young man, Mr. Na, is approached by an associate who tentatively asks, Mr. Na? Na's expression has grown serious as he looks at his phone, prompting the associate to inquire, what's wrong? Why did you turn so serious after seeing my girlie? The associate's voice betrays his anxiety, adding, you're making me nervous. Na, however, is already focused, his internal systems activating a hostage rescue protocol. His gaze sharpens as he processes the data, confirming, I have detected a girl's handbag and a bag of children's snacks in the front parking lot. A car speeds away, its last known location marked on a digital map as last seen in parking lot. Moving east, Na's eyes glow with intense focus as he connects the dots, realizing a trail of crumbs from the snacks lead to that car. The car continues its rapid escape. As the car speeds away, a figure waves frantically from the parking lot, calling out to Mr. Na. Inside the vehicle, a passenger hesitates, uttering a soft sound of confusion. Meanwhile, Mr. Na's gaze falls upon a small, pink bag lying abandoned on the asphalt. A chilling realization dawning on him as he recognizes it. This is his daughter's bag. His mind races, the question forming, wait, is she? A guttural sound of disbelief and fury escapes him, his expression twisting into a mask of rage. Inside the car, the driver is warned, Sir, someone's coming at us. Before they can react, Mr. Na, a blur of motion, dashes towards the vehicle, his speed incredible as he closes the distance, a furious shout tearing from his lips. The passenger screams at the driver to move, who slams the accelerator, the car roaring to life as it attempts to escape. The kidnapper's car accelerates away, its engine roaring as it attempts to outrun its pursuer. But Mr. Na, aware they've sensed his presence, dashes forward with unwavering resolve, knowing he must act quickly. His eyes scan the environment, landing on a nearby road sign, a potential tool in his desperate chase. Without hesitation, he snatches the sign, intending to use it as an improvised weapon against the fleeing vehicle. His grip tightens around the metal pole, the material groaning under the immense pressure of his hand. Then, with a powerful surge of strength, he winds up for the throw. The sign flies through the air, striking the car's rear window with a deafening impact, shattering the glass into a spiderweb of cracks. His arm follows through with the force of the throw, the air whistling around the trajectory of the now broken sign. Inside the car, a kidnapper glances back, initially amused by the pursuit, but his expression quickly shifts to shock as he realizes the damage. Inside the speeding car, the kidnapper in the passenger seat scoffs, wondering if his pursuer truly believes he can catch a vehicle. But just in case, he shouts to the driver to floor it. In the back, the young girl, Minji, remains bound and helpless. Her small voice whispers for her parents, a desperate plea. Tears stream down her face, her eyes wide with fear. The kidnapper glances back, a cruel laugh escaping him as he remarks that the pursuer must have grown tired, deserving his fate. He then barks at the driver, ordering him to forget about their pursuer and keep driving. Outside, Mr. Na pushes himself harder, his legs blurring as he dashes forward. The car screeches away, its tail lights fading into the distance. Reflected in the car's window, Mr. Na's gaze is sharp, his presence a sudden, chilling intrusion. Then, with a sudden, explosive force, he moves. Before the kidnappers can even register his approach, the passenger is violently ejected from the speeding vehicle. A cry of shock and pain escapes him as he tumbles through the air. Yet, Mr. Na doesn't slow, instead moving with impossible speed, keeping pace with the car as if it were standing still. Inside, the remaining kidnappers stare back in disbelief, one exclaiming, "What the hell?" From above, Mr. Na continues his relentless pursuit, leaving a trail of dust as the kidnappers question, "Who the hell is this guy? How is he still flying in out of nowhere?" The driver, gripped by panic, shouts, "Step on it. Speed up and shake him off." But despite their desperate acceleration, Mr. Na remains an unyielding shadow, closing the distance once more. Still in relentless pursuit, Mr. Na spots a critical vulnerability on the vehicle, urging himself to focus on the top of the hood. He knows that the vehicle will lose power if he can land a direct, critical strike through that marked location. With a powerful surge, he sprints alongside the speeding car, a blur of motion. His hand reaches out, firmly gripping the car's exterior. Then, with a resounding bang, he launches himself onto the roof, poised to strike. A precise impact follows, a direct hit to the car's hood. Inside, the kidnappers recoil in terror, a choked gasp escaping one of them as they realize the impossible. From above, Mr. Na's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his presence radiating an almost lunatic determination. The driver, gripped by fear, screams at his accomplice, demanding they hit the brakes to dislodge their impossible pursuer. With a resolute affirmation, he continues his relentless assault, his foot slamming down onto the vehicle's roof. As the car careens wildly down the dirt road. Inside, the young girl, bound and gagged, watches in terror. While above her, the determined man remains fixed to the car's exterior. Further back, a small crowd of onlookers is gathered, some even attempting to capture the unbelievable spectacle on their phones. The kidnappers inside shriek in panic, realizing their pursuer is still there, still on their tail. UR is violently thrown through the air, a powerful, unseen force propelling him. From the ground below, Minji cries out his name, her voice echoing through the misty forest. Meanwhile, a car speeds along a winding dirt road, oblivious to the drama unfolding above. Elsewhere, a man with glasses cackles, convinced of UR's demise, gloating that he's dead for letting go of the car. Yet, UR somehow manages to regain his footing, landing momentarily as he stares at his hands in disbelief. Only to be sent plummeting once more, this time directly towards the speeding vehicle below. A sudden, vibrant blue-green aura erupts around him, catching him completely by surprise. Still plummeting, a vibrant blue-green aura erupts around him, as a voice from the vehicle below declares they've successfully forced their enemy to break. Inside, Minji struggles against her bonds, demanding to know who her captor is. The man in the black shirt barks orders to his driver, urging them to hurry and escape. But the car only skids wildly across the terrain. He shouts again for speed, only for his subordinate to report that the vehicle isn't slowing down. A sudden realization dawns on the man, wondering if this was UR's true objective all along. Enraged, he curses his worthless subordinates, demanding they get out of the car. Yet, a determined voice cuts through the chaos, promising to hold on to her. Inside the wrecked vehicle, the man who had been driving still clutched Minji, her mouth bound, her eyes wide with fear. Outside, the car lay embedded in a massive crater, its occupants now standing nearby, one of them stammering in disbelief. The man in the patterned shirt, one of Minji's captors, demanded to know who had caused such devastation. UR, now standing before them, calmly replied with a single, unexpected phrase. As the captor questioned his words, UR moved with blinding speed, a surge of blue energy emanating from his hand. The force of the impact sent the man reeling, his confusion evident. UR continued his assault, his form wreathed in a vibrant blue aura, closing the distance to his next target. Another powerful strike landed, the sound echoing through the air. The captor was launched violently through the air, leaving streaks of blue energy in his wake. The force of his attack sends one captor arcing through the air, while another lies already defeated on the ground, their desperate cry cut short as they hit the earth. A third captor, knife in hand, can only stare in disbelief, utterly unable to track the speed of his movements. Before he can even react, UR delivers another devastating blow, sending him careening backward. The impact sends him tumbling, collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. With all threats neutralized, UR calmly approaches the crashed vehicle, his attention now solely on the captive inside. Inside, the young girl remains bound, her face etched with fear. Reaching into the car, he quickly begins to untie her. As he works, he remarks on the shoddy craftsmanship of her captors, finding their knots surprisingly loose. Offering a reassuring smile and a peace sign, he promises to save her, urging her not to worry. Minji, still bound, remains a silent captive within the vehicle. He scoffs, a confident declaration echoing in his mind. I'm so much better than them at fighting whole. A strategic voice, perhaps an internal system, queries, how can I subdue that damn kidnapper? Then immediately suggests, you could jump into the car and subdue him. The advice continues, offering alternatives, persuade him over time, or lure him out of the car. Standing near the crashed vehicle, UR considers the options, while the voice cautions, but what if he got away somehow? He's already advised not to approach the vehicle. From an aerial perspective, the voice emphasizes the need for patience. You need to be prepared for the enemy to lower his guard. It elaborates on the target's likely behavior. He will not step out of the vehicle until he feels safe enough to do so. The recommended distance is 15 meters. Inside the car, the kidnapper, startled, mutters, what? He backed off. Does that mean he's not going to attack me? A rustle of movement as the kidnapper, now visibly anxious, decides, I should get out of here before those guys get here. As the kidnapper makes a desperate move, a metallic clunk echoes from the car, signaling his attempt to open a door. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, calling out, HEYU. The kidnapper, holding Minji tightly, demands a vehicle. Get me a CAR. He adds a chilling warning. And don't even think about calling the cops. UR watches the scene unfold, his expression hardening with grim resolve. Suddenly, the kidnapper clutches his head, a wave of purple energy washing over him as he screams Minji's name in agony. Elsewhere, a man exclaims in disbelief, give him a CAR that crashed a CAR and kidnapped a child, while a woman urges, no, calm down. Recovering from the sudden attack, the kidnapper makes a desperate dash, carrying Minji away as he shouts, fine. UR's voice, cold and unwavering, echoes in the kidnapper's mind. I'll get you a CAR. So don't you dare lay a finger on Minji. If you hurt her, I'll wipe out your entire family. I'll make you regret your actions to lure. Still reeling from the mental assault, the kidnapper's mind conjures a bizarre delusion, screaming internally about the importance of speed in cooking, yet fearing the dish might be undercooked. His eyes wide with a manic glint, he affirms his distorted logic, convinced that his strange plan is sound. Snapping back to reality, the man clutches Minji tightly and sprints towards a waiting car, while UR, having recovered from the initial shock, gives chase, his footsteps pounding the pavement. As the kidnapper shoves Minji into the passenger seat and slides behind the wheel, she wonders if he truly intends to kill her, despite his earlier promise, while he angrily demands to know what UR is doing in the middle of the road. The young girl's face is etched with fear, her thoughts consumed by her own name, a desperate plea for help. With a grimace of determination, the kidnapper reassures her that her father is coming, urging her to hold on. Meanwhile, UR's vehicle roars to life, peeling away from the house in hot pursuit. He acknowledges the grim reality. Once an enemy gains a means of transportation, the chances of escape with a hostage increase dramatically, a fact he states with unwavering certainty. His gaze fixed on the road ahead, he reiterates his understanding, his resolve hardening. He receives a crucial item, a device, as the chase intensifies. Meanwhile, the kidnapper screams in terror, his face contorted in a mask of fear. Minji, her mouth taped shut, can only manage a muffled cry, a desperate call for her father. The kidnapper, still reeling from the mental assault, loses his footing, sending both himself and the child plummeting through the air. A glint of a knife in his hand as he desperately clings to her. They crash to the ground near a waiting vehicle, the impact jarring. UR's eyes widen at the sight, and he jolts into action, dashing forward with incredible speed. But the kidnapper, clutching Minji tightly, scrambles to his feet and flees from the car. A desperate, guttural scream escaping him as he shouts a twisted promise to Minji. Cornered, the kidnapper held the young girl close, a knife pressed to her throat, warning his pursuer not to move. His voice strained with desperation, he threatened to slit her throat if he wasn't left alone. But his gaze was unwavering, his resolve hardening in the face of the danger. Then, a sudden, brutal impact erupted, spraying blood across the scene. Songwon-en's eyes snapped wide, a jolt of alarm coursing through him. As UR dashes forward with incredible speed, while in the foreground, a man holds Minji tightly, his grip firm. Witnessing the scene, Minji, Dangan-na, Songwon-en cries out, his voice laced with desperation. I'm going to save you. He then shouts, don't move. But the man holding Minji presses a knife closer to her throat, threatening, I'll slit her throat if you don't stop. In response, UR's gaze hardens, his eyes glowing with an intense, electric blue light. Before another word can be uttered, a sudden spurt of blood erupts. Songwon-en watches, his face contorted in horror. And Minji's eyes widen in terror, her mouth taped shut, as more blood splatters nearby. Disoriented and losing all footing, the figure began to stumble violently. Their body pitched backward, beginning an uncontrolled descent. A foot lifted helplessly into the air, as gravity claimed its due. From a great height, the figure plummeted, a small silhouette against the vast, indifferent sky. Finally, with a heavy thud, the assailant hit the ground. Meanwhile, UR stood calmly, observing the outcome of his precise strike, a small, spent projectile held between his fingers. As the assailant reeled from the previous encounter, a small, unseen projectile struck them squarely on the head, causing a sudden spray of blood. Songwon-en holds Minji close, offering a comforting embrace amidst the chaos. Her small feet are a blur of motion. As she cries out for her father, her voice filled with terror. Soon, the wail of sirens cuts through the air, as emergency vehicles converge on the scene. On the ground, multiple figures lie motionless, one of them appearing to have a broken rib. Another victim suffers from a broken jaw, while a third has a fractured skull. Two emergency responders survey the grim scene, one noting that all three individuals are in a terrible state. A closer look reveals the extent of the damage, with one body appearing to have been struck so forcefully that its skull fractured. The responders prioritize immediate action, calling for an ambulance and discussing which injuries require the most urgent medical attention. He stands opposite UR, the man responsible for the chaos. As UR explains to the arriving authorities that his daughter was almost kidnapped, emphasizing her need for immediate care. Minji, still shaken, asks her father if the food truck man will be arrested. Meanwhile, paramedics tend to the severely injured, noting the brutal beating they endured, which will require weeks of hospitalization. Songwon-en walks with Minji, who then asks if he will go to jail because of her. He gently pats her head, reassuring her not to worry, reminding her that he has already saved her. He holds her arm, his gaze fixed on her. Later, reflecting on the situation, he considers this an opportunity to avoid being implicated as the culprit, hoping UR will help him out of conscience. A choked sound escapes him as he recalls UR's instruction to hide Minji, realizing it was to make him appear as her protector. As Songwon-en confronts him, UR chuckles, feigning concern, asking if he's worried about his daughter. He then laments his own condition, claiming he can't even protect an innocent girl, prompting Songwon-en to demand proof of his self-defense. Songwon-en, taken aback by UR's nonchalance, insists they can't let the incident go unaddressed. He stresses the need for proof, suggesting surveillance cameras or similar evidence. He then remembers their remote location, realizing they are in the middle of the mountainside, where such technology would be absent. Just as despair begins to set in, UR's voice cuts through, calmly stating that there is, in fact, something. A shiver runs through the air as UR's hand, holding a phone, begins to glow, and he questions if they are being too obvious, then asks if they are recording his actions, before confirming that he is indeed recording their movements. With a flash of light from his phone, UR warns that something bad might happen to them if they don't erase the recording, then declares he will erase it himself. Songwon-en, looking up at the civilians, questions what they think of the footage, assuming it captures the recent events. UR, holding his phone up, points out that they even got a clear shot of the perpetrator's face, confirming there were no other witnesses besides himself and the child. He concludes triumphantly, exactly. An agent questions how the footage was obtained, noting that only UR and Minji were present. Songwon-en, looking surprised, realizes that UR is the hero of the situation, saving them all. UR, with a calm demeanor, announces the deactivation of the protocol, prompting a sigh of relief from the agent. The agent, still processing, questions if the company's legal team will still hold them accountable. UR's expression hardens as he warns that any attempt to use the footage against them would only reveal the company's true nature and crucify them in the public eye. The agent, clearly intimidated, stammers about the public relations team, but UR corrects him, emphasizing the legal team's role in making the footage public. With the threat hanging heavy in the air, UR dismisses them, stating it's almost dinner time and he needs to head back. As UR and Minji turn to leave, the agents can only offer a meek agreement, their faces reflecting their defeat. They head towards a modern building, its sleek facade reflecting the city lights. With a flourish, a perfectly crafted chocolate cake, topped with a single cherry, is presented. Songwon-en, surprised by the sight, asks if he made it, to which UR calmly replies that the tactical decision to create it was minimal. The dessert, glowing with an ethereal light, is said to replenish both stamina and morale, implying its exquisite taste. Minji, already savoring a bite, confirms its deliciousness. She believes her daddy made it especially for her, always ensuring she eats well, while Yuar clarifies that he merely observed the process, noting that few could replicate such quality even with a recipe. The cake continues to glow with an inviting aura, and Minji, still captivated by its taste, asks if her daddy can also have a bite. Later, in a parking lot, Songwon expresses his astonishment, admitting he never thought the snack man could surpass his earlier hamburger creation, to which Yuar simply states that everything the snack man makes is good. Songwon, intrigued, asks how he managed to make such a delicious treat, hoping to learn to cook something similar for Minji, but Yuar reiterates that he merely observed the process, emphasizing that most people couldn't achieve such quality even with a recipe. Wearing an apron, Yuar explains that a recipe is essential, along with precise ratios and temperatures, but also stresses the crucial importance of putting one's heart into everything made. Songwon, utterly dumbfounded, wonders if Yuar normally works as a pastry chef or a restaurant chef, questioning how else he could possibly create something so good. Still processing the day's events, Songwon closes his eyes, lost in thought. Suddenly, an overheard conversation breaks his concentration, a voice stating, "I'm just a person who makes food at a cafe." He opens his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face as he murmurs, "What? A cafe?" He tries to interject, "Hey." But his expression quickly shifts to one of profound shock. A woman, Haiyan Jiang, strides away, her voice sharp with indignation. "Your daughter is in danger, and you're just sitting here having a casual chat." Her face twists in anger as she continues, "How can you even think about doing right now?" Muzhong Jiang, Minji's mother, rushes after her, calling out desperately, "Honey." But Haiyan Jiang is already on a motorcycle, speeding away, her indignant question echoing once more, "Your daughter is in danger, and you're just sitting here having a casual chat." Minji's small voice cries out, "Mommy." Muzhong Jiang shouts after her, "Princess, are you crazy?" But Haiyan Jiang, already distant, replies, "Yeah, I'm fine, Mom." Speeding away on her motorcycle, Haiyan Jiang's thoughts are consumed by Minji, lamenting that her poor Minji is now all dirty from the ordeal, but she resolves to go, a determined whoosh accompanying her departure. Meanwhile, a crash echoes as two onlookers observe the unfolding events, one remarking with surprise that they are seeing a whole new side of the CEO today, implying Haiyan Jiang's unexpected actions. In a tense flashback, Muzhong Jiang is questioned by another woman, who asks if she is okay, while Muzhong Jiang retorts, "What would you do in my situation?" and insists there were many witnesses around here, too. To which the other woman can only respond with a bewildered what. Haiyan Jiang's resolve hardens, her expression grim as she vows to make him regret it, confident that nobody who didn't witness it will escape her wrath. A tender memory surfaces as Muzhong Jiang holds Minji, a silent plea of "please forgive me" followed by a heartfelt, "thank you so much for saving my daughter." Songwon recalls the scene, his gaze fixed on a grand building, identifying it as the president's mansion and confirming, "There were many witnesses around here, too. I saw the whole thing." Later, Songwon confronts Haiyan Jiang, detailing her heroic act. "You charged down a speeding car, brought it to a stop, and even caught the man who was wielding a knife," emphasizing, "You risked your life for her." Haiyan Jiang responds calmly, stating that the rescue operation was done safely, so you were not in danger, and concluding with a simple, "Well, it was worth it," to Songwon's astonished, "Oh wow." In a heartwarming moment, Haiyan Jiang, Muzhong Jiang, and Minji stand together, Haiyan Jiang promising Minji, "Don't forget, I'll bring you some snacks next time I see you." Still on the phone, Haiyan Jiang reminds the caller to always reach out first, mentioning her frequent presence at the PC cafe. Meanwhile, Songwon informs her that he and Minji are heading home, as Minji still needs to check on some things, while he himself will return later to attend to his own matters. From the car, a cheerful Minji waves goodbye, calling out to her father. As the car drives off, Songwon expresses his profound gratitude, admitting that without her intervention, both he and his wife would have been hospitalized. He bows deeply once more, reiterating his thanks, but Haiyan Jiang humbly dismisses it as nothing. To show his appreciation, he offers to treat her to a fancy meal sometime in the future. Haiyan Jiang, ever practical, advises him to accept his own offer immediately, agreeing that it sounds good. As they walk together, Songwon asks her a question, curious about her thoughts. He observes that she understands the value of money and power, noting her status as a CEO and her exceptional talent, to which she playfully responds by asking if he's being honest about her sometimes being at the PC cafe. A phone screen displays a contact being saved, with urgent messages demanding an address and phone number, as if someone is desperately trying to reach a person who has vanished. Meanwhile, Songwon, having just given his number, watches as Haiyan Jiang saves it, a small chuckle escaping her lips as she names the contact Gang Na. A wide, pleased smile spreads across her face, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Songwon, looking slightly awkward, explains that he hopes she doesn't misunderstand his intentions, having heard her food was excellent and wanting her to try his. He simply urges her to just save the number. As he looks at his phone, a wave of regret washes over him, wondering what he'll do with her number and if he shouldn't have given it to her, while Haiyan Jiang casually asks about broccoli. She then playfully warns him not to look at her in any particular way, reminding him that she is, in fact, an actress. A sudden jolt of surprise hits Songwon as he exclaims, wondering how that information could have possibly been leaked. His face contorts in disbelief and fury as he stares at his phone, a video playing that confirms his worst fears. Someone has leaked the footage of his daughter's rescue. A man considers his culinary efforts, musing that while speed is important, it's pointless if the taste is bad, and that such quick frying likely means the food isn't fully cooked. Meanwhile, a sudden jolt of realization hits Songwon and a young woman as they stare at a screen, wondering how a particular video got online and who could have leaked it. Elsewhere, a man stares in disbelief at his phone, his face contorted in anger as he sees the leaked video of his daughter being rescued. His finger points accusingly at the screen, a silent demand for answers. The murmurs of the neighborhood seem to echo his distress as the quiet suburban house stands witness to the unfolding scandal. In an office, UR looks on as the PR team leader exclaims, realizing the leak originated from his own team, before answering a call with a hesitant hello. On the phone, the PR team leader confirms his daughter's safety, acknowledging that a hero saved her, his voice filled with urgency. He then issues a frantic command, demanding that all leaked videos be removed from the internet immediately, as there's no time to waste. The leaked footage of Minji's rescue has now spread far beyond local networks, even reaching foreign websites, as the PR team leader desperately tries to manage the fallout. He assures someone on the phone that he will do his best to contain the damage. His voice rises in frustration, demanding to know why Director Sun isn't taking responsibility for the escalating crisis. Later, while driving, the PR team leader receives another urgent call, his expression tightening as he answers. His frustration boils over once more, accusing the caller of playing games with him during such a critical time. The core of the problem is clear. The video of Minji's rescue has been leaked onto the internet. Meanwhile, a woman on the phone expresses her helplessness, explaining that the leak happened too quickly for her to stop it. The PR team leader, still on his call, acknowledges the situation, but insists that the source isn't from their team, and he has no idea who is responsible. The anonymous nature of the upload only adds to his growing panic, leaving him without a clear target for his efforts. A young woman stares at her phone in disbelief, the rescue video of Minji having spread rapidly after the incident, regardless of what happened before. She had uploaded the video online, proclaiming that the snack man was like a superhero from a movie, and now it was everywhere. Her friend had simply allowed her to do so, unaware of the coming storm. Meanwhile, the PR team leader, on a call, questions the situation, asking if there was an issue with the video's spread. His expression hardens as he listens, the gravity of the situation settling upon him. Later, looking utterly distraught, the PR team leader appears overwhelmed by the unfolding crisis. His frustration boils over, declaring his disappointment in everyone involved. Standing in the office, he confronts Director Choi, demanding a chat, uttering his disbelief and stating that he expected better. He continues to shout, his hand raised in exasperation, pleading for them to stop, insisting it's not what they think. The next day, a computer screen displays a message. Work is so amazing. A voice questions, isn't this just promotional content for some upcoming movie? Of course. This is impossible without CG. Another agrees, definitely. A normal person wouldn't jump onto a moving car. I saw it on a Science Matube channel. Songwon, leaning back in his chair, calls out, Hey Hyan, let's go see the snack man once it comes out. You are, with a playful grin, adds, I'd love you. Hyan Jang, intrigued, asks, Can I go too? Meanwhile, a hand holds a phone displaying the viral video, with a thought bubble wondering, by the way, didn't he look a lot like Mr. Na? Songwon squints at the screen. Huh? The video's low quality, so I can't really tell. UR dismisses it. I guess his build is a little similar. Hyan Jang, however, remains unconvinced, muttering, but. She presses on. Seriously, why would Gangin be in a video like this? UR chuckles, right? That would be too crazy, even for him. Songwon agrees, for sure. Hyan Jang, however, still holds onto her desire, pleading, Please, let me go too. Her thoughts linger on the possibility. Would Gangin want to go with me? UR stands, masked and ready, a silent sentinel in the urban landscape. Then, with a sudden burst of motion, he unleashes a flurry of spinning kicks, each impact resonating with raw power. Another powerful strike follows, a testament to his unmatched combat skill. He moves like a phantom, a blur of motion leaving only a faint whish in his wake. Deflecting an unseen attack with a sharp ping, he continues his relentless advance, a whoosh marking his passage. With a final, explosive dash, he closes the distance to his target. Before Hyan Jang can react, UR's foot connects with her face in a brutal wham. The force sends her reeling, her body arcing through the air from the impact. As UR calmly steps away, leaving her defeated, Hyan Jang lies slumped on the ground. The encounter swiftly concluded. She stands, poised and ready, until a voice calls out, Cut. The scene ends, and two young men, Heechan and Sengu, clap enthusiastically. A director's voice echoes, Yes, sir. Ready. Action. UR, masked and in character, adjusts his stance, a soft whip of fabric accompanying his movement. He leans in close to Hyan Jang, his expression concerned, asking if she's all right. Pulling her into a comforting embrace, he murmurs, "My poor little princess." The entire set bustles with activity, a grand hall transformed into a dramatic backdrop. From the sidelines, the PR team leader observes, noting that UR's performance was perfect. Meanwhile, So-sung, reviewing a still image of Hyun Jang, wonders about her expression, questioning what could be wrong with it. Hyun Jang lets out a sigh, feeling the exhaustion of the long shoot, as she acknowledges the toll of countless all-nighters. Meanwhile, the crew discusses the day's shoot, noting that the action scene was completed quickly, but the real challenge lies ahead. The public's reaction to the abduction video is the true concern. A crew member confirms the action scene is indeed finished, and UR, looking on, is told that the next day's shoot will be even more intense. He simply offers a quiet, "good work" in response. UR then asks about the video of his daughter being rescued, his expression serious. Hyun Jang, observing a screen, hears that the public's perception of the movie is improving, with people showing more interest in it. A crew member, Hee-chan, then asks UR if he is alright with the promotional video, seeking his approval. UR admits it truly bothers him that everyone has seen the video of his daughter's abduction, but acknowledges that this is still the best-case scenario for the situation. The PR team leader approaches UR, offering a reassuring gesture, as UR processes the complex emotions. As the group walks together, the PR team leader addresses UR, asking if he's truly going to treat them to a meal as a thank you. He confirms, adding that thanks to UR, the public's reaction to the actress's abduction has gotten much better these days. Meanwhile, Hyun Jang, still recovering, offers a slight smile, accepting the acknowledgement with a quiet, "Humph. Thanks, I guess." Back with the group, the PR team leader extends his gratitude further, offering to treat them to a drink as a token of his appreciation, asking if they're free tonight. Song-won reacts with surprise, exclaiming, "What? Just Mr. Na?" He quickly clarifies that Yuna and Yukin have also been invited, so everyone is welcome to join, but for Hyun Jang, it will have to be a rain check, as she still needs to rest. Considering the invitation, Song-won thinks to himself, "This must be the expensive meal he offered yesterday. We should accept." As the menu is presented, Hee-chan exclaims with delight, "It looks so good. I'm going to eat everything." At the restaurant, the PR team leader gestures towards the drinks, encouraging everyone to enjoy. "The liquor looks good too, so have as much as you possibly can." Observing UR across the table, Hee-chan quietly remarks, "Ace is actually pretty tall." With a flourish, a hand presents a bottle of traditional liquor, ready to be poured. As the celebratory meal begins, the PR team leader raises a bottle, declaring he'll pour the first drink, while UR, Song-won, Hyun Jang, Hee-chan, and Sang-gu gather around the table. Hyun Jang, observing the scene, wonders aloud if the PR team leader is always this energetic, to which he responds that it's the only time he gets to drink. The conversation shifts, and the PR team leader, with a slight grimace, mentions his career, prompting UR to ask if he's referring to his current job. Taking a sip from his drink, the PR team leader then reveals his original ambition. He confesses that he originally wanted to direct movies, but after making several indie flops, he realized he had no talent for it. He continues, explaining that his father had told him to come work at his company, but he didn't want to join the film industry, which is why he ended up becoming a producer instead. UR, listening intently, remarks that it's only possible because his parents are rich, to which the PR team leader agrees, acknowledging that it's true he became successful because of his parents. He then adds that his older brother is also in the film industry, and that his younger brother is a genius who's already won an award at a film festival. He continues, explaining that his father runs a manufacturing company, which primarily handles military and police equipment. This company secures both domestic and international contracts, making it quite well known in its field. He then mentions that his father owns company shares, and his two older brothers, who are also successful, have their own shares to sell. The money he spent on his movie, he reveals, was actually over 10 billion won. Song-won listens intently, processing the staggering amount, which translates to approximately $7 million. Hyun Jang's eyes widen as she realizes the implications, wondering if she's used company shares given to her by her father for her own purposes, fearing his anger if it's true. The team leader, noticing her distress, playfully asks if he should beat her up with a golf club, to which she retorts that he's well over 30, before admitting that she shouldn't be using company shares. She then asserts that she's not a child anymore, questioning how he could say such a thing. The team leader, ignoring her outburst, laments that if it weren't for that junkie, his movie should have been a box office hit. Still recounting his past ventures, the PR team leader explains his decision to make a direct investment, admitting he still shivers thinking about the drug scandal involving that junkie. Meanwhile, Song-won, trying to process the information, internally wonders about the name of the team leader's father's company, hoping he might recognize it, while also noting the good quality of the tuna he's eating. The sheer scale of the team leader's casual disclosures causes Song-won to momentarily freeze in disbelief. A deeper dive into the background reveals that Cheolin Machinery is the company responsible for producing some of the older combat equipment still in use even in the year 2082. According to available data, the equipment they produced was of such high quality that they manufactured very little of it. Hyun Jang, observing the team leader's rambling, wonders if he's lost his mind, questioning if he's truly the last team leader and demanding more details. Despite its age, the outdated equipment from Shaolin machinery is still utilized as primary gear in various battlefield environments, with used products often fetching high prices. Indeed, Shaolin machinery continues its legacy by producing high-quality military equipment. Songwanan, pondering the company's history, questions why they would cease production in 2024 if they were so successful, speculating they must have gone bankrupt or faced some other major issue. As the PR team leader continues to speak, Yuar's mind races, a sudden realization dawning on him. Could it be that everything he's heard is somehow connected? Meanwhile, the PR team leader offers a subtle, knowing smile, leaving Yuar to ponder the implications of his sudden insight. Songwan's brow furrows in deep contemplation. As he ponders, why would they cease operations in 2024, especially after such success? They must have gone completely bankrupt that year, or something similar. A chilling realization then dawns on him. Could it be that the drug scandal, the film set collapsing, and Minji's abduction? Meanwhile, Yuar walks with a composed demeanor. Are all connected? He then calls out, Mr. Na? Yuar turns, as Songwan expresses concern. You don't look too good. Is something bothering you? The other man replies, It's not about me. It's about you, sir. Songwan reacts with a surprised, Excuse me? A flashback or a related scene shows several figures gathered around a traditional low table, engaged in what appears to be a serious discussion. The PR team leader confirms that he would lose his memories if he were to fail. However, Yuar interjects, stating that their relationship should be fine, as the situation is far more complicated than a simple memory loss. Songwan listens intently, his expression thoughtful. He continues, recalling how the PR team leader had mentioned a company established in 2024, suggesting that someone might have intentionally sabotaged it, rather than it being a normal accident. The PR team leader confirms this, adding that the police autopsy on all victims found no definitive reason for their deaths, just as Yuar had suggested, leaving the cause of death a mystery. Yuar then questions the PR team leader, asking if he doesn't find it strange that the leading actor, Minji, was abducted from the film set a week prior. Songwan looks on, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he processes the implications of the previous discussion. He recalls the incidents mentioned, a pause in production and a drug raid in Seoul, wondering how they could possibly be connected. The PR team leader then connects the dots, suggesting the drug party led to the raid, though he doubts it has anything to do with the movie itself. Songwan remains deep in thought, still trying to grasp the full picture. Yuar, however, reveals a darker truth. The fire and the drug party were not unexpected events at all, but rather carefully orchestrated parts of someone's elaborate plan, leaving both Songwan and the PR team leader stunned. The PR team leader explains the immediate consequence. The police raid on the drug party forced the entertainment company to reshoot the movie, costing them a week of production. Haiyan Zhang interjects, adding a critical detail. This all happened right before the movie's release. The PR team leader's eyes widen in dawning horror, realizing the true malicious intent behind the events. They deliberately ensured the movie had to be reshot. The outcome of such a calculated move becomes chillingly clear, a deliberate act to sabotage the movie's premiere, executed with silent, strategic precision. Our movie wouldn't even be playing in theaters, right? Haiyan Zhang asks, her voice laced with concern, as Songwan remains silent beside her. He then adds, You have given up so much of your life to make this movie flourish, and since we wouldn't be able to earn enough money to even pay for the damages. The PR team leader's eyes narrow, a chilling thought forming in his mind. If someone really is scheming behind the scenes. Yuar confirms his suspicions, stating, They probably also planned to sabotage your father's company, so that the movie failed. Songwan, bewildered, questions, Then why? They would be able to easily help you out in any way, stop them from helping any. He continues, Even if that were the case, I used all my connections. Yuar counters, I would still be able to protect the people standing over my company, or someone else, if Minji actually got hurt on that day. The PR team leader flinches visibly, the implications of Yuar's words hitting him hard. Songwan, with a determined expression, asserts, I doubt you'd be able to think about shares. The movie's failure, a loss exceeding 10 billion won, would have been enough to bankrupt the production company, but the conspirators had gone further, orchestrating the abduction of the CEO's daughter. A chilling realization washes over the PR team leader, his body shuddering at the sheer depravity of the plan. Songwan's expression hardens as he considers the implications, the thought of Minji's abduction echoing in his mind. The PR team leader laments the ease with which such a heinous act could be committed, wishing he had been there to prevent it. He then asks, his voice laced with disbelief, if they truly intended for the set to collapse, expecting him to arrive that day with Minji. A grimace of pain and regret twists his jaw, the weight of the past bearing down on him. With a heavy heart, the PR team leader confirms that he would have indeed been there. This was their meticulous plan, a calculated move to inflict maximum damage. Songwan then questions if their true intention was to harm Minji on the movie set, while Yuar clarifies that they likely planned a specific accident designed to target him. Even if the police were to investigate, it would be difficult to find any leads, he considers, as the kidnappers would have been careful not to leave any traces. Then, UR suggests they could find out who was behind this if they interrogated the kidnappers themselves. The PR team leader, however, doubts they were careless enough to be easily caught. Songwon wonders how the police could know anything, given the lack of visible progress. UR clarifies that the kidnappers were heard at a specific pub. He explains that the police heard about it through a tip-off, but dismissed it as mere gossip, not realizing its significance. The PR team leader muses that they must have thought they wouldn't get caught because there were no surveillance cameras at that particular pub. UR then asks, who did they hear it from? The PR team leader replies that the police simply said they heard it at some pub. He considers the location, a place called the People's Police Gaming Station, and the lack of surveillance cameras there. Songwon confirms they did indeed check, but there were no cameras. UR dismisses their concern, suggesting they simply think of it as an interesting story, while Hyun-jang admits she was easily drawn into the tale. He then playfully suggests that Songwon could be a good scriptwriter, offering to be a producer if he wanted. UR then declares his own intention to start an acting career, insisting he'd be the main lead, leaving Songwon to be a mere supporting actor. The PR team leader, looking serious, feels the playful banter was over too soon, wishing for another round. As Hyun-jang bids them farewell, UR playfully asks where the princess is going. A car speeds through the night, a reminder that everything very nearly blew up in his face, making it doubtful he'll risk using the Cheolin machinery shares like that again. Songwon reflects on the situation, understanding that the kidnappers must have planned something truly dangerous, knowing that Cheolin machinery would not easily yield. He concludes that with all variables now accounted for, the company would at least avoid sinking this year. A determined expression settles on his face. Meanwhile, Hyun-jang turns to him, asking if he would perhaps like to go out for a drink or two, or perhaps more, once he was free. He readily agrees, suggesting the three of them could go for another round. UR, ever the playful one, teases him, questioning his intelligence. Suddenly, a phone rings, its insistent sound cutting through the air. The PR team leader, clearly agitated, exclaims in disbelief, wondering how anyone could make such a careless statement. He then addresses the group, announcing that despite the initial shock, this might actually be considered a success, a big hit that will help the production company grow and improve its public image. A man in a business suit fumes, his voice sharp with frustration, declaring that things were already difficult enough without further complications. This was Taesong Lee, the manager of Cheolin Machinery's headquarters and older brother to Taeho Lee, now questioning the extent of the difficulties. His subordinates reported that Cheolin Machinery had developed amazing new technology, and the talented individuals equipped with it were making significant progress. However, rumors of a hostile takeover by another company, intending to sell off assets to foreign buyers, had circulated. It seemed almost certain that the ESCA group would be sold, but then something changed. A sudden jolt of realization struck Taesong Lee, who admitted the news had genuinely surprised him. He then turned on his subordinates, demanding to know what gave them the right to yell at him. Taesong Lee continued, asserting that this new development could even crush other companies. Meanwhile, in a different office, a man suggested they focus on getting documents first, while Hyun-jang, in a business suit, inquired if he was sure he wouldn't leave, to which he confidently replied, "Of course, Hyun." Back with Taesong Lee, he mused that he was actually doing better than the original owner, and his gratitude had doubled. Still focused on the company's precarious situation, Taesong emphasizes the need for caution in all their dealings, stating that while appearance is secondary, getting the job done correctly is paramount. He then shifts his thoughts to a particular individual, muttering that the person in question is no ordinary actor, and if Tai's company remains secure, they will be protected from any external threats. Addressing his father, he affirms their capability to defend against any attacks, but acknowledges that given the company's current state, they must be prepared for any potential future assaults. With a final, stern directive, he gives his approval, then pointedly addresses Taeho. Later, at Taesong's home, he issues a harsh warning over the phone, threatening to disown the person on the other end if they ever touch those shares again, receiving an immediate assurance that it won't happen. Meanwhile, in a different location, UR, now in a military-style uniform, speaks into his phone, offering a polite, "Thank you, Mr. Na." He continues his conversation, discussing a double situation and emphasizing the importance of handling it carefully, especially when it involves people one is connected to. A thoughtful escapes him as he processes the information. He concludes his call, acknowledging that the person he's connected to already possesses more than he can offer. The PR team leader holds a dish, his brow furrowed in thought. He considers that while speed is important, it becomes meaningless if the quality is poor, especially if something prepared too quickly ends up undercooked. Hyun-jang considers an invitation, her finger thoughtfully pressed to her lips. The invitation is for the premiere of A Monster Hunt tonight, a question posed to her. As she walks alongside UR, Hyun-jang enthusiastically suggests they go, but he casually replies that he has all the time in the world and nothing else planned for the night. Hyun-jang then expresses concern about that guy, while UR mentions he's also busy these days, asking about Songwon, who is occupied with his part-time job. She confirms that they recently got some new recruits, and everyone is currently on the hook, questioning if one guy truly makes such a difference. The PR team leader interjects, asking what the two of them even do, expressing his surprise. A promotional image for A Sunny Day features Hyun Jang, Ur, Songwon, and a young girl named Manhwa, with various compliments about their appearance. The PR team leader continues, stating that it just kind of happened, and that he knew it would look like that, confirming he's definitely going to watch. He then speculates about the big screen, even if it was a small role, being their work, mentioning he only saw a short scene, emphasizing that first impressions are crucial, before remarking that they don't seem to want to skip work. The conversation continues about the upcoming premiere, with someone asking if they plan to meet up with any of the other actors tonight to watch the hero of film. A voice, filled with surprise, exclaims, wondering who else might be attending. With a series of clicks, another voice urges someone named Yana to look at something specific. The scene shifts to the grand exterior of the CCGV cinema, its modern architecture gleaming under the lights, ready for the evening's event. Inside, a promotional poster for A Sunny Day captures attention, featuring Songwon, Hyun Jang, Ur, and Unhwa, all smiling brightly. Amidst the excitement, a young woman named Yuha, her eyes sparkling, eagerly requests someone to take a photo for her. With a quick series of clicks, she giggles, clearly enjoying the moment. The red carpet is a flurry of activity, with many celebrities present, some there to watch the premiere, others simply to be seen. Someone then addresses Ur by his alias, asking if he intends to join the others. At the CCGV cinema, Hyun Jang, Songwon, and Unhwa stand together, with Hyun Jang remarking that she doesn't even show her face in the movie. Songwon offers a gentle smile, his presence a calm anchor amidst the bustling event. He then looks out at the city beyond, his expression thoughtful. Meanwhile, the PR team leader rushes up to Ur, exclaiming that Mr. Na has arrived, a sudden, loud greeting echoing through the hall. Nearby, Yuha reacts with wide-eyed surprise, muttering about seeing him just now and questioning why he was here instead of at the campaign. Hyun Jang, observing the commotion, clarifies that it's Gang In, explaining that they decided to use his name during the second round of promotions. Ur, now identified as Gang In, lets out a frustrated cry, his back to the viewer as he reacts to the sudden attention. The PR team leader, flustered, tries to explain that Gunha was supposed to be with him, not Ur. As Ur walks away, seemingly annoyed, the PR team leader calls out, suggesting they go inside if he's done looking around, while still wondering where Gunha went. As the commotion from Ur's arrival subsides, Yuha finds herself face-to-face with a familiar, yet unrecognized, woman, who greets her with a casual, "Oh, Yuha." The woman, Yunseo, then turns to Songwon, who has joined them, asking if he's seeking an autograph, before declaring that he's talking to a goddess. Songwon, taken aback by the sudden familiarity, can only stammer, "What? You two know each other?" Yunseo, with a hint of playful exasperation, asks Yuha if she truly doesn't know who she is, then introduces herself, "My name is Yunseo. I'm a celebrity." Yuha, still struggling to place her, receives a teasing reminder from Yunseo, who remarks, "You got famous, we don't even have the same last name, right? Haha." Yunseo then reminisces about their shared past, explaining that she and Yunha used to live in the same neighborhood as kids, talking about Yunha's family and running away together, before asking Yuha, "Yunha? Why don't you know?" As Yunseo calls out Gang In, and laments that he must have grown up too much to recognize her, Songwon internally acknowledges that he couldn't say anything because of the crowd, thinking, "I was just trying to get them to know you too. It's fine." Songwon's internal monologue continues, observing, "Wow, Gang In is talking to the great Yunha Shin like an equal too." Just as Yunseo, with a shocked expression, demands, "What did you just say about Yunha?" Observing the unfolding scene, Yuha muses aloud, wondering if she too should pursue a career as a movie actor. Her gaze drifting downwards in thought. Her companion, Songwon, finds her expression rather hurtful, internally labeling the other man as Mr. Snack Man. Meanwhile, Yunseo dashes forward with purpose, throwing her arms around Ur with a wide smile, playfully chiding him for not responding to her texts. With a familiar ease, she takes his arm, informing him that they had saved him a seat. Back with the observers, Yuha gasps in recognition, exclaiming that it's Mujong Jang, the greatest actress ever, while Songwon silently dismisses her over-the-top reaction. As they walk, Yunseo continues to tease Ur, claiming she already has a girl she likes, and suggesting he focus on the girl he was with for the leading actor role. She then playfully commands him to become a leading actor for films, to stay by her side as her bodyguard, and jokes about them being in a BL together. The grand premiere of a new film unfolds within a spacious, dimly lit movie theater, its vast screen awaiting the start of the show. Meanwhile, a movie staff member suggests to Ur that it would be nice if he could meet the actor, offering to set up a dinner, but Ur declines, explaining he thinks it would be uncomfortable for people to see him with the actor when he isn't even his agent. The staff member concedes his point, then adds that this movie premiere is a big deal. He then expresses gratitude, stating that without Ur's involvement, they wouldn't have been able to even release the movie, let alone have a premiere. Ur simply offers a polite, "You're welcome," as the staff member thanks him once more. Later, settled into a plush theater seat, Ur watches the screen with a calm, focused gaze. Nearby, Yuha sips her drink, while Yunseo, popcorn in hand, leans forward, engrossed in the unfolding story. Suddenly, a loud boom erupts from the screen, causing a ripple of shock through the audience. The unexpected jolt makes two audience members gasp, their faces contorted in surprise. A wave of collective emotion washes over the audience, their shared reaction palpable, even for those normally reserved. The movie's impact resonates through the darkened hall as the final scenes unfold. Then, a single clap breaks the silence, quickly joined by others. The applause swells, a vibrant spring of appreciation, with some fans even holding up signs for their favorite characters. The entire theater erupts in a thunderous ovation, a testament to the film's success, which, without their crucial contributions, would have been a far more ordinary movie. It had truly improved thanks to their efforts. Among the enthusiastic crowd, UR smiles, joining the chorus of applause, his own satisfaction evident. As the applause begins to subside, some audience members express surprise at the movie's conclusion, wondering how 2 hours could have passed so quickly, and if that was truly the ending to such a good story. An announcement then welcomes the director and cast to the stage for a Q&A session, urging another round of applause. He joins the enthusiastic applause as the movie premiere concludes, the audience's claps echoing through the theater. As the Q&A begins, the director steps forward, microphone in hand, to make a startling confession. Actually, there's something I have to confess about the movie. He reveals that the dramatic scene where the set collapses was, in fact, footage of an actual accident. A wave of murmurs sweeps through the audience, many thinking that while the movie is important, using actual accident footage might be taking things too far. The director quickly reassures them, promising he would never intentionally cause such an event for the sake of the film, and that everyone involved had given their consent for the footage to be used. Song-won listens intently, the director adding that he would never have used the footage if there had been any casualties. The PR team leader, observing the situation, acknowledges that the decision might not be well received, but they had decided to let the director handle everything. The director then explains that the film is an older production from Creative Films, making editing difficult, before turning to the cast and asking if anyone received special treatment following the accident. Yunseo, taking the microphone, smiles brightly and replies, "Nope, I'm doing just fine, sir. I was totally saved thanks to my rescuer." A man in the audience, holding a plate, considers the director's words, acknowledging that speed is important, but it's pointless if the quality is bad. He then muses that since the footage was edited so quickly, it's probably not fully cooked, a sentiment that echoes through the venue. Song-won, still processing the director's confession and Yunseo's revelation, watches the crowd, his mind racing with the implications of the accident footage. He recalls the director's earlier question about special treatment, and Yunseo's calm reply that she was fine, having been saved by her rescuer. As he walks away from the lingering crowd, a wave of online comments begins to flood in, with some viewers praising the movie as the best they've ever seen, while others express skepticism, wondering if the positive reviews are paid for, or if the film's quality truly justifies the hype. Many are particularly intrigued by the director's use of actual accident footage, with one commenter noting that it contained a footage of an actual accident, and another expressing concern that they're screwed now. As the public grapples with the director's confession, one man ponders the implications of speed versus quality, musing, "No, wait. Speed is important, but it's pointless if it tastes bad. Since he fried it so quickly, it's probably not fully cooked." Online comments flood in, some questioning the movie's quality, others praising the director as a GOAT, before a 2-day passage of time. 2 days later, Yunseo, holding a drink, gasps in delight, "Young-hae, look at this. Our movie is getting so much praise." Song-won, however, remains unimpressed, questioning, "Why is it our movie?" Hyun-jang quickly retorts, "Come on, your family, and family share everything." He simply asks, "Since when did we become family?" To which she sighs, "Geez, you're so heartless." Hyun-jang then warns him, "You should be grateful I'm even talking to you, really." But he dismisses her, "No thanks. I'm busy." She tries to pique his interest, adding, "That's a shame. I was going to tell you about the celebrities." He reiterates, "I'm busy doing other stuff." She challenges him, "Aren't you just slacking off all the time?" To which he simply replies, "That's more like it." He clarifies, turning away, "No way. I'm not empty slacking off. What else do you think I'm doing? Of course, I'm on the PC game." He adds, with a hint of seriousness, "I'm on a special mission for the Earth Alliance." Meanwhile, at a local PC cafe, a young woman in uniform looks on, her expression one of mild surprise. The establishment, clearly marked as a PC cafe on the 4th floor, stands as a hub of digital activity. And as Song-won's grand declaration of a special mission for the Earth Alliance echoes, Hyun-jang's dry retort cuts through the air, "Sure you are." A man holds a plate, his brow furrowed in concern, contemplating that while speed is important in cooking, it's utterly pointless if the taste is bad, and since it was fried so quickly, it's probably not fully cooked. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the CEO of THO Entertainment beams with unbridled joy. In his office, a female employee exclaims her relief, thanking Providence for their success. The CEO's producer, standing behind him, chuckles triumphantly, reminding his boss that he had predicted this outcome all along. The producer, a man with curly hair and sunglasses, confidently declares their movie a hit, certain everyone will flock to see it. The CEO joins in the laughter, sharing in the joyous moment. However, the female employee recalls the movie's initial struggles, mentioning the empty seats and the difficulty in reaching the break-even point on its first day, yet she expresses happiness that it's a hit regardless. Later, in an elevator, she asks Gang and Na if there isn't something special about the movie, acknowledging the action is really good, but hinting at something more. The CEO's expression shifts, a look of surprise and concern crossing his face. Still basking in the glow of their recent success, the CEO declares his immediate intention to work on the script. If he can secure Mr. Na for another collaboration, addressing director Sun directly. He urges them to sign him again for that movie, offering a generous investment to turn it into an action blockbuster. Later, in a meeting with the producer, the CEO confidently states that he's already discussed the matter with Mr. Na. The producer, surprised, asks if he's about to now. A slight smirk plays on the CEO's lips as he asks, "Excuse me?" He then wonders aloud why Mr. Na would ever turn down such a good opportunity, before suggesting they call him immediately. The phone rings, and Mr. Na looks down at his device, seeing the incoming call. He answers the call, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he realizes he doesn't recognize the number. Meanwhile, high above the city streets, a massive building adorned with vibrant billboards stands as a beacon of entertainment. Inside, a live radio broadcast is underway, with the host announcing, "This is live radio. We'll be broadcasting for the next hour. Thanks for joining us today. Hello, I'm Yunseo." Across town, in a corporate meeting, the CEO of THO Entertainment remarks on the movie's unexpected popularity. "A sunny day has become popular these days. Have you seen it recently? Ha. I've been getting loads of requests for interviews and advertisements ever since. I'm so thankful." His female employee, impressed, exclaims, "Wow, that must be so nice." Back on the air, Yunseo continues, revealing the film's rocky start. "Actually, I was surprised to hear that the movie already collapsed. Isn't it true that the footage from the accident is actually being cut out of the movie? Ha. Yes, that's true. But we weren't expecting it to become a really popular movie despite the bad start. The story is being rejected as a result of the falling debris." Listening intently, he murmurs, "Thank goodness you're okay. I was worried about you at the time." "No, actually." His thoughts drift to a different concern. A boy seemed to be injured during the set. "I wonder if he's okay. It didn't look like a serious injury, but it was a kid, so it showed up more on the news than the final cut. Don't make a fuss." A viewer, captivated by a video on their phone, marvels at the incredible stunt double, wondering how anyone could react so swiftly. On air, Yunseo confirms the public's amazement, adding that the individual isn't even an actor, but a food truck cook, which only heightens the wonder. Meanwhile, the CEO of the production company, though, laughs heartily, recounting how the stunt double jumped onto a moving vehicle without wires and stopped it by breaking a metal pole. Another listener, however, expresses confusion, having watched the movie A Sunny Day but not recalling such a scene. Both Yunseo and Tho react with a sudden, shared gasp, their expressions shifting to alarm. Yunseo, visibly annoyed, questions why the topic was brought up, then quickly tries to pivot, acknowledging the individual isn't a great actor but is indeed a great cook. Changing the subject abruptly, she announces a new comment has just come in. Reading it aloud, Yunseo flinches as the comment directly asks, "Are you talking about the guy whose video where he stopped a moving car?" Tho's face contorts in horror, realizing the full extent of their predicament as he declares, "We're in trouble." On air, Yunseo's eyes widen in disbelief, realizing the live chat is exploding with comments about the controversial video, with viewers questioning what was real and why the car was stopped. Meanwhile, far from the studio, the CEO's face contorts in pure fury, a red aura of rage flaring around him. He lets out a guttural roar, shouting a name in frustration. Slamming his hand down on a desk, he demands immediate countermeasures from his marketing team. The PR team leader, looking stressed, acknowledges the urgency, wondering if there's any other viable strategy. Pacing with agitation, the CEO emphasizes the need for swift action to prevent the situation from spiraling completely out of control, as waiting would only worsen the damage. A moment later, a hand hovers over a smartphone, preparing to press a button, a moment of hesitation before action. Later, as the office darkens, the CEO sits alone, staring blankly at his computer screen, the weight of the crisis heavy upon him. A call connects, identifying the speakers as Mr. Na and Tae-ho Lee. Listening intently, Mr. Na's expression remains unreadable. He acknowledges the situation, noting the unfortunate timing of the accident, which could have been the very day it occurred. On the other end, Tae-ho Lee, clearly under pressure, tries to frame the crisis as an opportunity, then urgently instructs his counterpart to prepare for a press conference immediately. Mr. Na outlines a plan to release an official statement downplaying the severity, while simultaneously exposing the true extent of his injury. He agrees to the plan, but with a crucial condition: his name must not be mentioned, a request met with immediate gratitude. Meanwhile, in a different office, an employee bows deeply, repeatedly apologizing to an unseen superior. Song Won-in, looking utterly distraught, pleads into his phone, desperate for any solution to the unfolding crisis, even if it means sacrificing everything but his career. His eyes widen in shock as the demands on the other end escalate, asking for everything, even involving his superiors. After a moment of stunned silence, he reluctantly agrees, confirming he can manage the request. Meanwhile, Taeho Lee, looking equally burdened, apologizes over his own call, explaining that their planned disclosure timeline has been drastically moved up. With Mr. Lee's approval, the plan is set. They will frame the incident around the food truck man who inadvertently solved the case, ensuring the whole affair sounds less serious to the public. Back at the radio station, a female employee stretches to open the studio door, announcing that the show is about to resume. The on-air sign glows brightly as the broadcast resumes with a segment from Hell Romance by White Eagle. The radio host, smiling, addresses his listeners, noting the immense curiosity surrounding the food truck man and promising to share more details about the incident from 22 days prior. As the show continues, the broadcasting station receives a call from the relevant agency's PR team, confirming that these coordinated scenarios are playing out simultaneously across various locations. A wave of laughter echoes, signaling the broadcast's immediate impact. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Yunseo remarks that they must have decided to unleash the full story. Meanwhile, the radio host, with a knowing grin, engages his audience, asking if they've seen this phenomenon before, playfully questioning if the food truck guy is even human, and claiming to be out on the street with the people. The narrative quickly takes hold online, with screens displaying headlines that declare the food truck guy an advanced chef, an action movie star, and a phenomenal video, now trending across the internet. Further online content highlights the food truck guy who safely rescued Miss Lee, drawing in people who love to analyze every detail. One trending video is meticulously analyzed, revealing calculations that show his speed running down a slope to be faster than Olympic short-distance records, leaving viewers in awe. Comments flood in, some attributing his speed to the downhill slope, while others express amazement, admitting they would have broken their knees attempting such a feat. The discussion spreads to various platforms, including fan sites like the White Eagle's fan site. More comments surface, now recalling the kidnapping video and marveling at the food truck guy's incredible accuracy in throwing a rock, likening it to a pitcher's perfect throw. Online, the public was in a frenzy, dissecting every detail of the food truck guy's actions, marveling at his impossible speed and speculating about his true abilities, with some even comparing him to a legendary hitter. Indeed, there was currently an exponential increase in people searching for information about him across the internet. Unaware of the full extent of the online storm, UR checked his phone, a slight relief washing over him as he realized they didn't know his name or appearance, so it was still okay. Later, sitting in a room, he pondered his next move, asking his AI assistant, "Hey, AC, could I actually compete in the Olympics?" The screen promptly responded, stating that he could not pass the doping tests. "That's a shame," UR mused before asking. "Then, what about baseball?" Now sprawled on a couch, he received another swift reply from AC. Professional baseball also requires doping tests occasionally. A sigh escaped him as he decided, never mind. His thoughts turned to more practical matters, the screen displaying his new goal, to become a hero and secure a more stable job, perhaps even opening his own PC cafe. Looking up, he listened as ACE informed him that he had an abundant amount of rest to maintain his current abilities, then asked if they could exclude anything that was within their budget. His hopes for a quick income were dashed as the screen displayed a rejection. His manuscript for the movie had just been rejected. "Huh? How much did I earn?" he asked, clearly dismayed. Having just had his movie manuscript rejected, UR's financial worries are suddenly interrupted by a notification that 5 million won, approximately $3,500, has been deposited into his bank account. He stares at the screen, a hint of disbelief in his eyes, wondering if that's truly all there is to it. A cook confidently declares her mastery, believing herself the best at her craft. Songwanin, observing her, praises her keen eye for faces and her skill, only to quickly clarify that his admiration was meant for someone else. He was, in fact, watching a video of Gang In, wondering aloud if his own performance could ever match such greatness. The cook, clearly annoyed by his misdirection, questions why he didn't seek help from his true idol in the first place, while Songwanin simply chuckles. Still captivated by the footage of UR standing victorious over fallen foes, Songwanin reiterates his awe at the man's incredible abilities. A wave of frustration washes over him as he compares his own efforts to UR's seemingly effortless power, feeling as though he's already giving his absolute best, yet still falling short. Meanwhile, in a different location, UR suddenly feels a strange sensation, as if someone is speaking about him. Elsewhere, a familiar voice calls out a greeting, as Yunseo makes her entrance. As Yunseo makes her presence known, Songwanin acknowledges her with a simple, "Yes, but." She immediately approaches UR, playfully grabbing his face as she calls out, "Are you Yunha?" Yunseo then explains her visit, stating that there was something she wanted to talk to Gangin about, and adding that she'd heard the food there was great too. Songwan-un, observing the scene, asks for clarification, inquiring if she means UR's room. Yunseo continues, explaining that she heard a rumor about him, and that she couldn't just ignore it. She emphasizes her concern, stating that they definitely shouldn't be doing that, referring to whatever the rumor implies. UR, looking unconcerned, assures her that he isn't, but Yunseo, still worried, asks what he means. He simply replies, "Nothing," leaving Songwan-un to ponder the exchange as he looks down, lost in thought. He calls out, inviting the visitor inside. As Yinseo steps through the doorway, she immediately addresses Yuar, demanding to know why he's there. She declares her intention to propose something, specifically regarding the mess he made back at the studio. Yinseo reassures him that she'll forgive him even if it's his fault, but then reveals that Yuar is a loose-lipped individual, having been on a live show. She acknowledges the truth of his live appearance, but points out that rumors are now spreading everywhere, expressing her frustration with him. With a serious expression, she asks if he came all this way just to tell her that. Songwon-in, observing the exchange, realizes she also came for the food, as the place is famous for it, and she wanted to try it out. Yinseo then declares that she has to go somewhere today, meaning they won't be selling any of the food she makes. Surprised, Songwon-in asks where she's going, only for her to reveal she needs to find a new place to live and asks for his help. He reflects on his own motivations, acknowledging the validity of his reasons. Yinseo, however, is taken aback, wondering why he would even consider helping her after the rumors, before declaring her intention to handle things herself. With a decisive turn, she walks away, asserting her independence. A door creaks open, revealing a new space. Yinseo steps inside, her foot landing softly on the mat. She surveys the small studio apartment, noting its basic amenities, a fridge, a sink, and an air conditioner. Turning back to him, she questions why he would show her such a modest place, implying it's beneath her. He simply confirms that he did. Songwon then explains his perspective, suggesting that she needs to earn her way. Yinseo, still processing the implications of her new living situation, wonders if she should be upset, but then admits she truly doesn't know how to feel. As Yuar watches her with a slight frown, she can only utter a confused, huh? Suddenly, a phone rings, and she quickly taps to answer it. Answering with a polite, hello, she then identifies herself to the caller. Oh ma'am, it's me, Yunha. A slight smile plays on her lips as she listens intently, before her expression shifts as she asks, you didn't call to ask me to take it easy, did you? The conversation clearly takes a turn, as she suddenly cries out, I'm sorry ma'am, before tumbling backward off her chair, phone flying from her grasp, desperately calling out, Yunha, wait. As she scrambles to recover, Yuar, still observing her with an annoyed expression, makes an enigmatic comment, I'll let him live. What did you call me for? Yinseo, now flustered and holding the phone back to her ear, tries to regain her composure. A stern voice cuts through the air, emphasizing that while speed is important, it's utterly pointless if the result tastes bad, implying a rushed and undercooked outcome. The woman's expression hardens as she questions if yet another person needs to be taught a harsh lesson. A moment later, a laugh escapes her, as she remarks that she never expected Gang In to say anything about it, suggesting someone else should have made the call instead, before acknowledging his role in saving a movie. Meanwhile, Yinseo, still on the other end of the line, is asked for her thoughts and when she plans to take a break, to which she politely responds with a why thank you. Hanging up, she rushes towards Yuar, confirming her understanding with a crisp, yes, ma'am. Later, the city sprawls beneath a clear sky, its towering buildings reaching for the clouds. Yinseo and Yuar walk along a bustling street, she still responding to the ma'am, with another yes, ma'am, as the voice on the phone acknowledges her continued work. Their journey concludes outside a realtor's office, its windows displaying various property listings. Apparently, Director Sun had been so engrossed in the movie's release that he completely overlooked adjusting her payment. As she and Yuar stood in the bustling hallway of what appeared to be the department, a voice called out, reminding them that the apartment they were looking for was just over there, urging them to call once they were done. Another voice chimed in, playfully suggesting they must be new, to which she quickly retorted, denying it. The voice on the phone continued, explaining that the payroll had been based on her original contract, but she definitely should have received more than that. So, they had adjusted her pay, not as a mere stunt double, but as a director of action choreography. Later, back in the apartment, she and Yuar walked through the spacious living area, the implications of her new role settling in. The voice on the phone concluded, declaring the changes effective immediately. Yuar looked on, a hint of surprise on his face, as she processed the news. Suddenly, a notification flashed, accompanied by the distinct sound of a transaction, confirming a payment of 100 million won. Stunned by the 50 million won bonus, she exclaimed at the crazy amount, while Yuar, impressed, simply remarked that she was pretty good. Still processing the unexpected news, Yinseo confirms details over the phone, asking for clarification on the side, then expressing disbelief at the situation, before noting the pleasant view from her current location. Meanwhile, the strategic situation is becoming clearer, as a secure vantage point has been established, allowing for distant observation of the enemy's deployment. Yuar stands, contemplating the next steps. Having become noticeably more agreeable since the 100 million won payment arrived, he then turns to Yinseo, asking what she plans to do with the remaining 50 million. As they stand together, a new priority emerges. They need to secure reliable transportation. Yuar's thoughts drift to acquiring a car, but he quickly remembers his lack of a driver's license, concluding he'll have to obtain one through conventional means. Yinseo listens, a slight smile playing on her lips, before finally asking him directly why he's so interested in her money, to which he responds with a confused huh? His expression remains thoughtful, perhaps already calculating his next move. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a different encounter. As Songwon leans in close to Yinseo, his gaze intense as he asks if she has a crush on him. Their bodies remain in close proximity, the air thick with unspoken tension. He leans in, a hint of mischief in his eyes, posing a question that hangs in the air. Do you have a crush on me? The unexpected query causes her to recoil slightly, her expression shifting to one of surprise and mild embarrassment. I was just wondering since you always say hi to me first, he explains, a smirk playing on his lips as she retorts. You're so narcissistic you are. Oh, an actress, he muses, prompting her to clarify. I was just being polite. I say hi to everyone. I'm a celebrity, you know. Fine, I get it, he concedes, holding up his hands in mock surrender. This much for any of my friends. I was just kidding with you. Thank you for your help. A slight smile plays on his lips as he finally admits his playful deception. Yinseo's expression shifts, a hint of unease crossing her features. She quickly dismisses the sentiment, insisting it wasn't as if she wanted him to thank her for anything. You are, however, interjects, reminding her not to thank just her, but him too, prompting a sharp, shut up, from Yinseo. Her exasperation is clear, as she mutters, oh, not you, under her breath. Ignoring her playful annoyance, Yuar continues, acknowledging that he still owes her for that day. He elaborates on the gravity of the situation, explaining how he could have been seriously injured if those beams had fallen on him, and that she truly saved his life. Yinseo, now more reflective, concedes the point, admitting to herself that it's possible she might have died if it weren't for him. A quiet moment passes before Yuar's thoughts echo a sincere, I really did, confirming the depth of his gratitude. Yinseo walked, lost in thought, remembering a time when she believed she was alone. But then, a stark realization hit her. She truly was alone, and had been for a long time. The memory shifted to a dark, chaotic room, the aftermath of an incident. When she had returned home, all the lights were off. A profound sense of responsibility weighed on her, a feeling that still made her heart race. Her heart would start racing just thinking about what happened that day. She hadn't always been this way, but the accident had changed her. Even now, she couldn't stand being home with all the lights off. The image of the dark, chaotic room lingered in her mind, a constant reminder of the trauma. She still dreamt about it, the lingering fear a heavy weight. She wished she could forget, but the memories were too vivid. An older man, perhaps a father figure, looked at her with concern, while she could only manage a soft, pained sigh. Ugh. A vast expanse of used cars stretches out under the open sky, row upon row of vehicles awaiting new owners. Among them, Yuar and Yinseo stand before a particular model, as she voices her apprehension, wondering why he would use his hard-earned money to buy a used car. She points out the obvious flaws, declaring that the vehicle is nothing more than a hunk of junk. Yuar acknowledges her concern, realizing they're at a dealer, and offers a quick apology. He explains his reasoning, believing that even if it's not perfect, the cost of repairs might still be less than buying a new one. He emphasizes the importance of checking the engine, suggesting they take a look under the hood. Yinseo agrees, giving him the go-ahead, and with a swift motion, Yuar opens the hood. He leans in, carefully examining the engine, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. Finally, he looks up, posing the crucial question, can this car truly be fixed? He confidently asserts that he possesses a car repair manual specifically designed for battlefield conditions, a resource he believes would be invaluable. The salesman, however, points out that for someone like him, who operates on a different temporal scale, this car is effectively a century old, though he quickly reassures him not to worry. Yuar internally counters, revealing he has repair manuals for vehicles dating back a full century, and confidently states that the car is expected to last another 100 years, provided they address its electrical and engine wiring issues. Yinseo, overhearing this, looks on in disbelief as he then makes a creaking sound while inspecting the vehicle, declaring his preference for this particular car. Much to her visible shock, the salesman, hearing his decision, tries to upsell him, suggesting a much nicer car for 50 million won, and even offers to lend him money if he's short. Yinseo, still skeptical, questions if he's truly going to buy it, given the engine's terrible sound, warning him not to blame her if it breaks down. Yuar simply acknowledges her concern, stating he'll buy it cheap. The salesman, accepting his terms, agrees to the deal, as long as he takes full responsibility for any future issues. With a satisfied smile, Yuar seals the agreement, his hand extended. After securing the car, Yuar immediately shifts his focus to the next crucial step, finding a suitable workshop. As he walks, his thoughts are consumed by the task, knowing the car is now his primary concern, and he needs a dedicated space to work on it. He quickly realizes he's already found the perfect spot, an ideal base for crafting equipment. His holographic display confirms his choice, an iron foundry that recently went out of business. A voice from his phone asks if he's found a place, to which he replies that the foundry might work, sending the information and instructing them to go ahead. With a determined expression, he instructs them to purchase the necessary parts and have them sent directly to the site, then declares it's time to move. Soon after, a vehicle departs from the foundry, leaving behind a thank you as the new base of operations is established. Arriving at the location, Yinseo questions their current whereabouts as they approach the building. As they approach the dilapidated industrial area, a voice from the distance questions, "Are you really going to move for his next job without me?" Another voice interjects, urging, "Stop calling it junk. Be nice." Yunseo, standing before a massive, rusty metal door, presses UR, asking, "Be honest with me, director's son. Are you really going to move for his next job without me?" UR, pushing the heavy door, simply grunts in response. A voice from within the building denies the accusation. "It's not like that," as the heavy door finally gives way with a loud clunk. UR and Yunseo step through the newly opened entrance, their expressions shifting as they take in the vast, dark interior. The abandoned foundry stretches before them, a cavernous space filled with dormant machinery, prompting an awestruck "wow" from Yunseo. As they venture deeper into the industrial expanse, Yunseo points to some equipment, asking, "What are those?" UR simply looks at her, a silent question in his gaze. Her concern growing, Yunseo then asks, "You're going to fix the car here?" To which UR calmly replies, "Yes." Still skeptical, Yunseo presses him further. "You know how to fix a car too?" UR, looking away with a hint of pride, declares, "I possess a brain that is far superior to humans." From an aerial perspective, the white car is now visible inside the foundry as unseen voices comment, "It's all on picture, and possible. A mana that is far superior to humans." Another voice, disbelieving, asks, "You're kidding, right?" With a confident air, he begins the intricate process of disassembling the vehicle, a task he considers merely the inverse of assembly. His companion, however, questions his methods, wondering if he intends to take responsibility should the car explode, and why she's assumed to be riding with him. The setting for this ambitious project is an old iron foundry, long since closed after its owner retired. He had secured its use for a year, a detail that surprises her, prompting her to ask when he made such a deal, and for such a long duration. Inside the cavernous space, he works with practiced precision, a distinct clunk echoing as he removes a component from the engine. Preparing for more delicate work, he pulls on a red glove. A moment of silence hangs between them, broken by her sharp exclamation, followed by a bewildered "What?" She demands to know why he's still there, assuming she'd be riding around with him all day, to which she responds, "I'm not following you." Still reeling from being unexpectedly dragged to this remote location, she confronts him, demanding to know why he brought her without any explanation. He simply glances back, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face, thinking to himself how utterly bothersome her complaints are. Frustrated by his lack of response, she declares her intention to leave, telling him not to stop her, even if he gets bored to death. Her bravado quickly fades as the reality of their isolated location sets in. They're on a mountain with no taxis, and she realizes he truly did drag her there without any consideration. Turning back to him, she pleads for him to call someone to pick her up, while UR, still focused on his work, wonders what she could possibly want. As she checks her phone, the lack of signal confirms her predicament, leaving her to lament that they're too deep in the mountains for anyone to come get them. A wave of disbelief washes over her as she finally grasps the gravity of the situation, wondering aloud if she's truly stuck there. Meanwhile, UR continues his meticulous work on the car, a distinct jolt sound indicating a significant step in his repairs, seemingly unfazed by her distress. He then looks towards her, a new thought forming in his mind, realizing there's something specific he wants from her. Yunseo wonders why she was brought all this way, feeling a growing sense of frustration. She tries to voice her protest, stuttering a hesitant, "W8." A fleeting thought of a police station crosses her mind, accompanied by a sharp, disembodied command, "Take it." But the words catch in her throat, as she internally admits, "I can't." UR's voice cuts through her thoughts, firm and direct, "Just be quiet, and come help me fix the CAR." He continues to work on the vehicle, expecting her immediate compliance, while Yunseo stands by, clearly displeased. She recoils slightly, protesting the inevitable mess. "AGH. I don't want grease all over me." With the car's hood open, a clear instruction appears, detailing the first step of the repair, to disassemble the components in the order shown. As UR prepares to begin, Yunseo playfully challenges him, asking if he shouldn't write down the steps, but he dismisses her, claiming she's too bad to take his bait, to which she simply replies, "Whatever." Still, Yunseo persists, her expression clearly annoyed, wondering aloud if it wouldn't be better to document the precise order of disassembly. UR, however, remains unfazed, recalling a movie where someone failed a similar task due to poor memory, confidently stating that he remembers the order perfectly. Yunseo, genuinely surprised by his claim, exclaims about his good memory, to which UR proudly confirms its excellence, prompting her to tell him to stop talking back. Ignoring her, UR's hands move with incredible speed and precision, dismantling the engine components with a series of swift, practiced movements. With a relieved sigh, UR finishes the repair, leaving Yunseo utterly astonished that less than an hour has passed. Then, UR's voice cuts through the air, instructing her to get into the driver's seat, calling her a test dummy. Yunseo immediately protests, realizing his true intention, but UR calmly assures her of the repair's safety, having calculated everything, and offers her the passenger seat instead. As Yunseo wonders if the car will actually work, UR simply tells her to trust him. With a sudden vroom, the engine roars to life, running so smoothly that Yunseo exclaims in surprise. She notes the improved engine sound, admitting she thought he was only skilled in acting and martial arts. UR smiles faintly as she continues, acknowledging his unexpected talent as a mechanic. Driving smoothly down the road, he casually confirms his own competence. Yunseo, however, remains slightly perplexed, questioning the need to rent a separate place just for a test drive, especially after he fixed the car so quickly. Later, in a new apartment, UR begins to explain his reasoning, proposing that the sole apartment he acquired today would serve as his personal living base. He then reveals his second acquisition, a facility named Eagle Iron Foundry designated for crafting his equipment. UR clarifies his need for both locations, intending to create all necessary equipment for his missions there, before curtly stating that Yunseo doesn't need to know the specifics. He continues driving, while Yunseo, clearly exasperated, lets out a frustrated sigh. Her thoughts drift, wondering where they are even headed at this moment. Then, turning to him, she decides to ask for a favor. She asks if he knows it's possible to control home heating from a phone, requesting his help to set it up. He responds bluntly, telling her to ask her parents for help. Yunseo explains that her parents live far away, and her grandmother doesn't understand smartphones. Pleading with him, she explains that she's asking because she's afraid. She reveals she keeps dreaming about the set collapsing and can't sleep well. Songwon reflects on the lingering effects of his past, considering how a soldier might continue to dream of military service even after discharge. Likening it to a form of PTSD, as he drives Yunseo, remembering that rescuing civilians is a primary mission of the Earth Alliance. His gaze remains fixed, a quiet intensity in his expression. Later, Yunseo carefully examines various items, murmuring her thoughts aloud, while Songwon, observing her, readily agrees to her choices. With a soft click and the press of a button on a smartphone, the new home automation system begins its activation. A sudden flash of light illuminates the entire room, transforming the space as the system fully comes online. Overwhelmed by the change, Yunseo turns to him, her voice soft with sincere gratitude. Songwon simply offers a polite, reassuring reply, acknowledging her appreciation. He pauses at the sink, a sudden thought interrupting his actions. Turning to face her, he asks if she's hungry. Yunseo, surprised by the offer, questions if he's truly giving her something nice. He clarifies his intentions, admitting he visited the PC cafe specifically to try her food. Yunseo hesitates, feeling she can't accept a good dinner when she already owes him so much. He insists he'll pay, mentioning the chef's television appearances, prompting her to acknowledge the reputation. His gaze sharpens, recognizing her familiarity with local entertainment and media, and considering the budget constraints of high-end restaurants, all while internally noting this as a good opportunity to collect information. Yunseo, still unsure, playfully accuses him of simply wanting to eat fancy food himself. Still, he muses, it's not about speed alone. It's pointless if the food tastes bad. Ace, meanwhile, expresses his own thoughts on the matter. He declares his enjoyment of good food, while Songwon internally speculates that if it was fried too quickly, it's probably not fully cooked. Later, as they walk past a grand, modern building, Songwon asks Yunseo if she's heard of this rather famous place, a question that catches her off guard. As she stands by a car, Yunseo replies that she hasn't, adding that it's difficult to make a reservation there, and not just anybody can get in. Looking at the elegant sign for Penelopes, Songwon confirms he made a reservation last night. Later, lying in bed, Yunseo's mind races, wondering if he knows who she is, the famous actress Yoonha Shin. Back outside, Songwon explains that Yoonha Shin, the trending actress, is difficult to meet these days, and he was on a variety show with the chef, getting his number. He internally notes her reaction, then reveals he called yesterday and they could make a table for two. He had secured the reservation, but Yunseo, still flustered, insisted, "We're only here because of me." She pressed him, a slight flinch betraying her surprise. "So, who were you planning to come here with when you made the reservation yesterday?" Nearby, two women whispered, one exclaiming, "Oh my god, isn't that Yoonha Shin?" while the other quickly dismissed her. "And none of your business." Growing impatient with the attention, Yunseo declared, "Whatever, let's go in already." Instead of the restaurant, they found themselves at the Daijunghan Cafe, a gentle whirring sound filling the air. Confused, Yunseo questioned him, "We're going to a restaurant. Why are we at a cafe?" He simply countered, "Have you never been on a date?" He calmly explained, "We'll stay here until we get hungry, and then we'll go to the 7th floor for the reservation we booked." Yunseo could only manage a soft, A perfectly crafted latte sat between them, a silent witness to their unusual outing. A date, he mused, realizing the implications. The fact that he was registered on the government network could mean Songwon and Yunseo stand before a bustling cafe, a casual stop on their planned date. He reflects on the other records of his daily life, wondering why he is truly here. Before he forgets, he decides to register this window table, a small detail in his grander scheme. Meanwhile, Yunseo makes a call, introducing herself as Yoonha Shin, checking on their reservation for the evening. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she hears the response, a sharp "what?" escaping her lips. Songwon, now also on the phone, echoes her shock, demanding to know why there's no reservation. His expression hardens, questioning the cancellation of a reservation he made last month, insisting they should have checked. The phone slips from her grasp, hitting the ground with a dull thud. Her face contorts in anger and confusion, relaying that someone more important had their reservation canceled, and questioning why he would promise a table if this was the outcome. Still reeling from the news of their canceled reservation, Yunseo asks if Songwon is on her side, but he calmly suggests they simply get gimbap instead, offering to add an extra kick to it himself. Ignoring his attempt to placate her, Yunseo's resolve hardens, declaring that she will handle the situation herself. With a determined glint in her eye, she vows to discover the true extent of the important person's influence, ready to challenge whoever dared to interfere with her plans. As Yunseo turns and walks away, her heels clicking sharply on the cafe floor, Songwon watches her go, a quiet acknowledgement of her identity escaping his lips. Left alone at the table, Songwon sips his coffee, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a heavy, metallic sound reverberates through the air, signaling an unexpected closure. The massive shutters slide down with a grinding noise, then slam shut with finality. Inside, a security guard looks up in confusion, questioning the abrupt closure of the building's defenses. His gaze fixed on something unseen, the guard's confusion quickly turns to alarm as he demands to know the identity of an unexpected presence. The security guard takes a cautious step forward, his attention fixed on the unseen presence. When suddenly, a group of dark figures bursts into view, startling him as he realizes they are intruders. One of the masked figures dashes forward with incredible speed, closing the distance instantly as the guard recoils from a sharp impact, the masked leader's voice cutting through the air to state their target is likely on the 7th floor. A powerful kick connects, sending the guard sprawling to the ground, incapacitated as the masked figure steps over him. The leader, eyes glowing an ominous red beneath the mask, reiterates the target's location. Then, turning away from the fallen guard, instructs the others to proceed floor by floor, avoiding large crowds. A hand in a dark glove reaches out, the soft clunk of a mechanism preceding the smooth slide of a glass door opening. Behind him, the door slams shut with a decisive finality. While inside, a security guard, oblivious to the intrusion, muses aloud that everyone still believes it's peaceful on the 7th floor. Before he can finish the thought, a sudden, brutal wham sends him reeling, his body contorting from the impact. The guard flops to the ground, and UR steps calmly over his unconscious form, his movements precise and unhurried. The masked figure pauses, surveying the now silent hallway. A sleek briefcase clutched firmly in his hand. He knows exactly what needs to be done. His resolve is clear. They will move up floor by floor, quelling any crowds that stand in their way. From somewhere unseen, a voice cries out in disbelief, wondering how such a thing could have happened. A woman, visibly upset, exclaims her disbelief at the situation unfolding before her, having been promised a guest spot for the evening. The manager, bowing deeply, offers his sincerest apologies, explaining that a very important person made a last-minute reservation, causing the disruption. Still reeling from the news, she demands to know why her reservation was canceled and just how important this VIP could possibly be. The manager, now on the phone, reiterates his apologies, explaining that Mr. Na suddenly made a reservation and it wasn't possible to contact him or make alternative arrangements. The woman expresses her frustration at not being informed sooner, having traveled a considerable distance, while the manager offers another heartfelt apology, admitting a staff mistake in communication. He attempts to placate her, offering to make amends if she returns another day, addressing her by name, Nicole. Nicole, however, remains unconvinced, feeling that she has no valid reason to meet this Mr. Na, and that he expects her to humble herself if she ever wishes to return. Outside the opulent Penelope establishment, her frustration boils over into a final, incredulous question. A man sits alone in the elegant Penelope restaurant, his expression troubled as he laments the cancellation of his reservation, which he had specifically arranged for someone else. He explains that something unexpected came up at work, forcing him to return, and there's nothing he can do about the change of plans. Looking at the empty seat across from him, he wonders if he's truly meant to dine alone. A phone call interrupts his thoughts, and he answers with a dismissive nah. As he gazes out at the bustling restaurant, a quiet sigh escapes him. He simply doesn't like eating alone. Meanwhile, Nicole, walking towards the same restaurant, is on the phone, her expression shifting from confusion to disbelief as she exclaims, "What? Oh my God." Still on the call, she asks if she's expected to be there alone, explaining that she had planned to treat Gang In to dinner, but her reservation has been inexplicably canceled. Confronting the restaurant's chef and another staff member, Nicole stands with an air of indignation as the chef offers a sincere apology. Her frustration palpable, Nicole responds with a sarcastic, "Oh, that's great." Songwon beams with relief, having worried he would be dining alone. But now, with a companion, he can enjoy dinner. His expression sours slightly as Yunseo playfully suggests that 3 is better than 2, much to his chagrin. He grumbles that 2 is, in fact, much better than 3. Inside the restaurant, he asks if they can dine there, and Yunseo confirms she made the reservation originally. Meanwhile, A hand slams down on a table, as Nicole reacts with disbelief to her own cancelled reservation. Elsewhere, Yuar takes a slow sip of his coffee. Finding it exceptionally good, he muses that someone should chemically analyze it to understand its quality. As he sits at an outdoor cafe, he considers the paradox of making such excellent coffee while simultaneously processing information, wondering if his palate isn't refined enough to fully appreciate it. He finds himself on the defensive, a slight annoyance crossing his features as he's accused of being unrefined, then quickly clarifies his earlier statement. The unseen voice continues to needle him, suggesting he's easily manipulated, while his attention shifts to a message on his phone from Yunha Shin, apologizing for her delay. Leaning back, he listens as the voice changes tack, inquiring about his preference for simple gukbap over a fancy restaurant. He dismisses the question, claiming he was merely being polite, which earns him a sarcastic retort about his newfound capability for such behavior. A sudden, almost accusatory tone enters the voice, noting his apparent free time and unusual quietness, causing him to flinch slightly. The voice cuts off his unspoken protest, asserting that he understands perfectly well, before abruptly changing the subject. The clock on the wall ticks past the appointed time, confirming Yunha's delay, with 20 minutes already gone. His expression hardens, a flicker of concern in his eyes as the voice addresses him once more. An unseen voice announces an abnormality, prompting Songwon to question what it could be, specifically asking if it concerns the internet, only to be informed that service has been cut out. The entity clarifies that this outage affects everyone's phones, including his own, leaving him to wonder if such a widespread disruption is even possible, before asking if there's anything else. Without waiting for an answer, the voice continues, reporting that the fire shutters on the building's first floor are now descending. It then adds that it has analyzed the ambient noise and made a prediction regarding the current status of the fire shutters. The voice specifies that the shutters at the entrance are also affected. Songwon tries to rationalize the situation, suggesting it's probably just a fire drill, but the entity finds his assumption interesting, offering to check his bubble. His eyes snap open, a wave of confusion and concern washing over him as he questions why the shutters are going down, wondering if the building is on fire. He then notes the absence of sirens, pondering if the system is broken. A creaking and whooshing sound fills the air as he rises from his seat, his gaze fixed on the outside world, a sense of urgency now gripping him. As the situation escalates, Yuar's voice cuts through the chaos, informing him of armed forces now on the second floor, a revelation that leaves Songwon stunned. Meanwhile, in a separate location, Yuar stands amidst a group of armed individuals, their presence a stark confirmation of the impending threat. Still reeling, Songwon demands to know how they are armed, only for Yuar to confirm the ominous sound of guns being loaded. The thought of guns in Korea strikes him as bizarre, but Yuar's warning is clear. He has 10 seconds to retreat before the enemy makes their move. Panicked, Songwon questions how he can possibly escape with only one way out, to which Yuar calmly instructs him to break the glass window and flee. He stares at the window, a reflection of Yuar visible in the pane, and wonders if this is merely a preferred way of dying. Yuar's voice reassures him that since they are only on the second floor, he should survive the fall. Taking the leap of faith, he plunges downward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Without hesitation, he immediately pushes himself up and sprints away from the building. A sudden gunshot rings out, the muzzle flash momentarily illuminating the darkness. The bullet tears through a window, sending shards of glass exploding inward, as another shot follows immediately. Inside an office, a man stares in disbelief, as his colleagues recoil in terror, one shouting about burglars. People drop to the floor, seeking cover, as the realization dawns that they are under fire. A curtain near the shattered window whips inward, signaling a new, more immediate threat. Through the breach, a masked figure slips silently into the room, a soft rattle accompanying their stealthy entry. The man in the suit, regaining his composure, urgently directs everyone, telling them to keep quiet and move to the corner. His colleagues, spurred by his command, begin to move, their steps hesitant but determined. The man himself looks on, a mix of disbelief and frustration on his face, wondering if this entire ordeal is some elaborate setup. A bald man, his brow furrowed with concern, considers a proposal, though his expression suggests it's far from ideal. A gulp escapes him as he realizes the gravity of the situation, muttering to himself about the terrifying reality unfolding. Elsewhere, a man in a suit and Nicole, along with other office workers, are instructed to comply, raising their hands and moving quietly as commanded. Their footsteps echo softly, a silent procession of fear. Nicole, desperate for a solution, realizes that Gang In is in the building, wondering if the legendary Demon King Vanquisher could be their salvation. Quickly, she taps her phone, attempting to reach him. But her call goes unanswered, leaving her with a growing sense of dread. Panic begins to set in as she considers calling the authorities, her face contorted in distress. Then, with a sheepish laugh, she admits the futility of the idea, realizing she doesn't even know the emergency number. The armed assailants continue to herd the terrified office workers, their commands sharp and unyielding, forcing the civilians to move quickly through the building. Among them, a male civilian raises his hands in compliance, while Nicole, her face etched with worry, glances around. A flicker of hope crosses her mind as she wonders if Gang In will come to their rescue, remembering his reputation as a formidable fighter. But the male civilian beside her quickly dismisses the idea, convinced that even someone as strong as him couldn't survive a gunshot and would surely flee the building if he had the chance. Regardless of the danger, Gang In stands alone in a high-rise room, gazing out at the city below, his back to the chaos unfolding within the building. He considers the desperate thought of simply escaping through the window, leaving the situation behind. His gaze remains fixed on the distant horizon, a silent battle raging within him. As his eyes begin to glow with a faint blue light, he reminds himself that rescuing civilians is a fundamental duty of the Earth Alliance. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, a fierce determination etched across his face. A tense standoff unfolds in a public space, as a man in a dark suit levels a firearm, demanding that another individual put their hands up. His voice rings out with authority, repeating the command for surrender. The confronted man complies, slowly raising his hands in submission. Meanwhile, in a nearby cafe, the commotion draws the attention of patrons, including Songwanin, who stands up, looking towards the disturbance, while Yunseo remains seated, her expression one of mild concern. A murmur spreads through the cafe, with some wondering if the spectacle is a public proposal, or perhaps something more dramatic, like a live stream gone awry. One individual muses about the awkwardness of a public proposal, then quickly dismisses the idea, realizing they have no cell service to even capture the event. Far from the cafe's chatter, a figure in a menacing mask stands poised, a sharp, decisive snap echoing through the air. The sound of something shattering fills the space. The initial destructive action has left a display case in ruins, shards of glass scattering across the floor, still shimmering with residual blue energy. Nearby, chaos erupts as a figure brandishes a weapon, demanding compliance from terrified civilians, their screams echoing through the space. Panic spreads, sending people scrambling for safety, their hurried footsteps a desperate rhythm against the cold pavement. Observing the unfolding scene, UR's eyes glow with an intense, electric blue light, his expression unreadable. Internally, he processes the situation, his thoughts focusing on the immediate threat. His internal systems rapidly analyze the weapon, identifying it as a semi-automatic handgun equipped with a high-performance silencer. A faint blue aura emanates from him as he concludes that the weapon is capable of piercing a barrier, suggesting the perpetrators are not mere low-ranked thugs. The system labels the assailants as burglars, but a stark reality sets in. He currently has no equipment. A small girl beside him remarks on the attacker's skill, prompting him to caution her about her responses as he prepares to act. UR, standing with his companions, firmly declares that retreat is not an option, dismissing any counter-arguments as illogical or unsound, and challenges them to provide another justification. His gaze fixed downwards, UR considers the situation, knowing that Yunha is not descending from the 7th floor. The implication hangs heavy in the air. They must assume her floor has already been compromised. Elsewhere, a man and woman stand with their hands raised in surrender, fear etched on their faces, the man nervously wondering if the threat is coming their way, while the woman whispers that he will surely be shot. Her voice trembling, she continues, asking what will happen to them if he does. UR, now observing the compromised floor, sees several armed figures and a woman in a green dress. A grim realization settles on his face as he acknowledges that the armed individuals have no regard for the lives of others. One of the armed figures confirms the grim truth, stating plainly that the woman in green is their primary target. A man in a dark suit stares intently at a woman in a green dress, his mind racing to identify her, wondering if she is some foreign dignitary. The woman, Scarlett Kelly, is then revealed to be the CEO and founder of Cheolin Omega Tech, an American company at the forefront of cutting-edge technology, a titan in the industry, much like Apple or Google, even owning her own search engine. The man's brow furrows, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple, the weight of this revelation clearly unsettling him. He is the designated successor to his father, Benjamin Lee, the CEO of Cheolin Machinery, a company well known in the film and performance industries. Meanwhile, Scarlett Kelly, now in a striking red suit, explains that her brother had asked her to book a reservation at this very establishment, using her connections to secure a table, as he occasionally makes TV appearances. The moment she discovered Scarlett Kelly was dining there, THO Entertainment's plans shifted dramatically. Her brother, the man in the dark suit, shakes hands with a manager, his company's reputation in the film and performance industries preceding him. But now, with her brother nowhere to be found, Scarlett finds herself caught in a difficult situation. Her brother groans in frustration, while Scarlett looks on with an annoyed expression. Even facing an unknown threat, she resolves that if someone must die, it is better for her to die alone, rather than involve others, refusing to give up. A sudden rattle of chains or restraints echoes through the tense silence. As one of her captors offers a grim deal, her freedom in exchange for an access code, warning that death would render her defiance meaningless. She considers their words, then, with a hint of defiance, asks about their payment for this job. The masked man echoes her question, a subtle shift in his posture suggesting he's taken aback by her audacity. While her expression remains resolute, her gaze unwavering. A slight smirk plays on the lips of her interrogator, hidden beneath the mask. as he clarifies their motive, stating they aren't doing this for a mere few bucks, but then immediately contradicts himself, confirming they are indeed doing it for the money. With a final, unwavering declaration, Scarlet states she would rather die at an impasse than ever give them the access code. Still defiant, she challenges her captors, asking if they truly intend to torture her. To which one of the masked figures coldly replies, "Let's find out just how committed you are." The implied threat sends a shiver down her spine, her face contorting in a silent scream. Another masked figure leans in, his voice chillingly calm, reminding her, "We have plenty of means to kill anyway." Yet, Scarlet's gaze remains unwavering, her resolve unbroken. As a sudden, distant sound cuts through the tense silence. The distinct, muffled crack of silenced handguns, followed by the sharp splintering of glass, prompting Yuar to look up, wondering if the disturbance originates from the 7th floor, or at least the 5th floor or higher. He considers the implications, noting the distinct pattern of 2 shots. He considers the first gunshot, a warning shot perhaps, as the sounds of breaking glass and muffled gunfire echo from the floors above. Benjamin Lee and Nicole look up, startled, wondering if the shutters on the upper floors are just breaking, or if people are falling. The sounds intensify, causing a woman to scream in terror. Yuar, now amidst a crowd of civilians, watches as panic spreads, a woman clutching her child in fear. The woman's scream echoes through the restaurant. Back in the interrogation room, Benjamin Lee and Nicole are visibly shaken, the man urging the woman to stop her terrified whimpers. A civilian man, his face contorted in fear, cries out for his mother. Amidst the pandemonium, a gloved hand grips a firearm, the metallic rattle of the weapon cutting through the air. The wielder of the gun declares the enemy is about to shoot civilians, identifying himself as a police officer. As the external chaos escalated, a masked figure, gun in hand, suddenly found themselves confronted, their surprise evident as they reacted to the unexpected presence of police. Gripping their firearm tightly, they could only utter a bewildered question. The masked individual's confusion deepened, wondering how they had been discovered so quickly. Meanwhile, Yuar watched the scene unfold, his expression calm and calculating. Then, with a sudden, almost imperceptible blur of motion, he moved. His arm extended in a swift gesture. He casually remarked that he merely wanted their attention. In an instant, the masked figure was on the ground, incapacitated and bewildered, demanding to know who had just taken them down. Looking down at the fallen assailant, Yuar offered a gentle, yet firm, reprimand about the inappropriateness of their actions. A slight smile played on his lips as he concluded, observing that their voices betrayed their true, unpleasant nature. Inside a building, a man points urgently towards a window, alerting his captain to a figure standing outside. From a distant vantage point, a masked sniper, holding a subsonic rifle, taunts them, believing their position is secure enough to stop any mission. He dismisses the idea of missing his target's body, utterly confident in his aim. With a soft click and a muffled report, the sniper fires. But before the bullet can even reach its mark, Yuar closes the distance in an instant, delivering a devastating mid-air kick that sends the masked assailant reeling. The sniper cries out in disbelief and pain, his attack utterly nullified. As the assailant tumbles through the air, Yuar seizes his arm, twisting it with brutal efficiency. A sickening crack echoes through the air, as the limb snaps under the immense force. A pained cry escapes the sniper. A bullet impacts a transparent barrier, creating a spiderweb crack. As he lands with immense force, shattering the floor, one assailant is already sent sprawling. More assailants open fire, their bullets thudding against an unseen target. They continue their barrage, rounds flying towards him. Yuar stands firm, a shimmering, bulletproof barrier deflecting the incoming fire with metallic pings. The assailant's low-velocity rounds prove useless against his impenetrable defense. With a powerful surge, Yuar launches himself forward. He closes the distance, his barrier still deflecting bullets, leaving the attackers frustrated and exposed. And with a devastating blow, Yuar sends one of the masked figures flying with a powerful whoosh. He continues his assault, delivering a powerful kick that sends one of the masked figures crashing through the air. The assailant sails backward, a blur of motion and residual energy. As Yuar prepares his next move, a swift arc of blue energy whirring into existence around him. He closes the distance to another attacker, burying a powerful punch into their face. The force of the blow sends the assailant's legs recoiling violently, before they too are sent flying, crashing into the surrounding debris with a heavy impact. From the ground, a broken communication device crackles to life, a voice groaning, "Ugh, you ******. Another masked assailant, gun raised, reacts with furious anger, their grip tightening on the weapon. Yuar's gaze sharpens, his eye glowing with an intense blue light, ready for the next challenge. A desperate cry of "Die!" echoes, but before the assailant can even finish, Yuar moves with blinding speed, delivering a powerful strike that silences them with a wet, sickening splurt. Without breaking his stride, he continues his relentless advance through the chaos. A figure in dark tactical gear fires a weapon, the shot echoing as they declare a miss. But Yuar's eyes, now glowing with an intense blue energy, focus with preternatural speed. The attacker's voice cuts through the air, a chilling command to die. As the bullet hurtles forward, Its trajectory is instantly calculated and displayed. With a swift, glowing motion, UR's hand intercepts the projectile, deflecting it with ease. The energy dissipates, leaving his hand steady and unharmed. A sharp crack echoes as onlookers gasp in disbelief at the impossible feat. The deflected bullet, now a blur of speed, becomes a counterattack. With a powerful impact, the attacker is sent hurtling backward, slamming against the wall. The assailant, still reeling from the previous impact, found himself sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. Desperately, he tried to fire his weapon, but only a series of hollow clicks echoed through the room, his magazine empty. A voice from somewhere nearby exclaimed, wondering how anyone could possibly dodge bullets with such impossible speed. Before the assailant could even process his empty weapon, UR was already a blur of motion, closing the distance with impossible swiftness. His form streaked vertically. And then, with a sudden, powerful strike, a foot imbued with a faint blue aura connected with devastating force. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, a clear sign of the immense power behind the blow. The assailant crumpled to the ground, unconscious, as UR stood calmly over him, the scattered chairs around them the only evidence of the brief, violent exchange. Nearby civilians stared in stunned silence, one finally managing to stammer out that he had indeed beaten them. As the dust settled, the onlookers, relieved and awestruck, expressed their profound gratitude for saving their lives. One man, still reeling from the display, could hardly believe his eyes, marveling at how easily the armed men had been subdued. His gaze sharpened, a faint blue light emanating from his eye, as he processed the lingering chaos. Nearby, a child innocently pointed out that other children were watching, while an adult questioned if he was a superhuman, capable of deflecting bullets. Another civilian corrected the assumption, noting that the assailant had been hit in the arm, prompting a gasp about how painful that must have been. Considering the young eyes present, UR concluded that witnessing such a quantity of blood would be psychologically harmful for children, and promptly moved to cover the incapacitated figure. With a swift, almost imperceptible motion, his hand snatched a piece of the assailant's clothing. And with a decisive rip, he draped it over the injured man. Three figures in work overalls stand together, their backs to the viewer, while elsewhere, UR surveys a vast, empty room, his phone held loosely in one hand. One of the figures turns slightly, questioning the situation. A foot, wreathed in a faint purple glow, presses down, as a voice curses, admitting to a chilling unease. Back in the present, three 9mm semi-automatic handguns lie ready, alongside their magazines. Having thoroughly searched the area, UR secures a handgun, intending to keep it for later use. He ponders the challenge ahead, wondering how he can manage the situation with so many people around. Considering his options, he realizes an attack from the window would be unexpected, but escaping through it himself would be too dangerous. It would be better to defend an alternative escape route. He looks down at the weapon, the gravity of his choice weighing on him. Either protect the weapon room, or risk everyone being taken out. He considers the need to avoid anyone on the 7th floor or above, dismissing the idea of a mere school aide being a threat, yet admitting he doesn't quite understand the situation despite his wisdom. Standing in a large, empty room, his gaze sweeps upwards, assessing the environment. A small, broken piece of what appears to be a security camera or sensor tumbles to the ground. As he observes three bound figures in overalls, noting they don't look like locals and seem to be of the same ethnicity. These foreigners, he muses, likely don't even speak their language. Whatever their objective, they would surely try to finish it quickly and leave the country, a grim realization settling in that they are severely outnumbered. With a resolute expression, UR decides to arm the civilians, a bold and dangerous proposition. He believes it is better to fight than to be wiped out without a struggle. He picks up a handgun, the metallic clack echoing in the silence, his strategies now fully informed by his core data, even as he considers the reluctance to let someone unknown die. To secure civilian cooperation, UR knew he had to act swiftly, and so he addressed the gathered crowd, asking if any among them possessed experience with a handgun. Holding up the weapon as an example, he declared his need for 2 volunteers. From the hesitant faces in the crowd, a single hand tentatively rose. The man, a civilian in a light jacket, offered himself forward. UR's mind raced, considering the implications of having only 4 people to rely on, and the potential danger of an enemy spy lurking among the civilians, a thought that urged extreme caution. Observing the group, he acknowledged the possibility of such a threat. The first volunteer, a man who would later be known as the first lieutenant, then stated his qualifications, revealing he had served in the tank crew for the armored brigade. Another man, a combat expert, stepped forward alongside him, adding that he had been discharged as a first lieutenant and had been rewarded for excelling in combat training. With their proven experience, UR made his choice, selecting the 2 men. He turns to the 2 men he's just recruited, his voice firm as he asks if they have children. He considers the possibility of a spy among the civilians, but dismisses the idea of them having children, while the 2 men, one single and the other without kids, respond to his earlier question. After all, children wouldn't be able to act in such a capacity, he reasons, before instructing them to protect the cafe while he goes to investigate elsewhere. Both men immediately salute, pledging their lives to defend the location. UR then issues a stern warning, emphasizing that they must never hand their weapons over to anyone else. He continues, instructing them to keep all other civilians inside, away from the police or any potential interns, explaining that snipers outside might be trying to force an escape. With the instructions given, he procures a radio, its screen displaying a simple interface. He decides to take the Rabbit Mask's radio, noting that it isn't military-grade equipment. The device has been modified for short-range communication, and with a crackle, he calls out to the cafe group. A crackle of static emanates from the modified radio in UR's hand, drawing the attention of nearby civilians, one of whom nervously asks, "I heard noise upstairs. What's happening?" His expression hardens as he processes the incoming message, the voice on the other end instantly recognizable to him as Ace. He responds with a curt, "Right?" The voice on the radio continues, detailing how they had to execute some disobedient individuals. A grim message that UR then relays to the assembled civilians, who sit in stunned silence. His intense gaze sweeps over them as one civilian gasps, "W?" His voice just now, it sounded just like that guy in the rabbit mask. Murmurs ripple through the crowd as a woman scoffs, "Humph. Does he only please, huh?" Ignoring their reactions, UR speaks into the radio, stating, "We need to make sure that no one else can make the same mistake. Come again in a minute." He then confirms, "Roger that." As if on cue, UR began to rise, his steps carrying him away from the previous scene. Approaching a woman in the hallway, he inquired if she had a hair tie, to which she quickly affirmed. With a slight smile, he accepted the offered item, expressing his gratitude. The woman, flustered by the unexpected interaction, could only stammer a shy response, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Continuing his journey, he noted the civilians had even stopped the elevator for him, a clear sign of their seriousness. Yet, as he ascended the stairs, a grumble of dissatisfaction escaped him. He couldn't fathom why they struggled to grasp that more people could be a disadvantage, his irritation growing with each step. Indeed, they were nothing more than amateurs. He decides to go first, his thoughts already racing ahead of any potential obstacles. It seems there are fewer people than he expected in the cafe, perhaps only 2, which means they don't even know their colleagues are amateurs. They must have worked together for a long time, or someone else must have hired them all for this job, a job that requires a certain level of competence. If there's someone who's such a big shot that they can even cancel the reservation of a person like Yuna Shin, then this situation is far more complex than it appears. As he ascends the stairs, a system notification flashes, indicating enemy contact detected before he even makes visual confirmation. Without hesitation, he executes a swift lunge. An unseen figure barely has time to register a surprised sound before the impact. A sharp whish cuts through the air as the figure is struck, letting out a pained grunt. With a soft plop, the figure collapses to the ground, a faint dash indicating the speed of the attack, and a low groan escaping them. He pushes open a door, the mechanism groaning softly as it gives way, revealing a clear path forward through the facility. Meanwhile, First Lieutenant N observes the feed from a distance, noting that there should be one more target remaining on the first floor. Back in the facility, UR moves with blinding speed, closing the distance to his next opponent in a blur. Before the white-haired attacker can react, a powerful, glowing fist connects squarely with his face, sending him reeling from the impact. Meanwhile, a visual explanation highlights the special military uniform's ability to freely transform and mend ripped areas, adapting instantly to damage.